The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
From around the world, welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's day 7 here in Austria, and we've got 5 big T10 contests for you today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico is off today, enjoying his weekend, and I hope he's having a lot of fun. He might want to stay inside today, though, because it's not particularly great conditions. A bit like we had on day 5, although we did get 5 games started, 4 games completed on day 5. Yesterday, the rain kind of held off. Here's what happened yesterday. We had 5 matches. Donnerstadt versus Graz Cricket Academy first up. Graz Cricket Academy would play 3 games yesterday in this one. They had a great start against Donnerstadt. Actually had them 4-for-3. Had them 17 for 4 at one stage, but Donnerstadt recovered through Aman Ahmadzai and Sahil Zadran to get 112. And it was too much for Graz Cricket Academy. No one could get out of the 20s and ended up going down by 14 runs. Aman Ahmadzai 3 for 16, following up his batting with a very good effort with the ball. Second up, Donnerstadt once again. Well, we saw them go 7-0 after they took care of the Daredevils, putting 146 on the board. Iqbal Hussain, after a slightly shaky start, cracked 47 off 20. Sahil Zadran followed up his good closing effort with another cameo, 26 off 9. He scored, then followed up with 3 for 5. A very good effort. Despite the efforts of Busat Amari, who scored an unbeaten 50, they were only able to get the 105. Daredevils going down in that one. Then we got to see the middle game of the day, Graz Cricket Academy again. We saw the Tigers for the first time. Tigers putting some big runs. Their opening 3 have been really good, haven't they? Imran Azif, his third half century of the series, 58 off 30. A real quick fire, and I mean real quick fire, 36 from Mirza Hassan, as well as a sparkling 41 from Akib Iqbal. Saw them score 156. That was enough to take care of GCA, who were only able to gather 118 in response. Imran Azif and Akib Iqbal following up with wickets as well to go with their runs. And they weren't done yet as the 4th match of the day took place. And, well, the Tigers, they backed up their efforts, didn't they? Akib Iqbal went even bigger, 71 off 25. He was the standout. Really looked like he was on for 100 with a couple of overs to go. But Umar Tariq stole the show with a quick 23 off 8. They put 150 plus on the board. Again, 151 for 5 off 10. The Daredevils really never in the hunt. No one could pass 15. They've got some real tight bowling options. I like Ahsan Yusuf opening the bowling with his left arm orthodox, 3 for 6. He was the standout and he really shut the gate for the Daredevils. Good launch. Then we had a real thriller last game of the day. Bit of a low scoring thriller. Daredevils, they begged, borrowed and stole 92 runs off their 10 overs. Only 1 run off that last over. It was a bizarre run as well, just to buy off the 10th. And then Graz Cricket Academy had their own wobbles towards the end, but they ended up scoring the winning runs off the last ball, or the second last ball of the day. Ashtek Shah hit the winning runs, following up a pretty good effort with the ball. So, and then the last game was 2 teams that hadn't won a game in the day, had 2 losses, and GCA came away with the points in the end. So they find themselves 3-3. This morning we have ACT versus Cricketers, and that's going to be a really good game. 2 teams that are in the 4 at the moment. Let's have a look at the 2 teams. You can see that the news from the toss as well. ACT winning the toss, electing to bat. No surprises there. They have been putting big scores on the board. And just watch out for that top 3. Imran Asif as well as Mirza Hassan, who's gone to the top of the order with, a real aggressive streak, hasn't he? Akib Iqbal at 3. And Ahsan Yusuf at 4. Cricketers, though, I haven't seen them for a little while, but they've had a pretty good series so far. They're 5 out of 6. Bilal Zalma has had a pretty good start to the series, 139 runs. And watch out as well for Waqar Zalmai. Not just his 6 wickets, but for his hitting ability. He won a game off his own bat back in match 5. So let's head out to the middle. And like I said, conditions in Austria today, probably not ideal for cricket. Currently 11 degrees, heading for a grand total of 12 degrees, according to the Weather Bureau. And you can see it's a little bit drizzly. And this is kind of the issue we had on Friday as well. But, I suppose a fine mist of rain, which is hanging around. So, I mean, it's playable. We saw that on Friday. These players just have to make a few adjustments, don't they? Anyway, ready to go. Start of the day. And it's Waqar Zalmai to start us off. Asif with the bat, and he swings it a wide first up, first run of the day. I want to say good morning to all of our viewers watching on Fancode, of course, in India, and all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. You can kind of see there a slight rain. I mean, it's this kind of situation where if it gets heavier, a bit like we had in the 4th match the other day. If it gets heavier than this, probably umpires start to consider taking the players off the field for safety reasons. Good thing about this field, though, it holds the water pretty well. So the outfield surface, although it gets a little bit greasy, the The field doesn't really get soggy, for want of a better word. And the pitch also eats up the water pretty well. I mean, everyone just has to make those adjustments. I want to say good morning to Kroom. He says, yeah, it's pretty drizzly in London also. Shocker. Sif takes it on and wins. There's the first boundary of the day. Just blunts this back over mid-off. Cuatro carreras. The worst ball, really. Kind of a challenge length, but you think Asif is looking uber confident. Already 3 half-centuries to his name in the series. Gone for the spare shirt. The number clash means he has to block out one of the numbers, so he gets his regular number 1 that he's been wearing in this series. Hello to Liam Day, who's watching from New Zealand. Hopefully you are well. Hello to Rob Thompson, also watching from New Zealand. He said it's dark and cold here, but with the fire on, so good to watch. Hope you're staying warm wherever you are. A wide Yorker, it kind of chops down and up and over the stumps, no run. Hey, let us know how you're going. It is Sunday, so happy Sunday to everyone. Hello to Nick Devonshire as well. Saying good morning from Northern Ireland. And if you want to say hello to me, now's a great time. Yeah, it's just Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, today. Rico, like I said, he's got the weekend off and he thoroughly deserves it. He's been working hard for us. Well, up in the air, doesn't quite get this. It'll be interesting to see how it reacts on the outfield. Does skip away for 4. So that's the thing about this outfield. Even though it does take on a bit of water, it doesn't really slow down. It's a very hard surface normally underneath. But then there's kind of this soft coating of grass. I was curious what would happen there, but I think the slightly greasy ball runs away for 4. So 2 boundaries in the first over. Just feel this could be a high-scoring contest. Both teams are very experienced. They've got a lot of good players. Having said that, they've both got pretty strong bowling attacks as well, so I'm not quite sure what to expect here, to be honest. That's well bowled. Good ball from Wakazalmo. Gets past the outside edge of Asif. I don't think enough people have bowled there to him. It's not quite easy to drive. Just back a little bit. Want to say hello to Dave B, who's watching from France as well. Hopefully you're well this morning. Got to say, I've had a nice start to the day. It is Mother's Day in Australia, so I've already made the obligatory phone call. A little bit short this time. Yeah, and this is when you overcorrect short. That's running away, and that should get there at will. So, Asif with 3 boundaries in the opening over. Off to the races, and ACT, they're 13 without loss after 1. You can see the margin for error when you're bowling to these players on this surface. Very, very slight. Kind of found the happy length, second last ball. The last one a little bit shorter, and Asif was confident, pulling it away for 4. The ball. Let's have a look at what the supercomputer is saying. Well, cricketers, 7-run favourites. I don't think there's too much between these two teams. I mean, look at the numbers ACT have been putting up. I don't know if you could call them underdogs. They're putting up 138 per 10 overs. Both teams similar with the bowling. Cricketers, I don't know the word for it. Maybe they're a little bit more variable, I think, with the way that they play. And ACT play a super attacking brand of cricket. I'd say cricketers play a super duper attacking brand of cricket. I suppose the more aggressive you are, the more can go wrong as well. Bilal Zalmai is going to bowl the second over. Great to see him back as well. Mirza. There's been some whispers that he's eyeing off the fastest 50 record. And to do that, he'd have to do it in 9 balls. I've actually never heard of it being done in any cricket. So to do that, you pretty much need to hit 9 boundaries, or you could hit 8 sixes and a 2. Anyway, strap yourselves in. Now, he's obviously forgotten. He's having a rest on a Sunday because he just works the first one away for 1, so he can kiss that one goodbye. Unless he hits a 7 somewhere along the line. And just happy to take the 1. So these two teams I mentioned, they're both in the 4 at the moment. Just 4 teams out of the 11 will make the semi-finals, which aren't too far away. It's just 5 days away. Let's see if gets the strike back. Giving the ball a good rub, just trying to get that excess moisture off it. Has been flying though, despite the conditions. Been Friday. In these conditions, I was expecting a bit of a slugfest. I was wrong. I think we had 14.5 and over as the run rate on Friday, which is really quite unbelievable. It's a slightly wrong down the leg side. Good keeping. That's Bashir Ahmad back there. Makes good position down the leg side. Makes sure it doesn't go for any more. Yeah, it can't be easy for any of the players really in these conditions. The bowlers have a bit of trouble gripping the ball. You got the batters The theory being, as the ball gets heavier, it's harder to hit further. Also kind of skids off the pitch a little bit. And obviously the fielding becomes a little bit more difficult with a slippery ball. Imran back and punches. Well, he does block it. I'm not sure how. They say get your body behind it. That's Abdul Nasir, Baba Kakale. And look at this. Yeah, there's a little leading foot special. You won't find that one in the textbook. Yeah, I mean, conditions will be the same for both sides. Again, just a matter of just keeping an eye on how much it's raining. All right, false shot in the air. Baba Kakale goes back. Oh, that was a fantastic effort. He went back and he hurls it in. Oh, I don't know how many times out of 10 you catch it. Maybe it's more like how many times out of 100 do you catch this. He goes back running with the flight. Just kind of had a stab at where it was. Well, the miracle didn't happen for Abdul there. But slightly false shot there for Mirza Hassan. Yeah, it's well timed. That's going to be 4. Just hits the ball so hard. Well, there you go. Fielding's not a problem. Maybe everyone should be wearing batting gloves out there. I think that's Haki Bigbo. Who was that? That grabbed it. what a good bit of fielding. But by the batting team. He even dealt with a bit of a Tortuga there. Yeah, Mirza is so powerful, isn't he? Just ease that one over the infield. Raced away for 4. Abir saying, no, outfield a bit slow, so thinks it'll be low scoring. Well, that's what I thought on Friday. I was shown up. This has hit pretty hard as well. I think that'll be 4 more. So you can see the power of Mirza Hassan. He's just relaxed. I think he's 13% more relaxed today than we've seen him when he's been in too much of a hurry earlier in the series. And just a kind of a casual back foot swat through the covers for 4. This is a very good start now for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. I think Dave's saying, watch out for the flannel ball. We saw it the other day when the bowler accidentally dislodged his towel and delivered the towel and the ball in one delivery. Well, false shot, gets away with it. This will probably run away for 4 as well. And just gets there, Mirza Hassan. Gets a bit lucky that time. Zalmai will be tearing his hair out after that over, which somehow goes for 17. And after 2, it's 30 without loss. Yeah, the flannel ball was a bit of a funny situation, wasn't it? In the end, the umpire said to the batter who hit the ball for a single, said, hey, do you want the single or would you like something else? Or do you want it re-bowled? Have a look at the table. It's going to get congested in there. You've got ICCV. They're lurking. I mean, they're undefeated, but they're 6th because they've only played 2 games. So it's just the way these tournaments are set up. Some teams play more in the first half. Some teams play more in the second half. You've got the Daredevils that have almost finished their series as well. So it's going to be really tough for a team like them. But yeah, I still can't work out how it's so high scoring. I suppose maybe the fact that it's harder to get these guys out because, I mean, the catches are more difficult to take. So Wakazalma's going to come back to bowl out here in the 3rd. Last over the power play. Well, that one just kind of floats in at the last moment. Nice subtle movement. I mean, there's normally a bit of a left to right wind, but I wouldn't say it's particularly windy at the moment. Just a little bit of tail in. Okay. Yeah, just gets it wrong this time. Drifts onto the pads, and that one has flown out of here. Maximo! First one of the day. Imran Asif continues. Well, put your tokens in the run machine, and it'll deliver. Have a look at that. Just whips it away. And it's only a slight error for Marcus Alma as well. And it's kind of good knowledge of where the field is as well. At the moment, they've got a 3rd man. They've got a deep mid-off. So no one back on that leg side. He knows he just can ease it away. As long as he gets it over the infield, he's going to be okay. And it's amazing how often if you just try to beat the infield, because you're not trying to overhit it, it actually goes further. I remember that a lot when I used to play, especially trying to drive over mid-on and mid-off. Just like, look, okay, get it well enough to get it over the infield. But yeah, you actually keep your form a little bit better. Better ball, doesn't matter, as he cracks it through point, that'll be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. He's so difficult to bowl to. It basically challenges him a bit wider. Fast hands, hits it down, hits it into the gap. And the runs continue to mount for the Tigers. On the prowl at the moment. You can see there in the background, it's kind of really misty at the moment. It's kind of a, I suppose, yeah, drizzle is the word. We can play through drizzle. Once it becomes what I'd call rain, proper rain, and probably you have to pull it for a while, but at the moment, not that bad. Goes back and chops down to the ground. Think of a run. They won't get there. Up to 40 already in this power play. Dave noticing that the wheat has grown about an inch since Friday. Well, it has been shooting up there. On Friday, we certainly had some interesting retrieval efforts from the fielders, didn't we? We had Zeeshan Arif on the commentary yesterday. He was telling us some of his techniques about how to drive the trousers, the squeeze method. Oh, gets this late. He originally tries to hit that over mid-on, but it's a little bit late on it, but it goes down to Basir Khan. Probably see him with the ball at some stage as well. The one thing I will say is, when the ball gets a bit wet, it creates complications for everyone in all facets of the game. So it's kind of uniformly inconvenient for the players. Mirza on strike. Wants to go at it. Yeah, I think it is wide. It's one of those ones that you think, is it completely inside the line? And my answer is no. Breaks late. It's a good call. It's a really good call. He probably got a quarter to half the ball over the inside of that line. Zalmai recoiled in disbelief, but seeing is believing. So he'll have to re-bowl that one. He thought he was out of the over, that's why. With a spell of 24. And instead, he's going to get moosed for 6. So the last one cost 7. Mirrors is in heaven, and it's the end of the power play. It's 48 without loss after 3. And if Waka was disappointed about 30 seconds ago, he'll be even more depressed now as that one was lifted up. And that's just brute force, really. It's 48 without loss. Oh, well, it's a tough game, isn't it? Zalmai was eyeing off the 24. In the end, he goes for 31. No one likes to be in the dirty 30s in the 2 overs. We had some pretty expensive figures yesterday. We had a 54 off the 2 overs. That was almost up past the record of 57. Thought at one stage we might have one bowler go for over 60 for the first time. Now Zalmai, it's going to come back. So they're bowling out the openers, which means they'll have to go to 2 new options in the 5th and 6th. Interesting they're not changing it considering they haven't had any luck so far. They're kind of sticking to their plans. Maybe they got bowlers, maybe like a Basir that they want to bowl a bit later. Don't want to bowl them too early. You also got Javid Zadran, who I thought might have been worth a crack in this kind of situation before things get out of hand. 4th over. Bill's clever though, isn't he? Just puts it in difficult spots, awkward spots. Dave B saying grease is the word. Yeah, greasy is probably how I would describe it, to be honest. Partnership worth 49. Just 19 balls to start the morning. It's pace on ball. News is just a little bit late on it, so he has to take his medicine. He goes back, gets 1, but it does bring up the 50 and the 50 partnership for ACT. Bill Zalmai searching for that first breakthrough. Still think we haven't really seen a Yorker executed yet. I mean, that's probably one of your best chances to pick up a wicket. Having a look at the ball here, see if it's held up. Mirza may be saying, yeah, I know what it looks like. These players know each other pretty well as well. There's a lot of national representation on both teams here. Still searching for that Yorker. It's more a half volley in the end. Might get 2 again. Turning for 2 not particularly easy in these conditions either for the batters. They're kind of happy with the 1. Bilal bowling out. So interesting to see who goes for next. So got a spin option. Another spin option in Samagol Masal available. Yeah, again, attempted Yorker. This time he finds the ability to get under it. So not quite that Yorker length, just a little bit short. I think what he was going for, but no real damage. It's been a good over so far. just bringing cricketers back into the contest. I mean, they'll feel that really anything's chaseable after the heroics of day one. I think now we're at the stage where Bilal's towel is damper than the ball. Oh, he charges and cracks it. And a really good bit of fielding out there. Happened to see a Bubba Cacao with the hurl method getting it back in. That was a very good bit of work because it came quickly. I think any fumble would have seen it spill over the line. But he keeps it to 1. Nice work. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a good one. Just 5 singles off it so far. And this one is up. It's in the air. Fielder comes around. And this time, they won't get a boundary, but they will get 2. And that's a really good over in the context of this game. It goes for 7. And ACT 55 without loss after 4. Bilal finishes with the figures of none for 24. You can see how that 4th over has just calmed things down a little bit. Still a very healthy run rate of 13 3/4 after 4 overs. Hello to Neville as well. How are you? How's everyone spending their Sunday? I mean, I know you're watching ECN, but have you got any other plans? Can't give you too much update on the food chat. Although we did visit a nice little establishment on the way home from work last night. Catching a little bit of Austrian culture at, I suppose you'd call it like a rest stop. And a couple of genuine Austrian beers to celebrate Saturday night. Now, here's the wild thing. Javid Zadran bowling over number 5. And yeah, you can see he's kind of shortened his run here. I think bowlers have to adapt to the conditions. So here we go with the next over. He gets short, drags it down, and that's going to be 4. There's no one back at deep square. I think that's more of an execution error. I don't think he's trying to bowl a short ball there. He just dragged it down. And it beats Samagol Masan, runs away for a boundary. So the pressure was built up. Now kind of undone. Here's the sight screen, and it gives you an idea of the way that the drizzle's coming in, left to right. Better ball. I think that's where he needs to be. Full, kind of hitting the crease. I think your ideal length here, I think, is kind of landing between the batter's feet. And it doesn't really matter if it's straight or if it's outside off stump. I think that length even more important than line probably to get it right. That was a really well executed ball from Javid. He's a very good player. Seen him coming along really quickly with his international career as well. This time, it's just short of where he needs to be. And I think that might have gone away. It has. Maximal. Well, that's remarkable, really. This is the difference. He just is short of where we talked about, isn't he? And then you've got Asif going hard at it, and he gets 6. Maximo time. And I will say this format is tough for the bowlers, but I will also say that the top bowlers really shine. I mean, Javid's one of those. This isn't the kind of competition where you can just rock up and just roll your fingers on a few and have 80-metre boundaries to protect you. You do get punished, even sometimes when you don't deserve it. Rain's just come down maybe a little bit stronger in the last couple of minutes. This time, Asif goes back, knocks it out for a single. Obviously, we're talking a little bit about international cricket and the fact that this year we've launched the ECIs, which are the European Cricket Internationals. They're tri-series that take place over 2 days at the end of our 2-week tours. That's really well bowled. You can see what I'm talking about there. Just have a look at where this bounces in relation to the batter's stance. So I think this bounces right between his feet. Bang. You see? That's the length. If you can bowl there, you're going to have a good time. Not easy. You've got kind of a 1 metre window, normally, maybe even less, between the batter's feet. Last ball of the over. Well, this is smashed. And again, he just misses his length, and that one has gone a long way. It plonks over the boundary, end of the over, 72 without loss. Well, sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. And when you don't, bad stuff happens. Look at that bounces in relation to the one earlier in the over. So 5 overs down, 72 without loss. Yeah, talking with the internationals, we will have the ECIs coming up on the 20th and 21st of May. So it's starting in only 6 days' time. We'll have Austria as well as the Czech Republic and Hungary taking part in that tri-series. Squads around, actually. We might be able to bring them to you pretty shortly. Of course, have 2 weeks in Bulgaria. After that, 2 weeks in Sweden, in Stockholm, in the middle of June. And then I think our next stop after that is Romania. So, yeah, plenty of great cricket coming up. Hopefully you can join us here for more and more action. Just having a look at who's up next. It's Kanaga Hamdard. Well, you can see there, yeah, the rain, I think it has gotten a little bit heavier, you know. So, time for another spin option. They haven't broken this opening partnership yet. It's a bit of a gift first up. That's going to be cracked for 4. And probably about a knee-high full toss. I like this shot selection from Asif, who doesn't try and drag it. He just goes through the line of the ball, and the result's a boundary. Hamdard probably is going to have a few problems gripping the ball. He won't be the only one. Don't know if he's got a new towel or not. Asif up to 42. It's better because it drops into more or less the block hole. It's just chopped away into the pitch by Asif. He moves to 43 on the verge of his 4th half century of the series. He's been so consistent, hasn't he, for ACT. Probably maybe just having a word to Kanaga about making sure he gets out of the way after he delivers the ball. Oh, this is up and it is dropped. It was a pretty difficult catch in any conditions, really, because it was low, it was dipping. Credit to Abdul Nasser there, who he gets down, he tries to cradle the ball. Mirza does murder a cricket ball, doesn't he? Gets to him quickly, just kind of bursts through the fingers. So Mirza Hassan has a life on 31. Really well bowled. Good area there. Kind of had him and Asif in 2 minds, didn't he? Whether to go forward or back. It wasn't an easy ball to get down and drive because it was always going to bounce quite a lot. You could see where the keeper actually took it. It was kind of right up chest, shoulder height, because it took off his pitch. Oh, Kanaga, maybe sponsored by Pierre Cardin. Got a good look at them there. Turns this into a full toss. Proactive stuff. It's going to be 4 because Bellas stepped over the boundary. Yeah, Bilal just kind of loses his bearings here. You'll see this one not even close. He actually steps over the line 2 feet. And I think he knows it. So that'll be a boundary to Imran Asif. He'll move to 47. And ACT continue to plunder. I suppose the thing with these conditions with the light rain is if one team has to field in it, it's only fair the other team has to field in it as well, and that's what they'd be saying. Cricketers at this stage. Oh, gets back, I think. This is like a charge where he kind of realizes he's going to miss it before anyone else. Have a look here. He slides back kind of ahead of where he needed to be. Yeah, so well done by Imran Asif. Good heads-up play. It will be the end of the over. It's 82 without loss after 6. So Imran Asif, 47 off 24. And Mirza Hassan, 32. Just a 3 extras so far, but that score is pretty healthy. 137 pace at the moment. Again, just keeping an eye on the rain. It's tough because you want to give it a chance to clear, don't you? Now, with 4 overs to go. Just changing out the ball. Maybe one that's a bit dry. It'll be of a similar age. New bowler here. It'll be Samagol Masal. So we'll get another spin option. It makes sense to kind of bowl bowlers with shorter run-ups. I think in these conditions where the faster guys probably get that front foot potentially slipping if they're going too hard into their stride. Here we go with the 7th. Well, that's a bit of a gift, and really the leg spinner is going to have a tough time in these conditions. I think we got our first wheat retrieval. Maximo Mirza gets one he gets a good look at. I mean, it's almost on the way down the second time, isn't it? That's batting practice. And well, that's not Imran Asif bowing to worship Mirza. I think he's just doing the shoelace. And it can't be an easy shoelace tie in these conditions either. It's very greasy. Samagol Mesal, I mean, does he stick with a kind of orthodox leg spin, or does he maybe push a few through? Searching for accuracy. Well, he loses the towel. And I suppose that'll be a dot ball. It's another one of those ones that I think the batter would have recourse to say, hey, I'm not really happy with the towel falling out in the delivery stride. Still, it's a much better ball from Samagol Mesal. Well, he's on the charge this time. He lifts this up and out of here. Maximo! Magical Mirza, the Hulk, does it again. In fact, he might even beat Imran Asif to the half century at this stage. He's only one hit away. 44 off 15 balls. Yeah, it's going to be a tough time. I mean, I suppose finger spinners might have a slightly easier time with the control here rather than the over-the-wrist spinners. When the towel hits the turf, that's not good either, is it? 94 now. ACT, their top three just continue to pile on the runs in this series. Better ball, doesn't matter, and that will bring up Mirza Hassan's 50. Maximo! And he brings it up off just 16 balls. He continues to have a really consistent series, Mirza Hassan, with 5 Maximos and 3 4s, and you can see where he's hit the ball. He's got that 1-6 over third man, but I mean, apart from that, you can see hitting in that mid-wicket region. Also a few runs through the covers. He's powerful, but he's also pretty technical the way he hits the ball. It also brings up the 100 partnership for ACT, and cricketers still searching for their first wicket here on day 7. Well, there's the towel coming out again. Well, slightly mishandled first up with Javi, but it'll just be a single. Well, I've heard of the expression throwing the towel in. It's a bit early for that. I mean, 2 teams still have to bat, and just think about some of the batting cricketers have as well. You've got Bilal Zalma up the top. You've got Mesam listed to open as well. Basir at 3. Like a Zalma at 4, the hero the other day. Even someone like the Wild Thing, David Sudran. There goes the towel again. Doesn't matter, because this is going to be 4. And this will bring up Imran Asif's 50. And, well, there you go. I don't know if he's rocking the baby. I think he's actually just drying the bat. But you can see that both these batters are so dominant. And that's his 4th 50 of the series. 8 4s in there, 2 Maximos. Imran Asif continues to plunder attacks here in this ECS Austria. Masal's gone for 19 now. This over is on the verge of going magical. Last ball coming up of the 7th. Oh, a little bit short. There goes the ball. There goes the bat. It's a race to the line. It's going to be 4. Wow. How about this? And you can see that the bat's disappeared. The ball's disappeared. The over's now disappeared. It's disappeared for 23. And that's another good reason for the keeper to wear the helmet. Don't know how much it protects you from the flying bat. Anyway, end of 7, 105 without loss. Hey, let's have a look at the ECI squads. I think they have been released. And let's go to the Austrian squad first up. Shigwa, I'm sure, will lead Austria. Got plenty of names, actually, in this series that are there as well. Javi Sadran, for example. You've got Sahil Zadran, who's been playing for Donnerstadt. Umar Tariq, who's playing in this game right now. You've got Dida. Mirza Hassan, who's batting right now. Looking up and down, I don't see Imran Asif in there, which surprises me. Maybe it's an availability issue, but a pretty experienced side. Just looking over the other sides, of course, Aaron Ashokan for Czech Republic, top of the list. You also got the beast there, Sinesh Wickramasekara. He's one to watch out for. And the tank, Riddick Toma. You've got Davitsi, who's playing for Donnerstadt in this series, playing for Czech Republic. Hungary as well, kind of rebuilding phase for them, but still a lot of players to watch out for. And yeah, that's coming up on Saturday, so watch out for that. Zishan Kukigel, of course, he'll always be a key player, won't he, for Hungary. So Austria-Hungary, a lot of history on and off the cricket field. And a bit of history on the cricket field as well. Start of a new over. And Safi comes in. Really good sliding stop there. That's excellent work. Might be Shahab Khan out there. That saves the boundaries. There's been a couple of these I think have been really good that have saved 3 runs. Just the 2 banners being used, but they're doing the trick, aren't they, at the moment? 148 pace. Yeah, well bowled. A little bit of induct there. Just have a look at this when it deviates left to right. That's kind of what does Imran Asif. Good keeping as well. Not easy conditions for anyone, including the men behind the stumps. Slight adjustment for Asif as well, just getting that helmet right. I mean, these two have been neck and neck, haven't they, in the 50s. I don't think anyone will have a chance at 100 here, partly because they've shared the strike. But yeah, just a lot of runs in these conditions. That's kind of been surprising. We saw it on Friday. Almost identical conditions then. Oh no. I know he charges, but I still think it's high. It's been called. Thing is, yeah, yes, he charges, but I don't think that's coming down in time. You see where he hits it. If you track that, I still think it's waist high. It's got about a metre and a half to travel. I think if you're in doubt, you got to call it. So free hit coming up. Asif maybe regretting his actions to charge anyway. Safi got to deliver it. Pretty good free hit ball. It's low and he couldn't quite get under it. But just cost him a single, so he gets out of jail. Mirza. Strange to say, I mean, he's been a little bit tempered in a way, but he still scored 52 off 18 balls. Goes straight, goes pretty long, beats the fielder. That one's out of here. Maximo! Probably not quite out of the screws, but he is so powerful, isn't he? And the result, another 6 to the ACT side, who are running away with it at the moment. Mirza retakes the lead, 58-52. Now this one is, again, highish. Doesn't quite carry to Basir. This one for me probably is all right. It's on the border. Yeah, I think that's just below for me. We'll have a look at it again. See, slightly crouched, heading down. I think that's probably the highest you can bowl without it being a no ball, to be honest. Again, well done by the officials to have a quick look at it. They make that determination. Still probably not exactly where Safi wanted it. Last ball, the over coming up. No, it won't be. That'll be a wide. Still only 11 off this over. I say only. And ACT on a run of big scores batting first. I think that's why we see them win the toss and bat this morning. It's a kind of morning that maybe in the past you'd see teams wanting to bowl first, but I don't think they're going to change their plans. There have been runs in these conditions. Slightly missed time by Imran Asif, but he will get a single. He'll retain the strike as we get to the end of the 8th over. The score is 117 without loss. Pretty consistent scoring and kind of just bobbling around that kind of 14s run rate. Seems like we're heading for a 140 score, you'd imagine. It's still plenty of batting to come. We haven't even seen Naki Bikbal get the skipper. We've got Hassan Yusuf at 4, Umar Tariq at 5, and they've all been hitting the ball fairly well. Hassan Yusuf probably the only one that's been a little bit off in this series, but still a couple of lusty blows yesterday. So it looks like they're going to go back to Basir Khan. Done pretty well with the time as well. About 5 minutes to bowl this over. Shouldn't be any problems at all there. Yeah, Dave just noticing they seem to be racing each other with the scores, these two. You've got Mirza and Asif both in the 50s. Mirza slightly outscoring Imran at the moment, but he'll get to face up here in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. They've gone back to Kanaga Hamdard. He steps down the pitch and he goes bang, Maximo, and just like that he catches him. 59 apiece. Yeah, it's a good old-fashioned horse race between these two. Yeah, not the worst ball. I love the confidence to charge and not really worry about the possibility of missing it. There's only one time that Asif has kind of charged and reneged on it and slid back into his crease. 123 now, still no wickets on day 7. Bowled. Gets it up there. Man's been fairly busy. Abdul Nasir Baba Kakao. Just walk a single. Asif the first to reach 60, but he might be joined there soon the way things are going. Musa Hassan on 59. 10 balls to go in the innings. Steps across, probably wants to elevate, but he's a little bit late on it, so it's along the ground, down to long on. 60-60. That was the old version of limited overs cricket. I think that's what they played in the first place. 60-60. Don't think you see too much of that cricket anymore. 12 overs a bowler. Charges, but kind of yorks himself here, Imran Asif. I think Hamdard's bowling pretty well in these conditions at the moment. It'll be really interesting to see when the teams switch over if ACT have a bit more luck curbing the bats, because cricketers also have some very, very attacking players in their top order. He plays that on length and he gets it. He throws everything at it, Mirza, and it's almost an outstanding catch by Nazrullah as he went about 10, 15 metres over the boundary. Thought about launching, didn't he? It was Mirza that launched originally. And look at this, he's thinking about it and he goes, you know what? Probably not the time. I'll save it up. But still 6 more than the total. That might have broken his bat. Yeah. Looks like he's cracked it, Mirza. And he's going to have to replace it. You never want to replace your bat after a 6. He's going to. Mirza. He's a pretty imposing figure. I think of some of the players that we'll see in the ECIs. He's one that I can't wait to see in an Austrian shirt again. But he's got this wrong. It's in the air, and it's not an easy catch. And it's caught. Oh, that's a proper trampoline job, isn't it, from Shahab Khan. I often say if you're going to drop it upwards. Yeah, just needed someone to come in for the spike, volleyball style. But Mirza, he's going to have to go. He's the first wicket of the day for 66 of 23. And there you see it goes left hand, right hand pops up. And yeah, a little wry smile, but Mirza is off to the races here on day 7. Well, the new bat, not giving him too much love, but he has cracked 7 sixes in that innings, scoring at 287. You can see how much it means to his teammates. He's built a very healthy total already here in the first match of the day. Akib comes to the crease. 9 overs down, 132 for 1. Well done to Hamdard. I think he bowled a really good over there. Getting things back under control. Okay, Shaw goes for 15, but he does get the big wicket of Mirza. It's not easy for anybody, like we said. Yeah, Dave. So Mirza cracked it, yeah, literally. Imran Asif still there to deal with. It'll be Safi to bowl the last over. 10th overtime. First one dragged out. Okay, big bowl. He's eyeing off at 2. He probably knows it won't be an easy run out to execute. He's exactly right. That's pretty unselfish as well from Aki Iqbal. He pretty much risks a diamond duck to get Asif back on strike. He knows that there's not really 2 here time-wise, but he also knows what will have to be completed to run him out. Need a good throw a clean pickup, and then the bowler to break the stumps. And really just never came together. Ooh, now he tries to get a little bit funkalicious, but I'm going to see if this is just a sign he's getting bored and he's played every shot in the book. So now he's saying, you know what, I haven't done this yet, and probably doesn't matter if I get out now. Still think you want to maximise your output here. We saw 163 chased down on Friday night. So far, the evidence would say it's not easy to remove the top order. He'll stand here and he'll blast this, I think. He charges and he nails it. That one is going, and gone. Maximo! Well, Imran, I'm no batting coach, but maybe leave the cute stuff out, because when you can do this, you don't need to be mucking about. And for the third time in the series, he's almost reached 70. He's 69 now. He scored back-to-back 70s. Exactly 70s as well. You might leapfrog it here, though. Oh, I think it's a wide, you know, because it misses the leg stump. The bowler's saying, hey, how's that a wide? And the short answer is it misses the leg stump. Actually one for height, just below. But yeah, that's the rule. It's a very clear rule, and it provides clarity for the umpires, for the players. Even though it's unlucky for Safi, he hits the stump, obviously he's bowled him, but just misses the target. Steps across and hits it pretty hard. Won't be easy for the fielders. Bill comes across. Akib, really good job, because he gets back to the danger end quickly. And Asif, well, he won't reach 70 exactly this time, because he hustles back for his 71st run. Let's have a look at Akib Iqbal here. He's just a good player. He does all the little things right, and he's so unselfish. He comes down, and Imran is actually the one in more trouble with a slightly better throw, but not easy to throw in these conditions either. 2 to come. Well, he gets across, and he does get a little bit delicate this time, and that's going to go for 4. So he reaches 75, and he's up. He's got his highest score of the series so far, Imran Asif. And that's one that kind of follows the batter there, doesn't he? Safi, maybe, you know, you got the base and middle stump. You probably bowl him there. That's a risk to take, but it's also risky to bowl at him, because Imran's seeing him so well. He's still able to make a boundary out of it. Last ball of the 10 coming up. Oh, well bowled. I think, well. I don't like the call. Let's have a look at. Is it over his head or not? I don't know. This will tell the story. It's not one that they'll probably. Yeah, maybe it is, you know, at the crease. Yeah, umpire's call. Umpire's call. I think he's so far back. I think that's umpire's call there. I think it maybe is grazing the top of his helmet at the crease. All right, Akib's off to the races here. He won't face the ball in the innings. And Imran says, well, you know what? I'm persisting with the funky stuff. That one's lost in the wheat. And, yeah, it'll be a really, really good finish. Imran Asif, who's going to finish on 79 not out. And nobody except the top 2 face all the balls here in the first innings of the day on match 7. Imran finishes 79 not out. Mirza with 66. And they do reach the 150 milestone again off the very last ball. 152 for 1 off the 10 overs. Let's roll the videotape. In slightly drizzly conditions. Here's the bowlers once again having a hard time here at the Saban Cricket Ground, as the imposing opening pair of Imran Asif and Mirza Hassan got about the work. 48 came off the power play. It was probably one of the cleanest pieces of fielding we saw in the 10 overs as well. But plenty of sixes hit, that's the thing. 11 sixes in the innings, so yeah, maximum rate 11 is pretty good in the 10 overs. We also saw 13 fours hit. And yeah, the bowlers, I don't think they did a super bad job considering, but I mean, this is one of the cases of 2 batters being in, staying in, having the power, having the technique. I suppose they had a bit of luck along the way as well, this occasional edge. Even that one where Bilal found himself the wrong side of the border. I like the bowling of Kanaga Hamdard, to be honest, but he doesn't have a lot to show for it. His overs went for 10 and 15. This wasn't the greatest delivery from Samagol Mesan first up, dragged it down. It was never going to be easy for the leg spinner either. And even the good balls, that's the thing, even the good balls, the players were in, they had their eye in, they were backing themselves. The strategy of ejecting the towel wasn't even working either for Masson. And you can see, in the end, literally throwing the bat at everything. It was probably good the fielder was chasing the ball then. The ball won the race to the boundary. And yeah, late in the piece, we just saw the assault continue into the second half, didn't we? Like I say, I think that Kanaga Hamdard bowled pretty well. But not much to show for it. This was the only wicket of the innings. It's a dropped it then caught it moment. Nice work by Shahab Khan. So Hamdard did have a wicket, I suppose, the only wicket of the innings. Then Iqbal was pretty clever the way he came out, and he risked his wicket to keep Imran Asif on strike. And it was just the ticket, as the last one went magical. 20 came off the last. They go from 132 to 152. And setting up a big target. I mean, we saw a bigger total chased on Friday night. 153 will be the target. 152 for one, the final score. Like I said, all the balls faced by the top two. Imran Asif, 79 off 38. Mirza Hassan, 66 off 23. And Innings saw 11 sixes and 13 fours, so just continued to pick up the boundaries despite the best efforts of the bowlers. And it will be very interesting to see the teams cross over and see if ACT can do any better, because yeah, the bowlers have had a real rough time in these greasy conditions. 1 for 25, Hamdard. I suppose you got to say he's the best of the bowlers. They'll like the work of Bilal Zamai, bowled a really good fourth over. It was the only over that didn't contain a boundary, and he finished with decent figures as well, of none for 24 of 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll take you into the second half of this game. It's a big chase, but I think cricketers, they've got the talent, they've got the attitude to do it. 153 they'll need. It will go into one of our Hall of Fames for one of the biggest chases if they can pull it off. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great Sunday so far. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Vienna. Sunday action here on the European Cricket Network. Day 7 of this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN. And we are getting ready for the second innings. The first game of the day, first of 5 today, is match number 31. Austrian Cricket Tigers taking on Cricketer CC. And in the first half of this game, it was the Austrian Cricket Tigers captain, Akib Iqbal, who won the toss. He elected to bat. Turned out to be a good toss to win. They've piled on 152 for 1 in the 10 overs. Just the 2 batters required to face all the deliveries in the first 10 overs of the day. Imran Asif and Mirza Hassan scoring half centuries and hitting the ball very crisply. And look, difficult conditions for the bowlers to control, difficult conditions for the fielders. We just saw 1 catch held in the first 10 overs. But that's the situation, isn't it? But the cricketers, they'll have the right of reply, won't they? And if their batters can do something similar, they are very capable of chasing this down. 153 be one of the biggest chases we've seen, but we've already seen a 164 chase completed on Friday night. Hassan Yusuf is going to open the bowling, and he's been really good at shutting the gate in these kind of situations when ACT have put big runs on the board. He's been able to come out there and just restrict the scoring from the get-go. Bilal Zalmai, really attacking player. Samagol Mersal, similarly. Basit Khan at 3, Zalmai at 4. I mean, they've got the hitters, don't they? It's just a matter if they click or not. If they lose early wickets, if ACT are able to get past the top 4 early, I think it'll be pretty tough. Hassan Yusuf bowled really well, opening the bowling in the ECL as well, the Champions League of European Cricket that ACT qualified for the 2022 edition. He's normally very, very accurate, but let's see how he goes. 153 to win. Here's the first ball. Dragged down. Bilal doesn't get it quite out of the middle. He'll get a run. That's first one of the innings. Yes, I think that was just probably a little bit shorter than Hassan Yusuf was after. Shabazz, as he's known colloquially. Wow, there we go. It's short. Misal just threw the shot before he started. I suppose with the spinner, it's easier to pull than cut, even though this is on the off stump. But yeah, just mistimes it. A couple of misfires first up to what I think were hittable deliveries. Wind again, normally left to right on your screen, so a lot of balls have been flying over the leg side to the right-handers. This time, bit of extra bounce, hanging in the air, doesn't carry. Nasri Tariq was herring in from extra cover. He wasn't able to get there on the full. So it's the extra bounce that he gets here. Just have a look at this takeoff. That's why he's kind of late on it. It's high up the bat. In fact, he's lucky he mishits it so well because it doesn't carry to the fielder. Oh, nicely executed sweet shot from Bilal Zalmai. That'll be 4. And I think Bilal knows that Hassan Yusuf isn't going to turn the ball, especially on this skiddy surface. It's just going to kind of come in and keep coming in. Played that really well. That's the orthodox sweep in the first boundary of the innings. When you've got a problem like this, you've got to break it up into smaller problems. So 15 and over is achievable. I mean, we know 15 in and over is achievable is what I should say. 153 looks like heaps, and it is. But you just got to try and break it into smaller pieces. If you can get that 15 in the first over, maybe get to 30 off 2 overs. Try not to fall behind and have that required run rate climb. Tries it again. This time not quite out of the middle. It'll just be a single. Hello to Jeff, who is watching from Northern Ireland. Hopefully you're well. Anyone asking about the ground? It's 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. ECN standard, so pretty much a perfect circle, this ground. Doesn't change. One of the constants you'll see on ECN. Nice ball, the over, takes it on. Kind of gets in the gap, and this is going to be 4. So Masang gets his first boundary, and they pull something out of the fire in the first over. Not quite the 15 they wanted, but they do get 11. It's 11 without loss after 1. So we've gone 67 matches now without a golden ball. It looks like we might be swinging into the 70s today, but who knows? I mean, a lot of close contests on the cards. Maybe will break the streak. The last golden ball we had was the 30th of April, so we haven't had a May golden ball yet. And we're 2 weeks into May today, so let's see if it happens. It's always really exciting when it happens. Bit of golden ball news. I know that the Estonian women's T10 kicked off yesterday, the first ever Estonian women's T10, and guess what? It finished in a golden ball. So how about that for the first ever match? And so, yeah, Terry and all the crew there in Estonia letting me know about that. Hello to Ragnar as well. She was on the winning team. She presents all the videos for Estonian cricket. I do watch them from time to time, watching some of the highlights. Unfortunately, the Hippos went down. Noticed that. Talon Hippos, one of my favourite names for a cricket team. And Dave was asking me, how did I get named Mr. Maximo? Well, Maximo is basically what I call a 6. We had our first tournament in Spain, so had a Spanish for maximum. And I suppose that led to this nickname. It's a wide. Gillick Bale, again, doesn't like it, but it's clear wide. Yeah, so I never set out to have the nickname Mr. Maximo, but it just stuck. That's how nicknames work, I guess. See Akib just kind of operating off a shorter run-up. I think that's sensible in these conditions. He can still generate kind of 80% of the pace, in my opinion, off about 6 steps. Yeah, so he's not really risking his delivery stride, so he's not hitting the pace, hitting the crease as hard. And I actually think it's, as we found when bowlers have been forced into this, it actually can work in their favour because there's just less that can go wrong. And the other thing is you're hustling through your overs now, so the batter doesn't have as much time to reset and kind of strategize. And before you know it, you're chewing up all kinds of deliveries. I mean, we're already halfway through this over. And that is as long as you can get it right as a bowler. And this one drifts onto the pads. It's going to disappear. Maximo! Bilal Zalma, we know he's a very, very attacking opener. Given the opportunity. This is just a slight error from Akib. Drifts into the leg stump, and it's a nonchalant flick away from Bilal. Trying to keep them in touch with this chase. And the problem there was just the line of the delivery. Akib's hair is holding up remarkably well in these conditions. And we know that's one of the most famous hairdos in European cricket. Slow ball as the cutter. That'll probably run away for 4 as well. So yeah, no luck for Akib Iqbal this occasion. It's a fairly safe delivery to bowl, you know, accuracy-wise. I think he does get it where he wants it. That's just bad luck, isn't it? That runs away for 4. Bilal Zalma will take it. Akib and Bilal have played some national cricket together, so it's probably a little wink from Bilal. It's the wide, swings away. Akib. I don't know what he's thinking. He's thinking, how come? But there's a clear wide again. Swung over the line. Still swinging around, interestingly. Despite the damp conditions and the ball getting a bit wet. This one, yeah, interesting, because we saw a kind of marginal one called for height earlier. Again, this one at the crease. Yeah, I mean, I think at the crease that's high, you know. Yeah, it's been called a wide. Yeah, that's a good call. I think got to be fair to both teams. Standing at the crease, it was over his head. Maybe it passed him. Just near top of the head, but he charged a bit. Last ball of the over then. I think that's okay. Akib finally gets the call. Bilal can't believe it. And it will take us to the end of the over. 24 without loss. Yeah, I don't think that gets any chalk. So, well, it's a lesson in persistence as we get to the end of the second over. 24 without loss. Let's have a look at the table. Austrian Cricket Tigers up in second place. 5-2 record. But Cricket SEC, if they could pull this off, they'll have their 5th win. And Pat Wright is holding that 4th spot with the point that they got in the washout on Friday. Only the top 4 out of 11 teams will qualify for the semi-finals on Friday. Then it's a straight 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Winners into the final. Yusuf comes back. 11 came off his first over. Well bowled. Just a little bit of a variable bounce that skids through. Goes under the bat of Samagol Mesal. Tries to take it leg side predictably. You can see The swing path was too high. Just kind of falling behind marginally, aren't they? Goes after this, didn't quite get it, and it's caught. Well, that's an excellent catch on the boundary. Messam went after it. He didn't quite get to the pitch, but he went through with the shot anyway, and he kind of had to, didn't he? And he just didn't get enough on it. You see the wrist there coming into play, but Akib takes a brilliant catch in these conditions. There's no easy ones. That could have easily been dropped over for 6. But Messam is going to be the first wicket to fall. He goes for 5. And cricketers lose their first. It's 24 for 1. Well bowled as well by Yusuf, who does the trick again, building the pressure with the dots. There's the false shot. Wasn't the worst shot ever from Samagon Messam, but he is the first man to go. Well, John Gray's in the chat. Hello, John. He's saying good morning, everyone. Saying he's having a quick fix of cricket before heading out to watch Rennes versus Troyes in the Ligue 1 this afternoon in France. Well, hopefully you have a great day. I know that we've been staying with one of the Graz football teams. I think the Graz Athletic Club staying in our hotel. They've got a big game this afternoon. It was nice to see them at breakfast. They're playing in the 2nd division here in Belgium, in the 2nd tier. Javid Zadran comes out and he swings around the first one, which kind of beats the inside edge of the bat. So again, you can't really play for turn with Arsene Yusuf. He's just going to skid on. If anything, he comes into you. So you've got to play him that way. It's a bit counterintuitive because you would expect the ball to maybe straighten a touch, but it rarely does. Once again, inside edge, picks out the field, and there's no runs. This is a brilliant over. There's been no runs off this over so far in 4 deliveries. You have one of these overs, and you're making it real tough to catch up. Zadran, well, guess what? He's going to try and smash this. Does. Again, clunks it, but he'll get a single. He's off the mark. But still a brilliant over from Arsene Yusuf. As we see an innovative stopping technique from Takira Sif. Last ball of the over. Bilal, he must be feeling the pressure now. They've fallen about 18, 19 runs behind where they should be. Last ball from Arsene Yusuf. Again, Bilal Yorks himself. He wants a run that's not there. We're going to have a run out surely. Well, he's absolutely cooked this one. And I know the bails come off, but then he never knocks the stumps over. The bails come off when he knocks it with his pads here. Ahmed Chowdhury. Let's have a look. Yeah, have a look. Bilal wants to run. There's actually not a run there at all. He knocks it with the hands before he has the ball. In fact, he's pretty much never got the ball. So, yeah, you'll see it here as well. It won't be out. So, a life. And they don't get a run off that. 25 for 1 off 3. Yeah, here's the thing with that. I mean, Bilal wants there to be a run there, but, I mean, there wasn't a run there. He was almost certainly going to cause Javid Zadran to be run out. As it is, it was only a bit of a blooper. That meant that there wasn't an out. Anyway, you see the comparison of the power plays. ACT 48 without loss at this stage. Cricketers 25 for 1 off their power play. So Javid will face up to his national teammate, Akib Iqbal. End of the power play, so 5 outfielders are allowed from this point onwards. Let's bring an extra player up. I like this. They brought the point up into the circle. So 4 infielders, 5 outfielders. 4th over. Oh, that one almost goes onto the stumps. And look at this. I mean, Zadran seems to be playing outside everything. Oh, it's gone bat, leg, back of the bat. Look at this. I mean, that could have easily gone back onto the stumps. Now, goes where there was a fielder, but there isn't one now. This could plonk, you know. Well, it does plonk, but it plonks, I think, the other side of the boundary. It's actually gone 1 bounce 4. Cuatro carreras. And kind of slashes away. And, yep. Let's check it out. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, no, that's 4. Yeah, it's a great shot of it. Just inside the boundary. 4 runs. Close though. Just the boundary they needed. They need more. They need a big hitting spree, really. This one, I think might have been out if it was hit. Again, they take on a run. Maybe a bit of an inside edge on that one. So Javid Zadran will get a run. Bat onto pad, according to the umpire. Akib with a good turn and throw. I mean, it's a great test for the fielders. Again, the best fielders shine in these conditions, which are not easy. We've already seen Akib take a very good catch. Rate's gone up past the point of no return already. There's the cutter again. Slight miss hit, but it's into the gap. And Hassan Yusuf will come around, do the fielding, just a single. Hassan Yusuf took a remarkable one-hander yesterday, and he just came down on the boundary. His gluteus maximus actually grazed the rope just before the ball left his hand. That was a result of 6 runs, but I saw that appear in our social media at European Cricket. Keep an eye out for that. Zadran, you're trying to move things along. Again, not able to make contact. Just shows you, I mean, Akib Iqbal, I know it's not his natural runner, but again, the good players adjust, don't they? And he is such a good player. He's just basically coming on 4 steps. Last ball of the over. Can he dodge the boundary here, Akib? Well, he gets hit high, and it's going, and it's gone, so he doesn't. Maximo! Zadran finally clears the front leg, gets one out of the screws. And it was kind of higher than it was long, but it had the distance, slightly wind assisted, I think. End of the 4th, 37 for 1. And with this cricketer's side, I don't know. After what we saw the other night, we saw them hit 26 off the last 5 balls to win a game. Remarkable game. It's the Daredevils. So who knows if there's a team in this competition that can pull it off from here. You might be looking at them. I mean, still Waka Zalmai still to bat. So yeah, they're going to be uber aggressive. There's no excuse not to be, really. But you're dealing with a pretty good bowling attack, aren't you? With good variety. Akib Iqbal, okay, 25. If you look at it in the context of the game, he goes for less than the required rate. Even though I know I'll be disappointed that the last one disappears for 6. Hello to Yasir, who's watching in the chat. Wayne's in the chat as well. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, Wayne, supporting you the way you support us. Wishing you all the best, of course. Here's Imran coming on in the 5th. A little bit short. Pretty nice pull shot there. I think that'll be a boundary. Good batting from Bilal Zalmai. Just kind of plays the ball he receives. He doesn't get too proactive. Short of a length. It's a kind of shot, actually, that Imran Asif played really well in the first innings of this game. Finds the gap, gets 4. So like I said, you got a problem like this, you got to break it down into smaller problems. They'd want to be kind of high 50s, maybe 60 after this over. Not going to be easy, but now's the time to take those chances. You don't want to die wondering. He makes a big step back in the crosshair and it just kind of puts Imran off. He bails out. ACT have just done a better holding job so far. Oh, this time he gets it and gets it pretty good. Maximo! Well, 4 and 6 pickups. Dixon as cricketers picking up the pace here in the 5th. They need to. They need a big over to get them back near that required rate. He just plays that on length. Muscled it over mid-wicket for a Maximo. Bilal up and he's into his work. 27 off 13. Like I said, these guys, they're like chemicals you shouldn't mix together, but sometimes you do. And sometimes there's some big explosions. So far, they haven't quite got the concentration right, but could change at any moment. This time he's on the charge. He blasts it like a laser. Mother Nature slows it down by the time he gets out to the boundary. And it is Adnan Haider out there that does the fielding. Right, Javid Zadran's got a click though. You got Waka kind of lurking in the background. But Javid, he only knows one speed, and it's supersonic. So this will be an interesting contest. You see Javid Zadran probably sinking back in his crease, sneaking outside off stump by a stump or two. He's already there. And that's the kind of ball he wants. He drags it, but he will get 4. That's the power. Again, it's inside half of the bat, but it moves at a pretty fast speed. That's the wind assisted side. You can see the difference between that and the ball that got hit pretty hard to the offside. As everyone huddling together. This is European cricket, and it's, I won't say finest, but it's quite a typical scene here in Europe. And the players will rough it a bit more than some other places in the world. And again, cricketers, they got the right to reply. The 50's come up now in the 5th over. This over's worth 15 already. Shot. That's power from Zadran. Well, he's woken up Maximo. And I'm just so glad that that didn't go to a fielder, because that was a finger buster waiting to happen all the way over cover point. Look at the wrist speed here from Zadran. He just completely tattoos that cricket ball. We'll check it. It might have a flat side after that. And this is the magical over they wanted. 21 have come off the first 5 balls of it, and they're not done yet. This is exactly what cricketers were hoping for. That is a remarkable shot into the wind slightly as well from Javid Zadran. Last ball of the over coming up. Imran, can he get his man? Wow. All-time swing. I'd be going for the bye, but Bilal is snoozing. And didn't even notice. I think the keeper missed it. So it's the end of the over. And the score is 58 for 1. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to buy there because it would have kept Javid on strike, and he's the man with the hot hand. Just a reminder that there's plenty of international action on ECN this year as well. We have the fortnightly ECIs at the end of our 2-week tours. And also, of course, we've got the ECC. It's the Champions League. Well, it's actually the Euros of cricket, isn't it? With 31 countries represented this year. It starts on the 25th of September. Austria are going to be in Group D with the Ireland 11, as well as Hungary, Finland and Turkey. Austria and Hungary will be playing in the ECI in around about a week's time, joined by the Czech Republic. So that should be a really competitive series, I think. I was just chatting to some of my English friends, and I said, well, watch out for the Spain-Isle of Man clash in Group A. Don't forget when they met in the T20 International not too long ago. Spain bowled out Isle of Man for 10, and they chased it in 2 deliveries. Anyway, here's Umar Tariq, who's a pretty good second-half bowler, but he has been a little bit hit and miss. I don't think he's been that consistent with his line and length in this series so far. Here he is bowling the 6 to Bilal. Launches straight away. Going, and... Oh, 6. What a good effort, though. It'll be 6. He actually pulls it back, and it was fine, except that it bounces outside the rope the first time. Have a look at this. What an effort. What an effort. But there, the bounce is outside the line, and then it comes back in. Wow. Hassan Yusuf's been so good in that area. Now that's 2 heroic efforts that have resulted in 6. Oh, comes down, kind of yorks himself, but he's still hit pretty hard. Bit of an easier one for Hassan Yusuf this time. That was a remarkable attempt. And he does pull it back, but just not far enough. He takes off from inside the boundary, so when he touches it, it's fine. It's only 6 the moment that it hits the turf. Again, cricketers hanging on by a thread here. Steve saying they need a few magical overs. Morning, Steve. Hopefully you're well. Great to see you. I think it's probably missing. They decide to take it on. Oh, it's a great effort, actually, from the keeper. I mean, yeah, hits him probably in line with the leg, but I think that's sliding. And yeah, Bilal, I'm not positive he would have been in here, actually. Look at this. I think he would have been out if that had hit. Great effort from Chowdhury behind the stumps. He had an interesting day yesterday, particularly the last game we saw him. Can't quite get under this. So Umar Tariq recovered well after getting hit for 6 first ball, despite the efforts of Hassan Yusuf. Oh, Jeff saying the bar better be stocked for the Irish weekend. Yeah, that's the group that features Austria as well, Jeff. So take a good look at some of these players, including the batters and bowlers you're seeing. And anyway, this is going to be 4. Zadran continues his good form from the last over. This is not a terrible ball from Umar Tariq. Maybe a touch forward. I mean a touch, but he gets that inside edge on it. There's been so many balls challenging the inside half of Javid's bat. He will get 4 more. It's hard graft out there at the moment. This over's gone for 12. If you can get a 6 off this ball, you've pretty much got what you needed off the over. Anything less, that rate's going to climb. He goes for it and he gets it. Well, there you go. Maximo. Well, if Cricketers CC were a BG song from 1980, they'd be staying alive right now because they're just doing enough to stay in the contest. End of the over. It's 77 for 1 walking sticks, but they're not walking pace, they're running pace, and they need to stay that way. Zadran, after a slightly slow start, he's 32 off 14. Bilal Zalmai, 36 off 17. Still batting to come. They've listed Basir next, but I think we might see Waka Zalmai next, considering what happened on day 1. And Dave saying it's a good thing that championship will be in Spain. Yeah. Spain weather's normally pretty good around then. Probably talking mid-20s. Plenty of sunshine. Well, you never really know. All right. So like I said, you've got to break it into small chunks. Yeah, 77 on the board. So 19 and over. So you're looking at kind of getting to 96 this over to stay on pace. Imran Asif is going to get a second over despite going for 21 in his first. So interesting strategy to keep him on. Gets it right first up. And right up in the block hole. Bilal's considering it a second, which is relying completely on the fielding team not paying attention. I think there's only ever one there. Bat on the pad there, bat on the foot. Interesting game, hey? You've got good teams out there, especially in these conditions, which are remarkably batter-friendly, considering I wouldn't have thought it would be high scoring. But yeah, the batters just seem to have adapted better than the bowlers. No one's enjoying fielding, I think, in these conditions. Javid, can he continue his heater? Well, backs away. I don't know about that strategy. But he does get a single. The singles are fine for ACT. You don't see too many of these scores chased down. I think if they were to win this, it'd be in the top 6 chases. We saw the top chase the other day. 164 target achieved by Pat Riders with 4 balls to spare. Charges, bangs it. Has it got the distance? It does. That's got all the way. Maximo! Bilal is fighting. He's not going to go down quietly. If he has his way, they're not going to go down at all. They're up into the 80s. And every time it's creeping away, they seem to be able to find that boundary. And who knows? I mean, cricketers are the kind of team that could probably get, 40 runs in the last 2. They're not really in trouble as far as wickets lost. Plenty of batting to come. Imran Asif, they've been quiet until then in this over. Goes again. This was hittable, but he's gone. Great catching by Aqib Iqbal. That's 2 in this innings. It was just a slight miss hit from Bilal Zalmai. You could tell off the bat it wasn't clean. He was back in his crease. And again, these are the catches that can win you these cricket matches because it's difficult conditions. It's a greasy ball, but Aqib, like I said earlier, the good fielders can perform in any conditions. And he's a very, very good fielder. Bilal, though, brave effort from him. The captain contributes 43 off 20 balls, but he's the second wicket to fall. 85 for 2. And that run rate required has crept up to pretty much 20 and over now. They'll need a magical finish. Well, batter coming in at the moment is Waka Zalmai, and he was magical. He did something we've never seen before. Took more runs off the last over to win a game than we'd ever seen. As he took 26 off the last 5 balls, in fact. He was 26 off the last over. Missed the first one. And then just went on an absolute hitting spree. But he has no time to get in. That's the thing as well. Got 2 to come in this over. And I think, he has to kind of have the mindset that he's already batted a bit. I like his wiggling warm-up. And that'll help him slightly. Deep in the crease. Can we see lightning strike twice? So, well, maybe, because he just charges and he smacks it out of here. Well, wiggle it just a little bit. That one is out of here. Maximo! Well, that's a remarkable first ball. I mean, I love the replay of this. I'd love to see the replay of the little wiggle warm-up. And limbered him up nice. That's just incredible hitting to come off the bench and to deliver that one straight away. Dave's asking, why do they change bats? Well, I suppose in European cricket, you know, it's not easy to get the right equipment, get the high quality equipment. So yeah, some of the players will have favourite bats. They'll normally have less than one bat per player on average. So yeah, that's why some players have their favourites, and the favourites might be the favourites of more than one player. All right, last ball for Imran Asif, last ball of the 7th. Slow ball. Has a good look at it, but it's going to be a wide. It was slow enough that he could go and could almost read the writing of the Grizzly Bear as he goes over and inspects it and says, no, I'm not hitting that. Clever thinking by Asif. And is he forced to go back to the stock ball now? We know what happened last time. Last ball of the 7th, take 2. Wide. Zadran thinks about it, but didn't really get that far from the keeper. He wears it, I think. Chowdhury, have a look at this on the second bounce. Yeah, cops it in the arm. The keepers are pretty tough units. What do we think about this? It's been hovering, hasn't it? Last ball of the 7th, take 3. Oh, he mishits it. So I get a couple of wides off the last ball, but that's all they'll get. End of 7, score 90, 3 for 2. It means they still need 60 off the last 3. But like I said, they're the kind of team, they can do that. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. Looking forward to cricketers being out there again. I'm sure they're going to enjoy the back-to-back matches, taking on Indian CC Vienna in the second match of the day. You're watching cricketers right now, so let's talk about ICCV. Mount Chima, one of my favourite players to watch, top of the order. Very mouthy keeper, but he also lets his bat do the talking sometimes. You also got Ranjit Singh up there, who is a powerful striker of the ball. You got Carney at 3. Kunal Joshi looked really good the first time we saw him in the series as well. Harmeet Singh, he's a bit of a wild card in the middle. And I know that Indian CC Vienna, they're playing catch-up as far as games played, but they are undefeated. They're 2-0, and that game will be starting in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Should be a good one. Tune in. As if Saluja, also pretty effective for ICCV in their first 2 games operating with the ball. Shrug said, I was last ball jinxing Asif. Well, maybe that was by design to keep this game alive. Takir Asif comes on for the first time. He starts with a wide. So Zadran and Zalmai, they might be at the end of the alphabet, but they are not at the bottom end of aggressive batters. They both like to go after pretty much everything. So again, 20 and over, you're trying to get, 113, 114 here. That's where you want to be at the end of this over. Probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to skate away, and it's really good fielding. And I like the strategy there from Adnan Mahmood. He throws it before he crosses the line. So he says, look, I want to get rid of this. Once I get rid of it, doesn't really matter where I go, because it was always going to be hard to change direction there. So I'll just be a long single. You can see Adal Afzal coming in, just with a few words. But yeah, everything's fine as far as that boundary stop. Clear. Anyway, Maka Zalmai on strike. And he smacks one out of the ground. Maximo! I don't think that was Adal Afzal's advice that he was giving him, because that was in the slot. If you asked Maka Zalmai where you want the ball, it'd be around here. It's just, kind of on a good length, kind of angled in. It's not too wide. Didn't have to fetch it from too far. He's come in. He's 12 off 3. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf said. He's faced 3 balls. 2 of them have gone over the ropes. So remember what I said, end of this over, they want to be around the 115 mark, around that mid-1-teens to stay on track, just trying to keep the game alive. This would be a remarkable chase if they could pull this off. And we're so far behind. But yeah, Adal Afzal, we might be taking over here. Let me see what's going on. It looks like they're going to change the bowler here. It must be that Takir Asif has suffered an injury or is uncomfortable bowling. I don't know. I think he can do it just from being uncomfortable. I think it has to be a genuine injury. He's deciding he's going to continue now. Okay. So, we're seeing people running everywhere. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I can tell you the hundreds come up for cricketers with that shot. 52 off 16. Zalmai, can he keep it going? Well bowled, that's not a wide. And you can see Javid, when throwing up his hand, saying, hey, have a go at it. I mean, it's the perfect delivery from Takia, really, because it actually just comes back in at the last moment, but it does come back in. If Zalmai was hot, he's now red hot. He's itchy for another one. Steps across. See, I don't think that's a wide. It's good umpiring. And it's because he steps before the ball's bowled. So how far does he step? Probably 2 stumps outside, and that just, catches the outside edge of the line. So that's good umpiring according to the playing conditions. I think everyone knows. I've got my feelings on whether the line should move at all, just for simplicity. But I think under the current conditions, that's a very good call. Again, pretty well located. Drilled down to long off for 1. So Takira Sif's come back really well after that early blow. He's gone a ... 1 here. Now we're talking kind of 4 a ball territory. Even cricketers, surely they can't pull this off. Oh, this one is going to be 4. It might have still been a wide because it was so wide, but Javi doesn't care. He throws the hands at it, and he gets a boundary. And a good way to finish the over. Although the over only costs 13. I say only because that's a lot less than they need at this stage. So it's 106 for 2 off 8. Let's see where we're at here. I think we're okay for time. We've got about 5 minutes to bowl this over. 47 required off the last 12. So it's kind of go magical or go home here in the 9th. I think if you're Aki Bikbal now, you're bowling who you think the better of the 2 options is. You're bowling them now to try and put the game to bed. Probably Umar Tariq's the only option, just because Takura Sif will most likely come back for the last over, I imagine. So, Umar Tariq, his first over went for 18. I mean, even an 18 here would probably be fine. I'm going to go as far as to say that I don't think you can do this. 47 off 2 overs. I'm almost certain that you can't do this. Anyway, here's the 9th. Oh, well bowled, Umar Tariq. He's the kind of bowler that he's been in this situation plenty of times before, even though he's quite a young player. 46 off 11. Somebody has to go absolutely bananas here to get a run of 3, 4, maybe even 5 sixes and all 4s. Well, that's asking for it. It's going to get it. It's a shin high full toss. Moseys across and sends it out of the ground. Maximo. Oh, Javid Zadran gets what he wants, and he does what he wants. Straight over the square leg umpire's hat. And yeah, that's gone miles. And the umpire just saying, hey, don't even bother chasing that. Let's get a new one out there. Zadran to 44 off 18, 40 off 10. Staying, that minuscule chance staying alive. Goes again, hits it hard. It pretty much picks out the fielder. Oh, and a slight fumble, I think. Oh, I mean, I know you don't want an out here, but Zadran's got the hot hand. I think I probably would have taken that on. Again, see the slight fumble. If they'd gone straight away, hits the feet about 3 times there. It'll just be a single. Now you're relying on Waka Zalmai to do what he did the other day. 39 off 9 required. He mishits it up in the air. Fielder comes in, takes the catch. That's a brilliant piece of work out there because there's no easy catches today. And that's Adal Afzal that takes the catch. Made it look easy, but it wasn't easy. And so, yeah, they don't take the 2. Waka Zalmai doesn't get it in the middle. He's just gone a little bit cold after a super hot start. Loses his shape. Ends up skewing offside. And cricketers, there's that last roll of the dice because he goes for 14 and score 114 for 3. Still a very, very exciting game. Still seeing plenty of runs despite these conditions. Often we say, these conditions, ball gets a bit heavier, harder to hit further. Well, tell that to the batters we've seen this morning. We've already seen 267 runs in this game. So, what are we at? We're at 8 balls left, 39. I mean, even if you bang 2 sixes here and you got a new batter, Basia, who is a powerful hitter, but you got to go bang, bang, and you still need 27. That's kind of what they did last time. Anyway, no time to settle. Who met Tariq? Well bowled. Can't do too much with that. Knocks it out for 1. Cricket has been brave here. Remember, they're a team that had a really strong start to the tournament before going down to Grants Cricket Academy in a bit of a shock result. But we know they're a bit like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Last ball of the 9th coming up. Tariq's shut the gate here. Just 9 in this over, plus this. Well, it's hit, and it's hit pretty far. Maximo! Well, Zadran brings up his 50, and he does it in style. 51 off 20 balls. Again, he's been really brave out there, taking chances. He's such a talented player, the wild thing. And he can be very proud of that half century. But he has to head to the other end right now. Now, with 32 off 6, it's a tough one because you can't really eat a single. Then you'd have to be absolutely perfect. As you can see, Zadran has been really powerful in front of the wicket. Been pretty good over point and cover point as well. That's what I think was one of the features of his batting here when he goes the other way. But, I mean, you really can't have a dot. I mean, if you get a 1, then Javid has to be perfect. You're really hoping Basir can get hot here somehow. Takira Asif, 13 off his first over. It'd have to be a new record and a huge record if they could go supersonic in the last. 32 required. And I think they'll get the 1 here. So now it's Maximo or bust. 5 sixes takes you to a golden ball. And even with a player as hot as Zadran right now, as Corey would say, there's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. But still, 1 at a time. That's what you're telling yourself here. It's like a 6 off the last ball situation as a batter, but you just got to do it again and again. Oh, he hits it very hard, but it's going to be 4, I think. And it's a good result, believe it or not, for ACT. I mean, that is absolutely tattooed. It's probably good bowling. Check it out here. It goes low, through the hands, and then bouncing and over the line. So, well, it makes it real tough now, no matter what happens. This will be another 4. But Javid batting with a broken heart now, but the run's still flowing up to 130. What a game. I mean, again, hats off to the players. They're really difficult conditions. It's the same for both teams, I know. But it's a bit of a slogfest. I think, and I know, actually, we've got the toughest cricketers in the world out there. They're going out there and I suppose trying to perform to the best of their abilities despite the uncomfortable nature of having to play in the constant mist and the drizzle. 23 off 3, you're relying on a no ball 6 or something. And it gets a little edge, and that'll probably go for 4 as well. So he's up into the 60s, but there's no real histrionics now. Cricketers, they know, barring an absolute miracle, they're not going to get there. But Javid, he's played a very, very good hand. And Takir, his figures have taken a bit of a pasting in this last over, but he won't care. Tigers look like they're going to hold on to that second spot for now at least. Couple to come. Well bowled. Takir thinks better of it. So Zadran's not even going to run here. He'll just take a dot. So last ball coming up. 134 for cricketers. Look, it's been a really brave effort. Here is the last ball. He doesn't get too much on it. Runs away for 1. They might get a 2 here. Throw might be interesting. So it'll be 2. 136. And they'll go down by 16 runs in the end. Final score, ACT 152, Cricketers 136. Really good effort by both teams, I've got to say. Especially, don't forget Cricketers, they have to back up in the second game of the day. And you can see, let's shout out to the players and, of course, the umpires who I think put on a good show there. Look, I think when it comes down to it, the difference was, I think, holding a couple of catches. Lucky Bickball with a couple of catches, only 16 runs between the teams, and it just meant the new batters came out and they weren't able to really go at the right the right rate. I don't know. Javi's trying to get the helmet off. I don't know if everyone's helping him or trying to choke him, but you can see that, you've got to love the player group here in Austria. They're providing tremendous entertainment to all our viewers around the world. Let's go back, and we had Hassan Yusuf opening the batting. Bilal was out there with Samagol Mesal. Mesal could never really get going. Run a ball 5, or he just mishit one. That was one of the catches which I think put them on the right track. I mean, this one was a complete cook-up though, wasn't it? As Bilal should have been run out, but he wasn't. He'd end up making it to 43 in his innings. And the bails were disturbed here, so even when he hits them again, he doesn't knock over the stumps. In fact, I don't think he had the ball anyway. Javid Zadran, though, he came out at 3 and was slightly off at the start, but he certainly got up to speed in pretty quick time. His 65 not out with the fighting innings in tough circumstances. 5 Maximos, 7 4s, striking at 260. He is the wild thing, and he's an all-weather player. You can see, and he's got that technique. He likes to sneak across and give it a real crack, likes to go leg side. But I also like the way he opened up the offside at times as well, made him a bit more unpredictable. I mean, that was crazy. That's Superman stuff from Hassan Yusuf. He pulled it back, but he grounded the ball over the line. That created 6 runs, and then Imran Asif, he kind of got taken the journey, didn't he, a few times, but they backed him to come out, and in the end they just had those extra runs on the board. The difference between making like a 135 and 150 plus can't be underestimated. Don't forget, in the first innings there were 20 runs off the last over. It saw ACT go from 132 to 152. Zadran, though, he just continued on. Zalma came out and he whacked the first ball for 6, but he couldn't quite recapture the magic again in his innings. Couple of 6s in there. He went for 14 off 8. Zadran, well, he continued on. They needed 6s every ball. That was only 4. Did pass his 50 and got a few more at the end. A very, very good lone effort. But in the end, it is 16 runs between the two teams. Credit to them. Like I say, cricketers are tough. We've got the toughest cricketers in the world here on the European Cricket Network. 43 to Bilal Zalmai off just 20 balls. Zadran 65 or 25, batted really well, but it wasn't quite enough. Look, credit to Austrian Cricket Tigers in these conditions as well. Just 6 wides in that 10 overs. And looking at the bowling, got wickets to Hassan Yusuf as well as Asif and Tariq. But, shout out to Yusuf as well. He bowled the 3rd over that had no boundaries, had only 1 run off it, and that made it really tough for the rest of the innings. Even though they tried hard to get back on top of that rate, they just weren't able to. In fact, you could argue that 3rd over might have been the difference between the two teams. So we will take a break. As you can see, the rain coming down steadily, but we'll hope to start the second game in around about 18 minutes time, so join us then. Cricketers back on the rack against Indian CC Vienna. Indian Vienna winning the toss and electing to bat first. So we'll take a break. Back shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. We'll see you shortly for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. Great to have you coming here. Day 7. Well, some people took a rest on a Sunday. We don't here at ECN, but we do have some bad news for you here because we are waiting to start match number 32, which is Cricketer CC versus Indian CC Vienna. But I can tell you, firstly, the news from the toss is that ICCV won the toss and elected to bat. So we're expecting Seema Hachima and Ranjit Singh out there, but I don't think it'll be happening because, or it won't be happening straight away because the rain has picked up in the break and we are going to have a delayed start. You kind of see it coming down there. I know that it's, it'll be kind of piece by piece, and if there's any kind of development here, if we are able to get on, and we'll be checking it kind of every 10 minutes if it eases up. It is the kind of ground that it doesn't hold water, so if it does ease up, we will be getting back out there. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. We did get through the first match of the day, but we will have a delayed start to match number 32. But we are very hopeful of getting it on. But we will give you some cricket in the meantime. We do have an ECN Classic match coming up for you, and I'm going to take you back in time to Tuesday, the 5th of October, 2021. It was the championship week of the first ever ECC, the Euros of Cricket. It's match 6, and we are going to see the Austrian national team taking on the Netherlands 11. And this is a real good one for all you Austrian cricket fans out there in particular. Make sure that you stay tuned to this. And for those of you that maybe have just joined the ECN community, you'll really enjoy this step back in time to the first ever Euros of cricket. The news from the toss is that Rasmus Shigewal, the Austrian captain, who won the toss and elected to bat. The opening batters for Austria, Abra Bilal facing up Bilal Zalmai, who you just saw this morning. He's also out there opening the batting. Vivian Kingma is the opening bowler for the Netherlands 11. And I hope you really enjoy this classic match. Corey Ruckers and Rico Fool, your commentators. So here is a step back. We'll let you know if there's any action here in Austria. But for now, enjoy this classic.
For the beautiful Canamar Oval here in Spain. It's all up for grabs in finals week. And this is going to be a bit of a doozy. We have Austria playing the Netherlands 11. Austria winning toss, looking to bat. You see Vivian Kingma on your screens. He's been selected this morning. A late call-up because there was a bit of illness going through the Dutch camp, and they've got a couple of outs. And we have a look at the lineups there. Looking at Vivian Kingma, he's had a really good tournament. You can see there he's listed at the bottom with the new ball. And his opening bowling partner, Ryan Klein, well, they are very good together. And it'll be Bilal Zalmi, the opening batsman from Austria. He'll be looking to get them off to a little bit of a flyer as well. So this should be a good game. As my co-commentator Rico Full said, that the conditions are beautiful. There's not too much dew this morning, so should be a good day for cricket. And it looks like they're going to operate with a deep square leg and a deep mid-off as the two boundary riders. And Vivian Kingma, well, he's unlucky not to be at the World Cup, I think. He is a sensational associate bowler. Here we go, first ball. Oh, it's a no ball to start. It's going to be quick. See, it could be a run out off a no ball here. Oh, I tell you what, if that had a hit, I think that was gone. It was Aryan Dutt back with point. It's a clean pickup, and well, we could have had a no ball run out to start the game, but it would have been a wicket off no balls. So, interesting. We have a quick look here. It was a big no ball, really was. And that's going to get the scoring going for Austria. And what a little boost for them. We'll have a look here, and it was a good bit of fielding. And it's a cool morning here, and yeah, he wasn't even in your frame. He would have been out by a long way. So, free hit. Straight away, here we go, live T10 action. Oh, and he's missed the free hit. Tell you what, when it's a bit of a gift, first ball of the day, and you have a free hit, oh, you want to get a little bit of bat on it. He'll be disappointed to miss out there. But yeah, this is an interesting contest. These two were both in Group B, and they were the final of Group B. And Netherlands only beat Austria in that final by 3 runs. So, it's a pretty even contest. Pushed into the offside, and this one's a little bit more confidently run through, and will be another single as Aryan Dutt does the mopping up. But yeah, I do mention that the Netherlands, there's a bit of sickness going through their camp. They've had to make a couple of changes, and I hear their 12th man's not too well, and their coach isn't too well, so they can't be getting any injuries today because it is a long week and there's lots of more cricket to come. Oh, it's another thick edge. Oh, it could be another run-out chance. Oh, he's missed again. Well, I think he might have been home that time as it's mopped up by deep mid-wicket now. But tell you what, all 3 deliveries, besides the missed free hit, have gone to short third man. Arian Dutt, well, if his hands were cold, they're not cold anymore. The ball won't leave him alone. So a nice start, though, from Vivian Kingma. I mean, no ball off the first ball, but he's come back well. Oh, and that's just too good. Lovely bit of outswing. I know he's been clocked at about that 130 to 132 mark a few years ago in Namibia. He really, when he gets the engine going, gets it, and that is an absolute peach of delivery. Big, big away swing. And Rather Alphonse, the keeper, I was really impressed with him yesterday. A lot of energy, a little bit of a live wire. And a nice start from the Dutch 11 here. Oh, and well, that's a bit of a wild swing, and what Vivian Kingma does well, he just brings that length back just enough, and that sails straight over the stumps. Well, tell you what, he's tried to hit that to the moon. He's really put the kitchen sink behind that. But a bit of class bowling from Vivian. First ball was a no ball 1, and he's come back very, very strongly since then. Last ball of the first. It's pushed to backward point. Clayton Floyd does the mopping up, and 4 off the first, and gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, all-round good guy, and co-commentator Rico Full. Rico, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Buenos dias, I should say, Corey. Well, what a beautiful morning it is, and hello to you, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're watching our YouTube channel or all the other networks around the world. A very, very good morning to you. Well, I should say good afternoon, or maybe even good evening. Well, that was a good start. And once again, I think Viv Kingma just showing just what an economical bowler he is and how good he has been for this Netherlands side.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dutch are blessed with some really talented fast bowlers, and we're about to see another one, Ryan Klein. Out of all the associate nations in the world, they have maybe 7 or 8 ready to go fast bowlers. I mean, both these two could easily be at the T20 World Cup. We're very lucky to have them here.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Klein, I think he's certainly been my pick. I think they've got the right combination here. I think Kingma just keeps it tight. They can't get him away, and then they go after Klein, and Klein brings in the wickets. I think it's a great combination, and the Netherlands will be, well, they'll be looking to continue the good work that they did yesterday. So Klein looking to bowl here to Bilal. And he's got hold of this, and this goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Well, good morning. Ryan Klein is what the batsman says. Have some of that.
And have some of that. He did. He got every piece of that. It sounded beautiful off the bat through the effects mic. What a great shot, and that's the first boundary of the morning. And I'm sure that will get Ryan Klein pretty fired up. He won't like that.
No, it's not a nice thing for your first ball to disappear for 6. And the second one just played down the ground and take a single. This is sensible batting. Sometimes we don't see enough of this where batsmen hit one big shot. We've seen so many 6 and outs, haven't we, in this championship. I think a lot of batsmen just need to think, right, I've hit the big shot. Let me just take the single, give the other batsman an opportunity.
Yeah, just keep the scoreboard ticking over without throwing it away straight away.
It's right into the body of Zalmi. He just manages to take the single.
So what do you think, Rico? These two, as I mentioned before, Group B finalists, and then Netherlands got up just. I think it was a 3 or 4-1 victory, and Austria haven't had the wood over Netherlands yet. 0-3 against them. Is this their day?
It could be. I mean, they're hoping it is. I think they've seen enough of Netherlands to try to get this victory. They've got strengthened their camp a little bit as well, haven't they, Austria? Well, they may have done, but this one's gone all the way through. So Ryan Klein, he gets his revenge. He was hit for 1 big 6. Then he comes back and gets the man that got him. So Bilal goes for 9. And Ryan Klein, just like we said, you know, you've got Kingma that puts the pressure on. Klein is someone who comes in and takes the wickets.
Yep, you said you liked the cut of his jib, and I really, really like this. He got hit for his first ball, a lovely shot for 6, but what a comeback from the bowler. And well, a bit of you miss, I hit, and that off pole flying backwards. So a good response from an experienced cricketer and an experienced bowler. And that's what you like to see. And that's the first wicket of the day. And Abra Bilal, he's out for 9 or 5. Only the one lofty shot for 6. But isn't it nice to see a class fast bowler come back so well?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, I think you look at that shot, and I think me and you looked at each other and thought, well, there probably wasn't a need to go across the line straight away. But one thing that we've noticed with Austria, I think they're very similar to Belgium, is whichever batsman comes in, they're not afraid to play their shots. If it doesn't work out, they're not disappointed because they know that the next man will come in and do the same thing. And the next man is this man. He is their captain. And Razman Shiguel, he's been in really good form. But look, in the group stages, the first match that he played, he scored 96. And then after that, he never really got going again. And yesterday, we saw him score 78 not out. As he plays this one, just slices away, but a bit tentative to take that single. That's where they've scored most of their runs from in that area. Yesterday, like I said, 78, he batted really well off just 31 deliveries. But now he's got to keep that momentum going. They need him to be in form. If he's in form, then this Austria team can really, really liven up this championship.
Yeah, he's a bit of the glue, isn't he? Yeah. Batting at that key number 3 position.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, the glue, he may be the glue, but at the moment, the glue is on the fingers of the bowler because that's caught and bowled. He's got another.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant from you, Rico. Oh, no, it's a great catch, to be fair. It's a good length ball. He's looked to chip it back straight past him, but it's hit him right in the midst. And look, for caught and bowls, never easy. Never, ever easy. And he's actually made that look quite simple because he did get a decent bit of bat on that and bang straight into the mitts. And I tell you what, he's fired up, Ryan Klein. Rico's fired up. I'm fired. Look at him. He is really fired up. Well, you get hit for your first ball for 6, and then you go bang, bang. Yeah,
well, that's the way to come back, isn't it? And the first one was just smashed away from Bilal, and he thought, okay, I'm in for a workout here today. And he upped the tempo, he upped the gear, and now, well, that's a valuable wicket. I mean, Razman Shigwal, the man, like I said, scored 78 yesterday, but he goes without scoring, goes for a second ball duck, and that really is now going to be a test for Austria. How do they recover with the big man back in the dugout?
Well, they have to just keep a little bit of belief in the camp. As we mentioned, they really pushed the Netherlands in the final Group B match and only lost by a couple of runs, so they are capable. Looks like they'll have Vivian Kingma to finish off the power play, though. And, I mean, look, that's no easy work for most batsmen around the world. So can they get maybe 10 or 12 off this last over of the power play, get themselves to 25 off 3 and start building from there?
Yeah. He's no ball again off his first delivery, so guessing this is the front foot again.
It is an issue that he has had in Dutch cricket for a while. I know Ryan Campbell's been working with him on it, and James Hilditch, the bowling coach and analyst, has also tried to work with him. And it does creep into his game time to time, and you don't want to be giving too many free hits.
Yeah, we'll see this again here. And there you go, it's very similar to the first one. And he just goes back to his mark. But what a great over that was from Ryan Klein. He picked up 2 wickets for 8 runs. And well, he's put his team in a good position. 2 overs gone, 12 for 2. And well, this is the free hit. And that's why there's no celebration. And just in case you're wondering at home.
Yeah, well, my heart raced a little. I totally forgot. There was a split second there. I had forgotten. I was like, Rico, are you going to call this one? No, the old free hit. And, well, pretty well executed Yorker that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him do it. I mean, he's bowled 2 no balls, and you said that can be a problem for Kingma. But when he does, he then always chooses, up until today, to come round the wicket and get the ball right across the batsman. That's always been his strategy. Hasn't done that today.
Yeah, different.
This one just tucked away. Again, they're going to have to be quick, and they're not quick. Again, I mean, that was just lazy running. And once again, if this hits, I think he could have been in trouble.
Well, we could have had about 3 run-outs already. I know it's a cool morning and it's a combo, but it's pretty cold in Austria as well. They seem just a little bit under the blanket at the moment. Austria, they've got to wake up here because the game is on, and there's no excuse for poor running, Rico. And if that had a hit, that would have been 3 for not many.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're a coach. If one of your batsmen gets out like that, what do you say to them?
Oh.
No, be careful.
We can't say it live on the air.
Well, you're not going to be happy, are you?
No, you're not. These are just fundamentals. Little things you get taught as a wee tuck. Right. And you run hard, you slide your bat. There's no excuse for jogging.
Oh, this is a cracking shot from Hussain. Just uses the pace and puts it away. What a beauty this is. And maybe Kingma just losing his line slightly. And how quick Hussain was to punish him. 6 runs.
Well, what a shot that is. First ball of your innings. He's just picked it up on the leg side. This is exactly what you said, Rico. They are not afraid to go from ball 1. I mean, you've lost 2 wickets in the power play. You come out, a normal, maybe technical player might just nudge it around. He's seen a ball on line and length and just helped it for 6.
Yeah. That was his first ball. That was his first
unbelievable batting.
Kingma will want to reply. And he doesn't get one. It's going to be another boundary. Yes, it is. 4 more. Well, he follows up the 6 with a 4, and it looks like he's ready for more.
Yeah, I think that's probably been the most amazing thing about this tournament, is the ball striking from players immediately. It's not easy to do what he's just come out and do against a class bowler, and he's raced to 10 off 2 and just wrestling that momentum back.
Yeah. And the slow ball gets him. And, that's nice from Kingma. It's something which we didn't see too many from him in the group stages, but certainly he's got it in his artillery here in Championship Week, and that one's totally outfoxed the batsman.
Yeah, not a bad option. Pretty interesting ball coming. Last ball of the power play.
This one goes through as well.
He's actually signalled it a wide. It's a tight call. You can see on Vivian's face he wasn't too happy with it. We'll have a look here and oh yeah.
Yes. As a bowler, you're going to hate it. But the umpires, they've been pretty consistent, haven't they? I think if anything is near about or touching that line, they're calling them. That's what they've got to be consistent. But a tough call. This one is smashed away and we'll go for 6. Over backward point, and he's not in there to mess around, is he? Iqbal Hussain, he's absolutely hammers this. 6 more, and it turns out to be quite a good over. Kingma, well, he's gone for 23 of his 2, and that's very unusual.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna. Great to have your company and some good news for you. Rain's just eased off a little bit, and so we will get a match in. Now this is match number 32 on the calendar. It's Cricketer CC taking on Indian CC Vienna. So I can give you some information. I have been told that we are starting 20 minutes behind, so we will have a 8-over match coming up. So yeah, I'm just happy that we will be able to get out there. Again, not easy conditions, still some drizzle falling, but certainly it's good that we'll be able to bring you some cricket. So we have just the updated playing conditions, of course. It will be a 2-over power play, and only 3 bowlers can bowl. They're allotted 2 overs. The other bowlers are only restricted to a single over. So, yeah, 8-over match coming up. And, yeah, sorry to interrupt that classic game. I was enjoying that. We'll go ahead to that if we need to. Hopefully we don't need to, of course. And so, yeah, I suppose what was a quick game becomes even quicker, doesn't it? Nice to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Once again, shake, rattle and roll. Bilal Zalmai starts off. Chima gets a little edge. This will test the outfield, just pulls up in time. And they'll come back for 2. So yeah, it's probably similar conditions now than we started the day in. And yeah, you can just see that's not an easy set of conditions, but that's the way it's going, and the runs have still flowed despite that. This time they might look for 2 again. It's a big hurl in, but it will just be 2 runs. So, pair of 2s to start us off. Now, hit down the ground. That's pretty well, you know, and that's going to beat the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. So, very good start this now. I suppose they probably want more than that. They probably want to clear the boundaries. But yeah, Indian CCV only seen him twice so far in the series. Does get under this to an extent, and I think that one, I think that's gone for 4. Oh, we'll have a look. I mean, it went pretty quick. Yeah, I think it's a 1 bouncer. Let's have a look at on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Well, let's have a look. Yeah. I think that's 4. Yeah, just 4 by about half a metre. Well, this one is asking for it. It's going to get it. And Chima turns on it. Belzama just getting a little bit short there. Maybe an overcorrection. And that's going to be another boundary. So turning into a very good start here. No deep square leg. No protection down there. Again, the umpires, they will just keep an eye on the weather situation. Get eased off a bit, but if it gets heavier again, it can't get much heavier than this, I think, to play in it. But everyone's doing their best. The players want to get it, especially ICC. We've been waiting to get back in the series. This is lifted up and over the top, and that'll be 4 more. So, yeah, very, very good start for Indian CC Vienna as they get a magical first over. It is 20 without loss after 1. Have a look at some of the top performers here. Belzalmai topping the run scoring for Cricketers CC, although that doesn't include the last match. We saw Javid Zadran crack a half century, so I think he'd be right up there now. As far as Indian CC Vienna, they have only had the 2 games, like I said, so the openers leading the way. Kunal Joshi is lurking there, 27 runs. He looked pretty good for me in the first time we saw them. So, second over coming up. Nazrullah Mirakel's going to bowl it. This one's up. Skating to the left outfielder there. Especially Khan. Looks like he's gone for some extra protection under the playing strip. Makes sense on a day like this. Just a reminder, this is an 8-over match. Wow, something's happened here. They've decided to come back for 2 there, I think. I thought the play was dead. Not really. Bowler misses it, and a heads-up play. They'll get back for an extra. There we go. I think it's safe to come back. That's 32 here in this ECS. It's a 2-over power play. And next one, driven pretty hard. I think we'll just have to make a slight adjustment to that graphic because I'm pretty sure 3 bowlers will get a chance to bowl the 2 overs, and then 2 will just have to bowl the 1. This is driven through the offside. Chima is going to have the ball pull up. Well, there we go. He does pretty well to avoid the ball, but there's a late decision to put the brakes on. And there's a bit of Tom Cruise risky business about this. Again, the running's fine, but you know, the stopping, not so easy. I mean, really, I think it's coming down even stronger now, if I'm completely honest here. Yeah, in the last couple of minutes. And they say, well, play on. We'll try and get to the end of the over maybe. But I think you can see it's degenerating pretty quick. Not great for the figures either. I don't think this will go to the boundary. I'll get one. I've got to say, I mean, I know everyone's keen to get the cricket on. The players are keen, but yeah, I mean, also you got to think about this field. It's got to deal with a lot more cricket over the next week. That was a lot better. You can see their little halo coming around the ball as it skates through the turf. Well, it goes up, and that one is out of here. Maximo Chima, well, he's enjoying his time out there. He won't want to go anywhere. He lifts it up and out of the Sabine cricket ground. Nice ball, the over coming up. Yeah, this is hit pretty well as well. It'll be one bounce 4. And so it's the end of 2. It's 38 without loss. And yeah, just letting you know where we're at in this cricket match. Well, looks like where we're at is that they're going to come off. I think that's sensible. You know, I think everyone tried their best to get that on, but I think it's pretty clear the conditions weren't fit. I mean, obviously they gave it a bit of extra time. It had eased off a bit, to be fair, to something that approaching what we saw in the first bit of the day. But yeah, you can see they're going to take a bit of a break. So yeah, I think we'll have to take the covers out there now. I think it has gotten past the point. Just to let you know what the situation was. It was an 8-over match. Now we're losing probably more overs as soon as we go off, but it was an 8-over match with a 2-over power play with 3 bowlers bowling 2 overs and one just bowling the single over. You can see there the covers coming out. Oh, look, so, no credit to everybody involved. I mean, got to feel, especially for Indian CC Vienna, who we've only seen play the 2 games so far. And yeah, you can see there, everyone trying to get the covers out. They're trying to protect those key areas, including that bit of the bowlers run up just before the pitch. The artificial surface begins, and obviously around that area where the batter is. I mean, the pitch actually holds up pretty well under the rain. But you've got to remember, on a ground like this, the players aren't wearing spikes. And so you could see there a couple of times just finding it hard to pull up when they're going on a full bore. So this is where we were at in match 32. It was an 8-over match with a 2-over power play and 3 bowlers able to bowl 2 overs. But I think now that that will be reduced again, and you just hope that you can get it on. And the issue here as well is that the first innings hasn't had 3 overs, which is the minimum. So the actual window is a bit bigger that you'd need, because you'd need, even if you went to say a 3-over game, which is the minimum, the first team would have to bat out their 3 overs. And currently that hasn't happened yet here in match 32. Just had the 2 overs, and then there'd be a slightly adjusted target. And so it's unfortunate that weather's setting. We got a little bit lucky with the weather on Friday, which was yesterday, of course. We were able to get it in, but it was Friday actually. It's 2 days ago now. And yeah, you can see right now that the covers are going on, and we'll just hope that it eases up enough that we can get back out there. So while we wait for more news, we're going to try and take you back to the game that you were just watching there. It was a pretty exciting one between the Netherlands 11 and Austria. I mentioned Austria batting first. We left pretty abruptly to get back to the cricket. The fact that we got on, I think, I suppose that was a good sign. But now, I suppose it's the kind of level that it was at the advertised start time of this game. So the decision was made to take the players off cover the pitch and hope for the best. And hopefully we do get a resumption shortly. So in the meantime, we'll leave you for now. We'll let you know if there's any action, of course, in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or on our website, europeancricket.com. Keep an eye on that. We'll be back shortly with more action here in Austria.
1 for 2 after 3, so that wide call, even though it might have been marginal, means there's an extra ball in the over, and he's just helped that over backward point for 6. So very, very frustrating for Vivian Kingma. But overall, I think the Dutch will be happy with where they're sitting with the 2 early breakthroughs. And it looks like it will be spin to win from here. You'd imagine it'd be one of the left-arm off-spinners. Julian Demay's back in the side today.
Yeah.
And, well, him and his spin partner, Clayton Floyd. What a great name that is. And the Dutch have been pretty heavily reliant on these left-arm offies through the middle, haven't they, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, they've done this all the way through. They haven't changed anything. Once those 3 overs are up, they go for spin straight away. And it's going to be Clayton Floyd. And they've got the pick of spin bowlers that they can go for as well. But Floyd it is that will go first. They've also got Julian Demay, who's he's impressed. He came back strong yesterday after a couple of not so good group games to finish off with. He came back, he's worked on his line, and he wasn't firing it in so much yesterday, was just giving it a bit more flight. Floyd for his first delivery. And Salme, he seems to be the cautious one at the moment. He said that's his 10th delivery. He's on 3. And like Hussain, who's raced along to 16 of just 4.
He does need to get a move on, or at least work a 1 to get Hussain back on strike.
Well, he doesn't want to deal in ones. He says, I'll just hit it for 6 instead. Corey, it's another nice shot. Well, he just slightly short from Floyd, and he was very quick onto it. Top shot, 6 more.
Well, I couldn't be more wrong. He wasn't thinking 1, he was thinking 6 ones. That's a lovely shot. Floyd just getting maybe a tad back of a length, and he was able to get his bat under it. And yeah, it's a really good cricket shot though. And well, they lost the 2 early poles, but they've come back really strongly here. And the Dutch, they know they're up for a fight against the Austrians.
Yeah, just having a look at his field here now. So 2 men are back there on the leg side boundary. One of them, well, actually, no change. He's been brought back in. He wants more. 2 out on the off, so he's obviously trying to change his approach here.
It's quite interesting. He's actually decided to come over the wicket for a left-arm offie, and he's dropped his cover back. So he's going to really try bowl. You can see the Dutch are a bit disappointed with their call. I think they thought there was something on this. Well, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, disappointed about this. And he's saying, are you sure? And the umpire's saying, yeah, I'm quite sure. Floyd not too happy about it.
I think that one was a little bit even easy call, and good mopping up from Rafael Fons. He's a live wire little keeper. But interesting tactics. I'm surprised Floyd, after getting hit once, straight away went to over the wicket. I think he's better than that. He didn't need to panic too much.
I think he was just a little bit too short on it as well. So this is what he was trying to do. And well, there you go. We may be surprised with his decision, but he gets the wicket. A nice catch there taken in the deep there, coming in from inside the circle.
That's your boy again, Ryan Klein. You can't keep him out of it.
Can't keep him out of the game. And, well, disappointing end for the batsman there. I think he just started going, didn't he? And then this one, again, I think if he doesn't play this is a wide ball for me. Yeah,
it could have been. It's a nice catch from Ryan Klein, making tracking back and taking it over his left shoulder. But yeah, as a batsman, I mean, he's basically televising. He's going to bowl it wide of off stump, so he just needs to get his foot close to the pitch of the line and help it on their way. But it's a big wicket for the Dutch because Austrians were getting a little bit of momentum. And Bilal Zalmi, he'll be disappointed he didn't get on with it a little bit. 9 off 12. That brings an end to his innings. Well, there's an action-packed start in this game. Wickets, boundaries. And you sort of feel the spinners in these middle overs, it depends on how they are played, which will set up either a good chase or maybe a lower score.
Yeah, I mean, the spin always does the work for them. That's one thing that they can rely on. And even if one of the main bowlers takes a bit of tap like Kingma did, spin comes on and they do the damage.
So now a left-hander at the crease. It's Moanman. And well, it looks like he's going to come on the other side that we can try angle it across again.
Oh, there. Well, you're not going to see this too often. That was a glaring misfield. And that is Aaron Dutt. He just takes his eye off the ball, I think. Want to look to see what the batsmen are doing. And just by doing that, it gets away from him. No excuses here. Not on this outfield, Corey.
No, if I'm a batsman, I'm sending Aaron Dutt a Christmas card to say thank you, because that is just what we like to call in Aussie rules for a clanger, an absolute clanger. Yeah, there's no excuse for that. He's a good fielder, Aaron. He'll be wanting to make amends.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't hit with any sort of venom at all. And the bowler is going to be disgusted with that as well. To Floyd. Takes him on. It's just dropping short, I think, of the fielders out there. And well, they're getting each other's way as well. Well, 2 in 2. Would you believe that? What's going on here? Well, the Netherlands, well, I know that there's a bug going around, and it's catching.
There's a fielding bug. I don't know what's going on here. I've not seen that before from the Dutch. They've been pretty exemplary in the field all tournament, but they've just gifted away 6 free runs and another missed field. I'll tell you what, come out to bat, you're 8 off 2 because of 2 misfields. You look here, poor communication, and yeah, that shouldn't happen at this level. And I dare say Piers Fletcher and Tim DeLader, the coaches in the box, won't be too happy at the moment.
Yeah, well, the only man happy is the batsman. He's got 8 from nowhere. It's a good reply, Clayton Floyd. And he's quite rightly not very happy with what's happening in that over, apart from, of course, the wicket he's taken.
Yeah, absolutely. It brings it to 47 for 3 after 4. So a funny old over that. There was a wicket, a couple of boundaries, a couple of misfields. But it does bring it into the 4th. And this has been a pretty action-packed start to this T10. We've had it all already.
Certainly have, and it looks like it's going to be Shariz Ahmed, a man that you like the look of. As we're having a look at the run rates with Group A, B and C, and then you can see the overall. So we're looking at that around about that 117, but it's been very, very hit and miss, hasn't it? Because you see, we'll see quite a high-scoring game, as we did yesterday. There was a couple of high-scoring. I mean, Austria team out there, the game they were involved was over 300 runs scored in that, and then you had some of those low-scoring ones that featured Spain and, of course, Italy. So very up and down, but you can see there that well, I still believe, Corey, that as we go into the latter stages of this championship week, that those runs are really going to creep up.
Yeah, I agree. And it looks like it's going to be the young Shiraz Ahmed, the young 18-year-old. So he's not the traditional Julian Demey left-arm offer. He is more of a little leg spinner that bowls a lot of top spinners, a few carom balls, quicker balls, a bit of licorice, all sorts. And he's going to be the spin partner for now.
Starting with 2 wides, he's just got to get this, probably just need to get a little bit closer to the stumps as he's releasing these. But he's made a similar start yesterday, but once he gets into his rhythm, he's a very useful, tidy little bowler. This is played out to the man behind square leg on the boundary, comes in, does the tidying up.
Yeah, we might see 3 spinners for the first time in this, because Julian Demey is not used just yet. So we have 2 left-arm offies and the right-arm leggy. And yeah, you didn't see that too much in T10, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, it seems to have worked really well for the Netherlands when they've used the spin, so they're not going to change anything. And obviously keeping back the likes of probably Ryan Klein to come back and finish things off later on.
It's well bowled. That's actually the wrong one from the young man. So it's a bit of cricket education. The left-hander's on strike. He just takes it across the left-hander so he doesn't get to hit with the spin. And he was just at the under-19 World Cup qualifiers representing the Dutch, and then gets the call up for the Dutch 11. So he's a busy young man. Loves his cricket. Playing with his older brother Musa Ahmed in this team as well.
With this one. Good bit of climb on that. The batsman is trying to work it away, gets a bit of an inside edge and gets fortunate enough to get a single. So living dangerously, Moorman at the moment, but luck for now is on his side.
Yeah, it is, and a little bit of luck there. Good comeback from the young bowler as well.
But Hussain, he's only got one thing on his mind, and that's to attack. So this could be a bit of a challenge for the young spinner.
Yeah, he's taking this ball on, isn't he?
And there he goes. And it's gone a long way. Balle, Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Balla Shaka, 6 carreras más.
Well, you said He's got one thing in his mind, and I tell you what, if we could give 12s, that would have been... That was huge. That was absolutely huge. These Austrian boys, they're brave. They just keep going.
They just keep going. I mean, that's the way to play this game. I mean, it's lovely to watch, and you can see the momentum just changes every time there's a wicket. Netherlands go on top, and then a couple of shots like that. Austria put their nose back in front. Quicker one, but firmly hit in the same area. There's 6 more, back-to-back sixes. And he's out there to do just one thing, Hussain, and that's to take on the bowling and hit sixes, hit them big, and hit them for fun.
Well, he's moved to 29 off 7, so he's striking at plus 400. And while he's there, Austria, anything can happen, and he's hitting it cleanly as well. That's another pretty decent six. It's cleared the pickets. And, well, you said one thing on his mind. What's he doing this ball, Rico? Nudging a 1?
Well, I can see this one. He'll be trying to work. I don't know. Something tells me he'll be looking to go over the square with this. Let's see. And now he goes the other way completely. Work to be done by the fielder and does well. Or does he? No. Well, it was always going to be difficult. He gets himself dirty for his team with the slide in there, and that's the captain, I think, Brett, but he couldn't stop it going over the boundary. So 4 more to finish. And what a spectacular over that was, and the score at this halfway point goes to 63 or well, actually no, 67 with that boundary, as we are at this halfway point, the strategic Norcan timeout. Well, what about that, Corey? Well, what do you think? I mean, all of a sudden, it's just what we were talking about this format of the game. I mean, they're poodling along, but there's one man out there. I mean, Hussain smashing the ball big. And he's keeping them to maybe hopeful to get to around about 130 at this point.
Yeah, while he's there, I mean, anything's possible. And I mean, the Dutch started well with Ryan Klein, but those little fielding mistakes, that's 3 now. And that's been able to let these two get away a little bit. So the momentum is fully with Austria.
Yeah, look, I must admit, all the time that we've been watching them, that's the first time I could think where they've made errors like that, and 2 consecutive ones on the spin. It's not like them at all, and I could see that when certainly when Clayton Floyd picked up his cap at the end of that over, he was not a happy bunny. So they've got some work to do here, but the one man they need to see the back of is this man Hussain, hitting the ball so cleanly and so well first thing in this pretty fresh morning, it has to be said.
Yeah, it was cold. I've just taken the jacket off. It was on for a long time there. But no, it was cold this morning, but it's not cold for Austria at the moment, because if they keep going like this, they're thinking probably 130 and maybe a little bit of vengeance. They lost the final by 3 runs to them in the group stage. So for them, this is big. Yeah,
they lost to them 3 times. And as you said, the final, it just came down to 4 runs. It was really close. A really exciting match indeed. So they are a team that will believe that they can do it because they have come so close.
Yeah, absolutely. And their striking and hitting of the ball has been impressive all tournament. So be very interesting to see if they can keep it up. This is probably a good bowling change from the captain, bringing himself on. Sebastian Brutt with his off-cutters, leg cutters, slower balls, bumpers. He's got it all. And he's taking ownership here, giving himself the ball.
Well, this one was an interesting start. But look, Corey, over to you. You're the coach. Tell me about that.
Well, in the effects mic, I heard a bit of a oh no when he let go of that ball. Just one of those ones. He's lost his footing, I think, or it's got stuck in his hand. And that is a big, big wide. I've not seen him deliver that before. He had a look at the popping crease. Maybe he's just slipped a little bit.
Yeah, he may have done. He is, though, I have to say, I mean, forget that ball. He's a very clever bowler. This one's been worked away, work to be done by the fielder, and does it well. And yeah, I mean, I like the way that he's able to vary his pace. I mean, these slower balls, not only are the slower balls that he pitches up, which can be difficult to deal with, but he's got quite a cunning one where it's a short delivery, so short, the batsman's eyes light up, and he gets him so many wickets.
Yeah, it is the old slower ball bouncer. It's not used too much, actually, in this tournament, but he is an exponent of it. That first ball wasn't that, though. That wasn't... No.
This one has gone a long, long way. Kinna Bada Shaka Lagya.
Well, I don't know if you're a golf fan, Rico, but that's a 9-iron. He has just put that into the wind and just let that sit. That had miles on it. That's gone so high. Oh, it's hard to pick up even there on the reap. That has gone miles in the air. Is he on for maybe the quickest international T10 50?
Well,
Because he's 39 off 9.
yeah, I think the quickest we've had was 12 deliveries, and that was, I think, Dan Lincoln on his way to that century. So
They could tie it now with that single.
Could
With
be,
two boundaries, we could have a tie.
the moment he gets on strike, I think his role here is just to keep giving the strike to Hossein at the moment. The way he's batting, you don't want to let him get too cold out there. He's warmed up now. Give him the strike, let him keep hitting.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's gotten away with a wide there, but when you've got a player that's 40 off 10,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a freak of an innings what we're watching from Hussain. Get the one here and just get him back on strike because he's hitting it so cleanly.
Yeah, another tight call, but gone to the favour of the batting side. And this one's been hit pretty well as well. Well, they're just not listening to scoring. We might as well forget giving the advice, because Momin says, what are you guys talking about? I can hit it pretty big as well. Look, he's raced on to 16 now of 7 deliveries. These two are really looking to accelerate here. And we are talking about 120 on the board. If they keep going this way, it could be more like 140.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. And yeah, well, I'm glad I'm not a cricket coach because I can't get anything right this morning. I've got everything wrong so far. But what a stroke that is. And you're right, they're going to exceed 120 if they keep this. They're thinking maybe even 140.
Yeah. Well, he gets this one in the right areas, and it gets the shot. I mean, it was the right shot to play, but just not able to execute it. Just that, again, change of pace. And maybe Sebastian Bratt just starting to feel some of the pressure on his shoulders, the skipper. And he gets plenty of bat on this, and now there's some work to do. He's got to get down, and he decides not to. That is beating him. That's Musa Ahmed. And he's one of the top fielders in this side, and not even he could do nothing about that. So he goes for the similar ball again, Bratt, but this time the batsman is onto it. 4 more runs.
Yeah, and it's 87 for 3 now after 6. So, well, the Austrians are coming. It's an early game, this one, but they have obviously had 8 hours sleep because they are batting beautifully. I think the Dutch are a little bit shell-shocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's all taken off, hasn't it? I mean, the power play 31 for 2, but in the next 3 overs, they've accelerated to 87. And that is, I mean, that's some 50, acceleration.
Yeah, that's 56 off the last 3 then.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's incredible ball striking. And we're going to see the third spinner in operate, Julian DeMay. Well, maybe it's his day. His 2 spin partners haven't had the most successful start, but maybe it's Julian DeMay's opportunity. Represents HBS in the Netherlands, and he'll be back for the ECL playing for HBS, but here's his chance for the Dutch 11.
Well, it's got this one through okay. The batsman having a look at the umpire. This time it's the batsman saying, well, how about this? I must admit, my initial reactions sort of suggested that that was pretty wide, but I think he's just managed to keep it inside the line.
I think when you're 40 off 10 balls, you can just leave anything. You know your strike rate is going to still be pretty good. Well, there's a couple of discussions going on with some tactics from the captain and the umpires. Good for the game.
For the game. Keeps it spicy. We like it spicy. Well, this one is up in the air. It should be taken, and it has. Well, he did make an error, didn't he, in the field, Aaron Dutt. Well, he's made up for that one, holding this, and they've taken the wicket, and it's an important one because it is that of Hossein. And in the end, I think he goes quite cheaply, really, from the way he's been batting. You'd expected him to go all the way, at least to get to his 50.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to get out now. He was looking really, really good, and there's a lot of spice in this game, and what a nice catch from Aaron Dutt. A bit of a misfield earlier, and he'll be happy to make amends there, but there's a bit of spice in this game. Julian DeMay, I'll tell you on your screens there, he gave it to him as he walked off, and look, there is spice, yeah. And that's what you want to see. People are playing for their countries. I don't mind a bit of argy-bargy, but what an innings. 40 off 12, 5 sixes, 2 fours, a strike rate of 3, 3, 3, 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's done his job, hasn't he? And remember, we have to go back. Remember, they were 12 for 2 when he was out there. They just lost their captain, who by far is probably the best batsman in their team, Razmal. They needed something to happen. And, well, this man, Hossein thought, well, leave it to me, Skip. Don't worry. You go and finish your breakfast. I'll go take care of the business out here in the middle. And that's what he's done. But now the question is, with that wicket going, will that slow things down, or will the Austrian batsmen, as we suspect they will, just come out and throw their bat and make contact and just continue to accelerate.
Yeah, and well, they've got 20 balls to, well, sorry, they've got 22 balls to just go at nearly everything here. Julian De May, what a start for him. No runs conceded. He's got the vital breakthrough.
And Ashan, just as we suspect, says, well, we just deal in sixes. That's what we know. They might as well change. They might be called the Austria sixes, maybe, because that's what they're doing here. Ikwari Hor Shaka Lagria.
It beggars belief. That is an unbelievable cricket shot. First ball to just lean back and go over wide extra cover for 6. Oh, some of the hitting from the Austrian team is it's actually phenomenal. Belgium as well yesterday, watching them, how they can go from everybody to do that shot there. That is an unbelievable cricket shot. First ball. How many players this innings have hit a first ball 6?
Yeah, I know. It's just amazing. And it's where he hits it, you know. Short, and he takes him on again, and this one's going to be 6 more, and he says, well, if you're going to pitch it there, this is what I'm going to do with it. Shaka Lagia, qué guay, qué genial, eso es muy grande, qué partido eso es. Bienvenido aquí en el campo de Cártama.
I'm enjoying this too much. I mean, he's 12 off 2. Yeah, this ball's a little bit short, but you've still got to put it away. Look here, nice still base. He puts the kitchen sink behind that. Oh.
Well, just quite ready, so he goes back to his mark here, De May. Maybe a few mind games. This one is going to be 3 and 3. 1, 2, 3, Calypso, and that is the biggest of the lot. KY, boom, Shaka Lagia.
Well, I've just found my new favourite player of the tournament, Mirza Ashan. I want his bat, I want his helmet, I want everything. That is unbelievable. He's gone wide extra cover for 6 off the back foot. He's gone over long on with a pull shot, and now he's got a full ball and he's gone bang,
bang. I tell you what, I got in the lift with him this morning. He is a massive unit. Not only is he tall, but he's broad, and he can hit the ball far. He'll go for another here. Oh! And a chance of a quarter bowl there from De May. But it gets past him. He gets a single.
What an over. That's a crazy over. It was dot ball, wicket, 6s galore, and then this would have been a spectacular catch. If he had held on to this, oh, he got a fingertip to it. But, well, the trio of spinners, I don't know if it's worked for the Dutch today. And, well, Austria, they're away and flying.
Well, you're flying. Well, look, this is where we are. Remember, the first 15 matches are the round-robin matches. And then we go on to Super Thursday, where the top 3, they continue. But it's elimination day for the bottom 3. So, basically, from the teams that finish in the bottom 3 out of these 6, they then play out to see which one will go into that finals Friday. So really the likes of Austria here, this is vital for them to try and pick up some points. The way they're going at the moment, they're looking good. I tell you what, I think the outgoing batsman there, Hussein, probably said to Mirza, look, he said a few words to me, sort him out, and he did sort him out.
Yeah. And they're going to go back to Clan Floyd, so they're going to stick to it. I thought we might have seen Aryan Dutt's medium pace, actually, but interesting decision. Oh, and well, he's bowled it back of a length. It's been picked up here. It's another 6 for the big man. And Rico, you said you're in the lift with. How big is he?
Oh, he's huge. He really is. I mean, you can see there, I mean, when he stands next to Alphonse, look there, but that gives you an idea. He's a big, tall man, and he only deals in hitting the ball hard. And, well, that's what he's doing out there at the moment. This is amazing. Look, in that last over, it was just incredible. They were, as we know, on 87, and all of a sudden they've ended up on 100, 106. I mean, the hitting has been phenomenal, hasn't it?
This is some of the best hitting I've seen all tournament. They could be on for 150. They were 2 for nothing after 2. Yeah, I am surprised they've gone back to spin. I think they had the medium pace of Aryan Dutt. I think they could have gone there, but they're backing Clayton in.
Fuller delivery, and that's probably... I mean, you can't be too critical of the Netherlands. They normally do things really well, but that's probably the first delivery since maybe the opening spell of the seamers that we've seen right up there in the block hole.
Yeah, absolutely. So They've just missed their lines and lengths. They'll be a little bit disappointed. I know they put a lot of energy in as a group. They have their team meetings, the recovery sessions in the pool. They're a good team, the Dutch, and they're just a bit shell-shocked. Maybe that bout of illness going through the camp is affecting them a little bit.
Oh, this one has been hit cleanly, and it goes over for 6. This was an outstanding shot because he's gone right the way back into his crease and still managed to get the power in it to clear the boundary. 6 more.
And what I love about this is, you're right, he uses his crease and they're hitting straight. So they're getting shorter balls, but they're hitting the sight screen almost. And that's what we try and teach these players these days, to go straight still. Lovely shot.
And this time, delightfully place it down to the third man and gets the big unit on strike. But, I mean, that shot, Corey, how do you get the power into it when he's gone all the way back and he's almost reaching for it? I mean, that's a magnificent strike.
To be honest, I have no idea. I weigh about 52 kilos. I'm about 5'3". I can't get that much power in about 3 hits.
That was an awesome shot from the left-hander.
They're strong boys, aren't they? Strong boys. This is going to be interesting here.
Throws himself at it and keeps it to no run. We haven't seen too many dot balls lately either. I mean, that's the first in a while.
Yeah, it is. He got the Yorker perfect there. And when you're bowling to someone on 26 off 7, you have to get it pretty perfect.
Just a change in the field. What are we saying? Get closer, get closer.
Well bowled. Pretty important finish that to get a dot and a 1.
Yeah.
And 121 for 4 now after 8. So Rico, well, they've surprised us here, Austria. If they get to 140, are they going in as favourites in the second half with the Dutch batting lineup?
I think so. Yeah, I think 140, it's runs on the board. And also, I think for the first time, things not going the way of the Dutch. Maybe they're a little bit rattled. I haven't seen them like this, to be fair, in a while. And yeah, I think 140 on the board. And Austria will fancy themselves. And don't forget, they've got a pretty good bowling lineup as well. But it'd be interesting to see how they go about things. Would they like to go with the spin? And they've got some good, interesting spin bowlers there. We saw 1 or 2 of them come into their own in that one match that they did play yesterday. Or will they try and keep the pace on the ball? I would go for the spin, I think, and let these batsmen go for the big shots.
Yep, fair enough. And it looks like Shiraz Ahmed. So they're going back to the leg spinner. Well, you got to be brave. Good luck to the young man.
Well, he's got the ball, got the length right, hasn't he? And that one's not one that the big man, Ashan, can get hold of. But they do cross it. It's a good bit of running, good backing up for Momin.
Yeah, it is good running, so that's a bye. And it's been actually quite easy to not realise. Shahil Momin has actually snuck himself up to 27 off 11 as well. So, I mean, there's a couple of players here striking well above 250. And the lefty-righty partnerships also worked quite well against the spinners.
So Shahriz Ahmed looking to get that breakthrough. And, oh, this one just goes through his fingers. It was there for the taking.
Yeah, it was. He mistimed his leap, didn't he? Just didn't get up at the right time. And no caught and bowls are easy. But good start from the young man. Only 2 runs off his first 2 balls, and one of them being a bye. These last 10 balls of this innings are so crucial. Dutch don't want to be chasing anything above 140.
Well bowled again, and yeah, you've seen that. And we saw it from Clayton Floyd. Came in and bowled a really good 8th over, and now at the moment here, Shahriz Ahmed, the young man, is doing the same. Much better lines, much better length.
Yep, 18 years old, so to be given the 9th, you say everything happens in the 9th, isn't it? Yeah,
the 9th is normally the big one, one way or another.
He's obviously a confident young man to come in and take the ball in his hand at this crucial stage of the game.
Yeah, well bowled. This really has bowled well. I mean, look, just to have a look at the way these overs went. The first over, 4 runs. Second over went for 8. And then it was 19, 16, 20, 20, 19, 15. And then the last 2 have been good ones from the spinners of Clayton Floyd. And this one so far is looking good from Shiraz Ahmed. And that really has tied things down again. And like you said, the 140 certainly looked on. But if these 2 deliveries go the way the previous ones have done, well, they're going to struggle.
Well, that was a very interesting option from the batsman. They might push and touch for 2, but he came walking down the crease. I think he wanted to turn it into a low full toss, but gee, Shiraz Ahmed, what an over.
Yeah, this is really good and quality, because like you said, the batsman is coming at you and he's got to quickly think, what I'm going to do here, and the perfect response. All the batsmen, a lot of bowlers would bang it in short. I think he was looking for that. He just put it out there outside the off, good length. He couldn't do anything apart from get a single.
Yeah, unbelievable over from the young man. He's brought Dutch right back into this.
Oh, this is terrific. His first over, just to remind you, went for 20. And now here he is, he's bowling his second. So under all that pressure, also bowling, as we know, the 9th over where it all happens, and he's come back and he's bowled an absolute peak, just 5 runs from it.
Well, 18 years old, and he's bowled 5 out of 6 perfect Yorkers. What an over from him. And it might seem like a small thing, but we could look back at that over later in the game and go, that was the turning point for the Netherlands.
I think you're absolutely right. Certainly could. That was key. And he's backed it up well, hasn't he? Clayton Floyd's only went for 6, and that one only came for 5. And when you heard what the scores were of those previous overs, it goes to show how big they are in this game. Now this one is interesting because the game back to pace, and I just think, I don't know, when you got pace on the ball going into the last, if it goes wrong, there's no room for error, because these 2 batsmen are going to be swinging and swinging hard.
Yeah.
And, I'm noticing that third man is surprised that isn't on the boundary. So just having a look around where these fielders are. You see this first delivery, and well, it's very, very full, and he's got it just where he wants it. I mean, the batsman, though, I think he's pulled away. I think the batsman is walking down the leg side here, and that's taken him away from the shot. He's got to stand still. 2 on the leg, 2 straight. That 1 man out on extra cover. There's your 5 fielders that are allowed out.
Yeah, Ryan Klein, he's a smart bowler as well. He'll with his 3rd man in his fine leg in, he'll be probably just trying to jam in those Yorkers.
Yeah, well, this is a great fight back, isn't it, from the Netherlands? I mean, we've had 2 astonishing overs from Floyd and then from Ahmed, and this one, it's 2 dot balls, first 2 balls.
Well, it's amazing, the momentum swings in T10. I think out of all the formats, the momentum swings are the biggest in this. I mean, 2.2 overs ago, you and I were in shock at some of the 6s, and then since then, they haven't been able to get it away.
Yeah. This one's firmly hit, so it will get Ashan on strike. Let's see what he can do. I mean, his strike rate's been brilliant. I mean, 29 of just 11 deliveries. Momin goes 31 of 17.
They both got out the blocks quickly, didn't they? They really, really did. But no, this is what cricket experience can do. And the Dutch, even though it wasn't going their way, they kept their heads. They've proven they've kept their heads, and they've adjusted their fields, they've adjusted their lines, they've hit their Yorkers better, and they're crawling themselves back into this game.
It's well bowled again. Chase on the run, and Eva! And who's going to get there first? Well, is it going to be a photo finish? Well, yes, it is. My suspicion is that it was the bowler line that got there quick enough. And I think you'll see the umpire Sherb, raising his finger. The batsman, he's already walking. I think he knows the outcome already. But he'll have to wait. They have gone upstairs.
Yeah, well, it's a really, really good fielding from Ryan. He's an athletic boy. And, well, when you're coming through your follow-through, you've still got to get down and pick it up. And that is sensational fielding to get the run out. And what a brilliant over it's been from him. So the Netherlands, they're hitting the Yorkers all of a sudden, and they're controlling the Austrians a little bit at the back end.
They are, but look, I've got some news coming through. They've let themselves down slightly, because if you have a look at the scoreboard, the score has all of a sudden jumped up by 5. And before the start of this over, it's gone to 133. And that's because, well, the Netherlands are guilty of a slow over rate. So they've been penalised. So 5 penalty runs have been added to that score. That is huge.
Oh, that is huge. I mean, we said they hadn't got a boundary away in the last over. That's almost getting that one boundary they needed. So I know in this T10 format, and we're pumping out 5 games a day, you have to be pretty switched on with your over rates. And yeah, there was a lot of 6s, but there's no excuse for not bowling your 10 overs in time.
Yeah, especially when they've used those spinners.
Yeah,
This
well
one's
said.
been well hit. And, doesn't go past the field. The take line, I mean, that's lazy running for me. You've got to push on there. But yeah, when you think that most of the bowling's been done here by the spin, that really is sloppy from the Netherlands.
Yeah, you're right, actually. I didn't think about that. 5 or 6 overs from spin. There's no excuse for over rates. It's a problem in world cricket. But I'm glad to see in T10 cricket we're stringent on teams that don't accommodate the rules.
Yeah.
So 5 penalty runs, that can decide a game. That really can decide a game later. But
yeah, I mean, we were talking about those overs from Floyd and that particularly good one there from the young Ahmed. Well, we were saying how important they were. And this one has got the man. So this the 3rd wicket for Klein, and he's taken 3 for 10. That is the end of the innings. So they don't get to the 140, but thanks and aided by those 5 penalty runs that's gone against them. Austria have posted 134. They'll be more than happy with that. I think if you asked the captain, Rasma, before the start of this match, and if you asked him when they were 2 for 12 and said, right, okay, look, you're going to get 130, what do you reckon? I think he would have said, yeah, thank you very much. They've got 134 here, so 135 is going to be the target.
well, pretty crazy innings that, because the first 2 overs it's all Holland, the next 5 overs it's all Austria, and the last 3 overs it's all Holland again. But they've still ended up with 134. That middle section of batting was some of the best, beautiful, clean hitting I've seen in a long time. So the Austrians, I think, go into the dugout the happier of the 2. And the Dutch, a little bit sloppy for their standards. Well, they're going to be tested here. And that batting lineup is going to have to explode pretty early, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some work to do here. I mean, you mentioned it, didn't you, when you said after the power play they were 31 for 2. And then in 3 overs, they scored 50-plus runs. And they continued that on, so really until that 8th over from Floyd. That was a good one. They held things back a little bit there. And then Ahmed bowled another good one in the 9th. Not a bad over there from Klein, picking up his 3rd wicket as well. But those 5 penalty runs, they're the ones that are going to hurt them as we have a look through those highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Ryan Klein early that got the Dutch off to a fly with 2 wickets in their 2nd over. And you could see how fired up he was there. Him and his new ball partner, Vivian Kingma, that was a free hit, no ball, so that was not out. It looks a little bit funny, no one appealing. But then after the power play, the screws really turned. It went all Austria, and it started with a couple of misfields. And that's the old adage, fielding wins games. And these misfields sort of gave Austria the momentum that they needed. And once they had that momentum, they really put their foot on the gas, and they started to hit some big, big sixes. And it was some of the most impressive power hitting I've seen all tournament, and they took it all on. This was a smart catch, though, from Aryan Dutt running back at backward point. Really fine hands, and that was a big wicket, but it didn't slow the momentum down for Austria at this stage. They just kept going. There was a half a chance there for Julian DeMay. It would have been a lovely catch if he had held that one for the highlight reel. But they hit the ball straight and they hit the ball long, and they'll be really happy with their efforts, Austria. The spinners in the middle didn't have too much control, but at the end, it was the Netherlands again turning back to their spearhead, Ryan Klein, who's had a really, really good day out and some athletic bit of fielding right there to get a run out and save his team at least 1 run at the back end of the innings. He bowled really well. He was the choice of the bowlers. He picked up 3. And in a funny innings, it went both ways. It was Netherlands early, Austria in the middle, and Netherlands at the end who finished the stronger. But I think overall, looking at 134 for 6, 5 penalty runs added to the Austrian score because of the slow over rate does make a big difference. And I sort of feel, watching from the sideline, I think Austria go into this break just a little bit ahead. We'll have a quick look at the scorecards for you. And, well, you can see there, that middle order exploded. Iqbal Hussain, 40 off 12. Shahil Moment, 31 off 17. And Mirza Ashan, 29 off 13. Phenomenal. But what I want you to see in the bottom left of your screen, 15 extras and penalty runs 5. We might look back at that later in the game. Look at the bowling, and the man that stands out there is Ryan Klein. Well, if they go on to win this, he might get man of the match. 3 for 10 off 2. Sensational. But all the other bowlers, well, they got a bit of stick, especially the spinners. Sebastian Brandt, not a good over there, or Julian DeMay. And they'll be disappointed with the 15 extras. It's inexcusable in cricket in any format, but especially T10. So that will take us to a break. 134 for 6. Join us back live in a few moments to see if the Netherlands 11 can make 135 to get the win. Thank you.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to the Sabahn Cricket Ground here in Austria. Unfortunately, got no good news for you at the moment, with the rain still falling steadily. We're still a little bit off the cutoff for the second match of the day, match number 32. Players came off after just 2 overs of play. ICCV 38 without loss after those 2 overs. So yeah, potentially, if it was to clear in the next 10 minutes or so, we may be able to still get a completed match in. So just a quick note to say, there's no real advance in the situation here, but you can keep up to date either in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course on our website, europeancricket.com. We'll let you know if there's any news. In the meantime, we'll go back to that classic match, and in that match, it takes us all the way back to the ECC back in 2021, 5th of October, Championship Week, Match 6. We've just seen the Austrian innings. They put on 134 for 6 off the 10 overs. Iqbal Hussain with 40. Shahil Momin with 31 and Mirza Hassan with 29. So we'll resume now with the start of the second innings. Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed will be your openers. First over to be bowled by Aqib Iqbal himself. And your next voice you hear will be that of Corey Rutgers and, of course, Rico Full. Let you know shortly if there's any advance here with the situation in Austria. For now, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Today, and welcome to you. There's the umpires, Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher. Very happy birthday to Stefan Gooch, his 37th birthday today. And it's wonderful to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. Well, this is a battle between 2 teams that struggled on day 1 of the championship week. They both lost both of their games, and that's their records for the entire series. You see up there, Italy 6 and 7. And those 6 were all in a row. And you can see the news from the toss. Italy won the toss, elected to bat first. And Rico mentioned some of the players to watch. I think for me,
Apologies for that. Seems to have cut ahead, and we don't want to go there just yet. So just when we find that, then we'll let you know when we're ready to go. But yeah, no, the Netherlands versus Austria was a very, very good match. I just want to give a quick shout out to all the players here as well for their patience. Obviously not an easy thing to do, to sit and wait. But hopefully the rain does clear. We had a frustrating couple of days really here at the Sabahn Cricket Ground. And so hopefully we'll get going as soon as possible. Just to let you know what's happened so far today, we did have first match of the day completed, and it was a pretty high scoring one. Austrian Cricket Tigers 152 versus Cricket SEC 136. Austrian Cricket Tigers continued their good form, particularly their top 3. It's been amongst the runs more often than not. 79 off 38 for Imran Asif this morning, 66 off 23 for Mirza Hassan. Aqib Iqbal went out there, didn't even have to face the ball, just had to do some running as they put 152 on the board for just 1 wicket. Cricketer in response, well, they gave it a good shake, didn't they? Bilal Zalmay 43 off 20. Javid Zadran was outstanding, 65 not out off 25, but they just weren't able to go at the pace required, and they fell 16 runs short. Some really good bowling performances. Hassan Yusuf, I think he was great again opening the bowling, just 1 for 12 for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. So I'm going to leave you for now, and we'll take you back to the second half of that game. Netherlands chasing 135 for victory in that ECC 2021 match, Match 6 in Championship Week. And we'll be back here with an update shortly from Austria. Enjoy.
I should say sorry to all our cricket viewers around the world. We're at the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain, and look at that gorgeous view in the background. Mountain-esque, hills, greenery, absolutely gorgeous. And we are in the middle of an absolutely beautiful game of T10 cricket. The ebbs and flows in the first innings were sensational. And I'm Corey Rutgers, and it's great to have you back here joining us live around the world, wherever you are, morning, afternoon, dinner time, or even the late evening. It's great to have you watching us live. And, well, Austria playing the Netherlands 11. Austria came out and absolutely shocked the Netherlands 11. They had a poor start in the power play, but then they went on to hit 134 for 6, also helped by 5 penalty runs. Well, you don't hear that every day, but they'll be pretty confident and pretty happy with their total halfway through. And it looks like it's going to be Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed, the Dutch opening batsman, coming out, and they really have to get them off to a good start here, because if they don't get off to a good start, Well, Austria will think this is our chance. They're 0-3 against the Netherlands. They were in the same group. But as we mentioned before, they were the Group B finalists. And in the final, Austria only lost by 4 runs. So for them, this is probably their biggest opportunity for a little bit of revenge, bit of payback. And can they do it to get their team across the line? And looking forward to this. The first innings is one of the most exciting first innings. It's going to be Iqbal has the new ball in his hand. Looks like it's going to be deep backward square leg. And well, they don't have a second man out just yet, but I dare say someone will, because you are allowed 2 out in this power play. And it'll be Clayton Floyd. He didn't have the greatest day yesterday, and he'll be looking to get them off to a flyer. The first ever international T10 100 maker. Can he do something crazy for his team again and get them across the line? 135 off 60 balls, 13.5s. Gives me a good opportunity to bring back good friend, all-round good guy and co-commentator, Rico Full. Rico, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Corey. And what a match we have lined up here. The Netherlands, they've been strong, they've been good, but they've got to be pretty good here now, trying to get to this score required, 135 for victory. First delivery is a wide from Iqbal. Akib Iqbal, I have liked his bowling, Corey. I think he's been one of few seamers that has got the ball consistently in the right area. Also, he has been able to get that ball to do a bit. A lot of bowlers have struggled.
Oh, he's a talented bowler and likes to take it away from the right hander. He needs to get it right early, though.
Well bowled, and they good backing up, which you'd expect. And Musa gets to the other end. Musa Ahmed, what form he's been in. When he gets flowing, it's not a better batsman to watch, really. Plays shots all around the park. Yesterday he was in good form, scoring big runs for his team, once again in the 70s. 70 of 27 deliveries in that match against Spain. Crushing defeat it was for the home team. Bowled out for 38, chasing 128. After doing good work in the field, they need to come back strong. Spain here today. It's very well bowled. That's that good running again. This is something that we're going to see from the Netherlands, and the only other team that's really able to replicate this kind of running is the England 11. I mean, Corey, how hard is it to really get this mindset into batsmen to be running like this? I mean, it seems to be something which all the other teams could learn from. Absolutely. Those little ones make a big difference to your total end. And well, Musa Ahmed and Clayton Floyd, their teammates back home in the Netherlands, they play for HCC together, so you would hope they have a good understanding together as well. Here we go again. You see him in the bowler scarping along and trying to get there. Because one of the things, I remember, I was bowling in my prime years, if you like. When you're charging in and you're getting ball in, you've got the field set, and you've always thought to the captain and say, right, I want him there, one there. I don't want to give any singles away. And when you've got that field and they're still getting the singles, it used to drive me mad. And I'm thinking, Skip, if he's there, there can't be a single there. I mean, are they too deep here? What's the story? Or are they just being too defensive? Nicely played, 4 runs. As soon as that gets past the fielder, it's going to be 4. And that's what Ahmed does, perfect timer of the ball. Yeah, lovely shot. And it's a really great example of what you just said, Rick. Because they're running the ones, the other thing that has to happen there, it's a lefty-righty combination. So all of a sudden, your angles change as a bowler, your angles change as a fielder, you're a little bit more tired. Yeah. And if you are right, you could have your point and cover tight. If there are no ones there, you've got dot balls all of a sudden. Yeah. But teams just retreat just a little bit too early, it feels sometimes. This time to the fielder, and this time no run as well. There's something about the left-handed cover drive. Musa Ahmed, he's aesthetically beautiful as a player. Just the way he just leans on the ball and play, like just this shot here. I mean, it's only a dot ball, but there's something beautiful about a left-handed cover drive. It's that punchy little action shot, isn't it? Yeah. Really do love it. It's a good start from Austria, though. They'll be pretty happy. Pretty important ball. Last ball of the first. Oh, well, I think this will be a wide ball. Yes, it will. And the keeper's done really well, actually, Abdullah Bilal, to stop this. But be disappointed with himself, the bowler.
Well, sorry, in the first innings, including the penalty runs, it was actually 15 extras by the Netherlands. That's huge.
That is huge, isn't it? That is massive.
If Austria can keep their extras to maybe 3 or 4, does help.
That's a good delivery to finish the over. He let himself down a bit, didn't he, with the wide ball, but he's more than made up for this one. This was nice. It was hot. It was spicy. Game on.
Yeah, it really is, and it's 9 for none after the first. Little bit of lift here, keeps it outside off stump. Good carry through the keeper, and Musa was a tad late on that. He really was a tad late on that. So, with Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed being the keys in this batting lineup, and Sebastian Bratt knows how to hit a big ball, Boris Gourlay, it's going to be a really enthralling chase. I still think Austria have their nose ahead. This power play to me means a lot, though. It really does.
Yeah.
What do you want to be at the end of this power play? Maybe 35, 40?
Yeah, I think you've got to be looking at around 40. You know, so I think every 2 overs you're looking to be 20 on the board and 40 at the 3. So you've got to get moving here. Well, this is hit dead straight, but there's a man there, and that's the wicket. So Floyd goes. You can see Musa Ahmed. He's looking at the skies because he knows this is important. And, well, he's looking at the skies. There's balls falling out of the skies. But that one misses him. And that is a huge wicket, and they know how important it is. Clayton and Floyd, I mean, you said it. He's the man to score the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship century. And he goes early. And he's not going to be the one scoring the runs here. And you can see just how important that catch was. Big celebrations. And that was Bilal Zalmi taking the catch.
Yeah, it's a good catch. And the ball was thrown in celebration. Almost cleaned up Musa. So almost 2 for the price of 1. But Clayton Floyd, he hasn't been in too much form since that 100 out for 2. And I tell you what, I can hear the Austrians. They are up for this. They are really fired up. And, I mean, you're not going to have a better chance than this. They're 0-3 against the Dutch in this tournament. They have a real hot chance of chasing out. And it looks like there's been a change in the order. That looks like it's my fellow. I like him a lot, the way he bats and goes. Rafael Fons. So he's the deflector. That he plays a lot of ramps, a lot of deft touches, reverse malachis, scoop shots, whatever you want to call it. They've given him a go at 3.
No.
Interesting.
Alphonse. And maybe that's because of the early fall of the wicket. Sadran to him. Banks this one in outside the off. He's asking the question. And, well, 1 or 2 of them are as well. Let's see this again.
I heard something. I did hear something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just a feather, I thought. And I'll put the finger up in the commentary. I'm glad I'm not an umpire. It's not easy.
Hello, hello. Yo. Did it? Yeah, I did. What, ready? Men är iväg. Där.
And this one's just a little bit too wide and gets called wide. But up until now, this has been a smashing over from Zadran.
Yeah, it has. Are you surprised to not see Boris Gourlay come out at 3? He's been the glue.
Yeah, I am very surprised. I mean, Gourlay can hold things together, you know, and if they wanted to make this play a little bit safer, they've had a number of options they could have gone for. We'll get a run here, and another guy, I say a number of options. One man that I've been impressed with, and I certainly think for me, he's a power play player, is the Oliver Alumbas. I think when he's gone out there, he hits the ball so well and so cleanly. To have him out in the power play would certainly be something that I'd be interested to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just more surprised we haven't seen Boris. He's been the number 3 all tournament, and he's batted well. He's also a deflecting sort of player, but I think teams shouldn't panic when there's a big total on the ball. You can still go with your correct order.
In the air, but he'll get away with it. He just manages, I think, to stop the shot. And, otherwise, that could have been another huge scalp taken by Austria here. But what a fantastic over that is. Really was good. I mean, it's see there, just stops the shot. Otherwise, that's going straight to one of those players. So Austria are fighting and fighting hard. 2 overs gone. The score on 12. That was fantastic from Zadran.
And we have a look at the table here. This game is really important for Austria. Yet to get any points on the board. I mean, if Austria can upset the Netherlands here, straight away they're back right into the reckoning. Your top 3 on Thursday, Super Thursday, and the bottom 3 where we'll start to lose some teams. So it's a big game for everyone involved.
Well, Miss Ahmed now giving the umpire the look. And the Austrians, they're up for this, and they're up in the bowler here. No, I think that's fine. I think that's okay.
Very good umpiring. And, well, Austria were 12 off 2 overs. Netherlands are 12 off 2 overs. Can they explode like Austria did? Oh, well, Rico, what a shot that is. A wide half volley, and he's absolutely laced that for 6. Will that get them going? Well, he said he's a gorgeous player to watch, and yeah, that was in the right zone. What a shot that is, Rico.
Absolute beautiful. Absolute beaut. And over it goes. Well, you said it. You said it, didn't you? You said there were even Stevens after 2. And this is the time where the acceleration came in from Austria. Will the Netherlands do the same? Well, Musa Ahmed probably heard you there, Corey, and thought, OK, it's time to go. Nice shot. Still no change in the field. There he goes for the big one straight down the ground. And I think that's... They're leaving that door open at the moment, aren't they? I mean, they haven't got that man back at long off. Long on is on, but long off, he's inside the circle, and I think that's where Ahmed was looking to go there.
Yeah, they've got the deep mid on deep mid wicket, so Ahmed's trying to clear that front leg and hit everything through the offside.
This is going to go all the way as well, is it? No, just one bounce, 4 runs. Clever shot. He knows there's nobody out there on the boundary. You've got 4 men there around him. He almost gave them a catch, didn't he, earlier on? But this time round, he says, no, I'm going to go through with my shot. He backed himself to do it, and he's nailed it. 4 more runs.
No, lovely cricket shot, and he's a player that has a big reputation in Dutch cricket already. I think I mentioned yesterday, he made his 50-over debut against Ireland in the ODI Super League series this year, and he is a class batsman, but he is so important in this run chase. He needs to bat maybe 5-6 overs deep to give them their best chance.
And this is the shot he was looking for. And like you said, this is really clever batting. It's all about placement. He knows that man is inside. This one doesn't go all the way. He knows he doesn't have to go for the big shot and lose his wicket. It's just timing, get it in the right areas. That's what he's done. 4 more. Classy shot.
Yeah, and he's got going now. So we said, you just mentioned mid-off's in the ring, and he's trying to lift it over the offside, and he's just done it again. So really good batting. I mean, it's the last ball of the power play. As a bowler, you still got to keep calm. You've got to try to get this for a dot or a 1 at most.
He's gone up in the air, and there is a man there, and he takes a catch just for one moment there, Corey. I thought the fielder was going to overrun this, but he doesn't. He holds his nerve and he holds on to the catch. And Musa Ahmed, we know he had to go big. He played some nice shots. He'll be disappointed to get out there, but good captaincy. They moved that man back there and he's taken the catch.
Yeah, unbelievable captaincy. They brought one more over from the leg side. They brought the deep square in and they put in basically a deep backward point for a splice drive, and that is exactly what's happened.
Yeah.
They couldn't have picked him out any better. Huge wicket.
Yeah, and look at the way he's holding on to that. He knows that is a prize wicket. And well done to the bowler as well, Aqib Iqbal. He took a bit of stick, didn't he, in that one? Some nice shots played by Musa Ahmed, but he gets the man at the end of his last delivery. And that is huge in the context of this match. 26 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, absolutely. And Musa, 20 off 11. Not a bad little innings, but he got himself in, so he'll be disappointed to be leaving already. That does bring in Boris Gourlay. We thought to see him at 3. We're going to see him at 4. So him and Rafael Fons, well, you don't have too much time to get going, but I know young Boris, he is a very talented player. And, well, the Dutch, still a bit shell-shocked at fields. Austria, they're streaming ahead here. Strong favourites to get away with this one.
Certainly are, and Zadran doesn't bowl his second. They've gone for spin. Nagoli, we know what he can do. So you see this one. Well, Alphonse here, he's trying to do what Gourlay does very successfully. And I'm just wondering if that is the plan here. Whether you just say, well, okay, let's just put our fine leg and third man on the boundary. Let's change the field slightly and see how Alphonse plays then. Well, this is one that's been played pretty firmly down the ground. Good bit of fielding. No mistakes there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Boris. I mean, the required rate's almost at 16s. Basically at 16s. Well, it is now 16.2. To come in from ball 1 for Boris and these side players who maybe are a little bit more technical than Austrian players who can power hit. It's very tough.
Well, you say it's very tough. And Paulie says, well, maybe not so tough. Now, this is interesting because I think Gourlay normally likes to be funky. He likes to get the scoops in, etc. But he's just stood firm here and thumped this straight back down the ground. And even with that man on the boundary, the 2 men straight are back. He fancies himself. He backs himself forward. Clean hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, shot. I can't call a thing today. What a shot.
This time, hard into the ground. They're putting the pressure on the fielder, but they'll only get the 1. Very important here now, I think, for Alphonse to realise the importance of his role in this innings. I think at the moment, and he won't mind me saying so, he's just chewed up a few dot balls. He's got to get bat onto ball.
Yeah, it's a tough one. He's been given the promotion to 3. There'll be a reason for it, but he's 2 off 7 now. I mean, at what stage do you go, it's time to hit out or get out? You can't chew any more balls up in this chase.
Yeah. Yusuf, the shorter ball. The fielder finds, the batsman I should say, finds the fielder. Well hit. Good shot for 1.
Yeah, it is a good shot for 1. It brings an end to the over. It's 35 for 2. I mean, when you've got Sebastian Braat sitting in the sheds at the moment, probably one of the better. You've got Olivia Ellenbas, who you mentioned. At what stage do you think about potentially retiring a player to bring in a power hitter? I know it sounds awful, and Rafael Fons is a talented player.
Yeah.
But he's 2 off 8. If he starts to go, say, 3 off 11 or 3 off 12, would you actually retire a player to bring in a bigger power hitter?
Yeah, I've got to be honest. The retiring of a player, it's not something I'm a big fan of. But I would say that if I was that batsman, and I know I'm not doing it for my team, well, you go back and hit your stumps or something, wouldn't you?
That's a little bit more ugly, isn't it? If you just start kicking some stumps.
Depends how you do it. Depends how you do it. But no, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think as we see this delivery, this is up in the air. Is it catchable? I would say it is. And it has been taken. And it's another wicket. But look, maybe that's what we're talking about. You see, I'd rather that than the batsman say, all right, call me in. I'm really not performing. And I know it's perfectly legal to do that within the rules and regs of the format. But look, you've got a bat in your hand, have a go. If it don't work, you come back. And I think he's done the right thing here to have a go. It's a good catch taken there again. But what a key player he is. Aqib Iqbal, he's done it with the ball and now taking the catch. So surely now we're going to see either the captain come in or Alan Bass.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it wasn't Rafa's day. He'll feel a little bit disappointed with that innings, but that also happens. He just couldn't get going. And you look there, the strike rate of 33 and chewing up 9 balls, quite a heavy percentage. So disappointing match for him with the bat. He kept well though, but probably a blessing in disguise. I feel this does bring in the captain, Sebastian Braat, and he loves going from the first ball, and he is a strong hitter of the ball. I mean, they need another 100 of 35 balls. If Netherlands are to get there, it'll be a phenomenal chase. They have to go at 17. Pretty incredible, and it's going to be very difficult. I'm glad everyone around the world's joining us, and it's good to have some new viewers. Young Daly's chimed in the chat. Welcome Daly to watching, and his father Joey in the Netherlands. It's their first taste of cricket, so welcome, guys.
Yeah, very big welcome, and you're going to get hooked. I'll tell you now, you're going to get hooked. You're going nowhere, you know. You go nowhere. Enjoy the feast. You're about to get 5 matches, of course, we have for you today. This one's played out to that man there in the sort of extra cover area.
I'll tell you what, Rico, if Austria don't beat Netherlands this time, they've got the hoodoos. They will never beat them. This is the biggest opportunity they've got. It's taken 4 attempts.
Just gets a few fingertips on this. And look, we're seeing that goalie batting. We know that he likes to do the scoop. Straight away, I'm thinking here that if I were the captain here, my fine leg's going on the line. Yeah,
he's one of the few players in this tournament that can play that scoop shot consistently well. So yeah, you could bring up your extra man on the offside and have him back. But Sebastian Braat, can he get going?
Good leave. Called wide by the umpire.
I guess these were those middle overs where Austria's batting just was phenomenal. From ball 1 they were going, and now the Dutch sort of have to match and mirror what they did.
It up in the air, but it would be safe. Now, do you think? Now, look, we often compare some of the other teams. So the teams. I mean, maybe we should say that the teams like that are relatively new to cricket in Europe, that are developing all the time. So let's call them the developing teams. When they look at the likes of the Netherlands and the England 11, there's a lot they can learn. Yeah, especially in the fielding, field placement, bowling, the energy levels, maybe even fitness. As we see this delivery played out, will be a single. Do you think, now we're talking of course T10 format, do you think the teams like the Netherlands and the England 11 can learn from the teams like Austria and Belgium in terms of the hitting?
Brilliant question, a brilliant analysis, because the answer is yes. I mean, everyone thought when Netherlands and England came.
Firmly hit, good fielding again. It's that young man, Iqbal, Iqbal.
Everyone thought when the Netherlands and England came, everyone would be learning from them and how they play, and it does bring us an end to the over. It's 42 for 3. But yeah, it's a great question, because everyone thought when Netherlands and England come to this tournament, they're going to dominate, they're going to be elite with their fielding and their batting and their bowling. Yeah. And I think talking to some of the Dutch players and talking to some of the English players, they have sort of realised, wow, the power hitting skills of these other nations, we can't match it.
Yeah.
They actually can't. So it'd be interesting to see and speak to the English and Dutch if they are learning and actually asking a little bit about how players are getting into those zones and those positions so early.
Because there's no, I mean, these are teams, and we talk about Netherlands and the England 11 here. They're teams that still have this strategy of go out there, play yourself in.
Yeah.
But there's no playing yourself in this format. You just got to go out there and hit big straight away. And certainly I'm seeing that, certainly like the Netherlands and the England 11 as well, that's just not a format they're used to. They need to get in. They need a few balls. They need 6 or 8, 10 balls to get going. And then they can play the big shot. But these guys going in playing big straight away. So I think that's something, that's why I was asking the question. That's something that they've probably seen here. And they're probably thinking, well, okay, how do we get to that? The same way the other teams are thinking and watching the Netherlands and England taking these quick singles and say, how do we get to that?
Yeah, and I think the team that ends up winning this week will be the team that can combine the both.
Yeah, good
The team that power hits the best and the team that can run ones and field and be agile. If they can combine both skills, they're going to be hard to beat.
I mean, that would be awesome to see as well, wouldn't it? Back to the live action here. And at the moment, just managing to contain. It's all tiki-taka, not too many boom-booms at the moment. And got to find that zone sooner or later. These batsmen, Yusuf continuing with the ball.
Yeah, they need to get going now. This is really important ball, this one. It's flighted, and that's a nice cricket shot. Should be in the gap, and it is. It's one bounce forward to Boriscore Lee. Well, if they do end up getting close, we're in for a bit of a treat because they really have to go at every ball, Rico.
Yeah, huge partnership, isn't it, this one? And this one probably just down on the leg side. We haven't seen too many bad deliveries. That one, though, just went astray. He needs to pull this back and get it back outside the off stump. It's better. He's trying to split the two fielders, and he does. Good placement, good timing. Fielder ne courses the kitibo that she dive Maria, but Lagya Jokan this time. Akib Iqbal, who's been brilliant out there in the field, just not able to get to this.
No, that's a lovely cricket shot. Deep mid on and deep mid wicket are in place, and he's hit it hard along the carpet into the gap and bisects the fielders beautifully. So 2 important fours, but when you've got to go at 17 and over, you need to keep going.
Oh, I think he's gone. He's on his way. And Boris Gawley comes down the wicket, gets stumped. I don't think that's the first time that's happened to him in this championship. He's made a quick fire 17 off the 7 deliveries, but he's got his man in the end. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, and well, Austria, they are really, really playing good game cricket. You said he had to adjust his line to outside off. He does that. He gets a bit of purchase off the deck, and it's smart keeping. It's no risk keeping. Nice take. Take the batsman. He's not really in the frame there. He's out by a long, long way. And Boriscore Lee, well, he came in. He threw everything he could at it, but he just hasn't had too much support really throughout the innings because he was striking at a decent rate of 242. He made 17 off 7. And, well, it's going to bring in Aryan Dutt, a big strapping young man. But Rico, is it starting to get to the old lady sings? Because they're really far behind here, Netherlands, now. And it sort of feels that unless we see something unbelievable, Austria will finally get the wood over them.
Yeah, look, I'm standing here next to yourself, and if I was standing next to Vinny would be saying they've already gone past the point of no return. Vinny, as soon as he sees that rate, the rate per over required goes over the 18 mark, he thinks that's it. But look, I think while Pratt is still out there, there's every opportunity. I mean, he's a good hitter off the ball, and he hasn't quite got himself played in, but he is the captain, and he's not looking at a defeat at the moment. He's still wanting this victory.
Yeah, he'll have to bat right through, you'd feel. It's 83 of 25 now required.
Firmly hit. He's looking to split that field, and he does it well. This has thumps into the boundary fencing there, and that's a nice shot. And just what they need. They've just got to believe, keep picking up these boundaries. And well, if they can take this deep, even if it stays at around 18, if you take it deep going into the last over, the nerves will play a part, and whoever's going to bowl the last, well, they're going to feel it. So they could go anyway, but the key thing is to keep going to stop that rate climbing any higher.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, when you've got to go at such a rate, it really is about keeping that head still, getting deep in the box and trying to get that ball over the rope as much as possible. Aryan Dutt on strike, and he is a powerful young man, but he has to get going basically from his second ball.
Nice looking shot, but it's straight at the fielder. And you said it, Corey, he needs to get going straight away. And he's found the captain, Razmal, and he's the happier man of the 2 captains at the moment. One is still out there, though, at the non-strikers end. But that is the end of Aryan Dutt. He hasn't had the best of days, you have to say. He was having troubles in the field, and now going with just the 1 run to his name of the 2 deliveries that he faced.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. It was there to hit through that ring of fielders on the offside, but he picked him out beautifully. And another wicket, and more importantly, another dot ball, really. These dot balls are starting to stack up. It means Ryan Klein will come out, but yeah, Aryan Dutt, only the 1 run there. Yeah. And we've had some pretty big upsets in the tournament. We had, it was Portugal. They upset the Dutch. That was the first big one. We had Italy upsetting England the second. Yeah. I think we're going to see a third one, Rico. This will be the 3rd big upset.
You're absolutely right. You know, just touch on what we were talking about teams learning from each other. This is a classic example. Austria, first 3 overs pace, 4th over spin. And since then, it's been doing the trick. They're basically following the pattern that the Netherlands used.
Yep, absolutely. And they're executing a little bit better than the Dutch spinners today. The Dutch spinners were a bit short and they got hit.
Firmly struck. Get a single. So Ryan Klein is the new batsman, joining his captain out there.
Yeah, it's a nice shot to get off the mark, and well, you got to get Sebastian Brutt back on strike, and you basically need a captain's innings, a hero innings if he gets them close from here.
Oh, that's good work from the bowler, Momin. He's picked up 2 for 8, and that the third delivery of this second over hit firmly back at him. No mistakes. Dot ball. And that's firmly hit. He just flights this one up, and why not have a go? But there's a big gap out there, and Sebastian Brutt finds it easily. 4 runs to him.
Yeah, nice cricket shot. Bowler got a little bit greedy, I think. They decided to flight one. I'm not too sure he needs to at this stage, but nice cricket shot, no matter.
And up in the air, this should be taken. This is a big moment, and that could be the match there. They've taken the catch. They're overjoyed with each other. That is the big wicket. And Momin picks up his 3rd wicket. What a spell this has been from him. And there's the catch taken. Well, Corey, I can't see them coming back from this.
Well, stranger things have happened, but I don't think we're going to see it here. It's wide bowling outside off stump and trying to make the batsman reach for it, and that's exactly what they've done. Another smart catch there, deep long off. And yeah, this is actually turning out to be a really impressive all-round performance by the Austrians. Sebastian Brutt, he's out for 12 off 8 with only 2 boundaries. And disappointing to lose the captain there. You felt like he was maybe the last hope, but you never can count out any side in cricket, especially the Dutch 11. And this is who you've been calling for Olivier Ellenbas. And well, I think in the Group B final, he came out in the last 3 balls of the innings. He hit for 6-6-6, which actually ended up winning them the game, really. And they have to go at 23.36. I mean, it would take a monumental effort. But you never say never. Stranger things have happened.
No, and you're absolutely right. It was those big hits from him that gave him that victory. Strike this one out to mid-wicket. We'll take the single.
Yep, 62 for 6 after 7, Rico. This is an early thing to call, and obviously we're interested to see if Dutch get close. But net run rate will play a huge part in all this. Yep. At the moment, this is a bit of what we say in Australian, shellacking. This basically means a thumping win. They are on to potentially win by more than 50.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. Look, this is what we've got coming up. Italy versus Spain. Both teams lost both their matches yesterday, and it has to be said that they were well beaten as well. That is going to be a big game. Oh, that's Mr. Maximo there.
Terrible shirt.
And good morning to him. This is, well, it might be good morning to Mr. Maximo, but it's goodbye to the batsman. That's Ellenbas. He's not able to do any of his big hitting today. What a beautiful delivery that is. Yorker length, and they're the ones that take wickets. This is what you got to bowl at this stage, is try to give him a lot of room. He won't like to see that when he looks back. And the off stump comes out of the ground.
Yeah, you miss, I hear. Execution perfect with the Yorker. Trying to open himself up to get it over that inner ring on the offside. And it was actually 4 sixes to end that final in Group B, but couldn't imitate that now. And he's out. And it's almost all she wrote here for the Dutch 11. They are really being put to the sword here by the Austrians. And a really impressive all-round display. The batting in the middle overs, the bowling, the fielding. We said they could be up for this one, and they really are. It brings the young Shiraz Ahmed out. And, well, when you're 18 years old and you need to go at more than 20 and over, and it's not easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, what a good delivery that was. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. They bowl really well. I can only remember me sort of thinking and saying, well, that wasn't the best of deliveries. It was the one that was on the leg side that got put away. Other than that, the bowling has been quality here. And it's a good one there again. You see, just a good length, full, outside the off stump. Very difficult for the batsman to do anything with.
Yeah, what amazing figures as well. 2 for 3. Sensational figures in this T10 format. But I mentioned net run rate. It's going to be important. And, I mean, they're looking at a plus 50 run loss here.
This one is just gone a little bit too wide. Yeah, I think we've always say, don't we, that when, for example, when we were talking about Spain playing yesterday, we say, look, in those matches, we know they got to a point where the win was unlikely, but what it's important to do is, though you're going to lose, but lose well, because the net run rate is so important. And there's another one. He's gone right across, and this time it looks like it's the middle stump that's leaning backwards. What a brilliant bit of bowling. So just like Momin, we see another bowler, Zadran, this time, that has taken 3 wickets and only conceded so far 4 runs. That is outstanding, that bowling. It really is. Look, when you're a captain of a team and you're giving the ball to your medium pace or quick bowler, what you're saying to him is, look, all I want you to do is get the ball right up there. So many bowlers, I think, Corey, have struggled to do that in this championship. Well, Zadran, he's giving you an example of what the captain wants.
And he's being rewarded for it, and his figures are absolutely outstanding. And this has been a really complete performance from Austria. You know what I'm amazed about, Rico, in this tournament is the bounce back ability of a lot of these sides. We saw it from Italy, we saw it from Portugal. Austria yesterday, they don't have a great day by their standards, but they've come back and now they've upset the Dutch. And this is the beauty of this T10 cricket. It's just astounding. Everyone is beating everyone, and this trophy could go in a lot of different directions. As Julian Demey, well, he had a lot to say with the ball. He might be a bit sheepish here because now he's got a bat with his team pretty much on the ropes. That's what they all say. If you sledge in the first innings, you've then got to back it up in the second innings. So a bit of pressure on the young man here.
Oh, and there's that delivery again. Absolutely beautiful to see. And look, the Netherlands yesterday, well, we know 128 for 4. Musa Ahmed scored 70 there. Bowled Spain out for 38. They won that one by 90 runs. And then in their second match, it was more the same. Italy restricted them well to 108 for 9, but they only allowed Italy score 71. Italy only lost 4 wickets. But here today, well, you've got to say, they're getting some of their own punishment.
Yeah, they are. I still think they made a tactical error by not sending in Boris at 3. Nothing against Rafael Fons. He's a good player. But they changed their order, and I think they panicked a little bit because all the momentum of their innings just got sucked out at that point.
Yeah.
And Rafa didn't get going. He chewed up some balls, but Boris Gorley then didn't get enough time at the crease, and he's a good player.
This one was a slower one and short, but it has been put away. And it just goes to show the difference the length makes. Now, look, you can imagine if the Austrian bowlers were bowling badly, if they were bowling bad balls, well, these batsmen would be tearing into them. But they've kept it good, they've kept it well. And even though that loose one there at the end, still, there's no way you can see Netherlands getting back into this match. It's been a quality performance from Austria.
Yeah, and it takes it to 70 for 8 after 8. And I think we can sit here and maybe look at what the Netherlands have done wrong in that, but to be completely honest, they've been out-executed in nearly every facet. The power hitting has been better, the intent with the ball, the fielding, the Austrians have had a really exceptional day as a team, and they're doing their country proud. I mean, they haven't technically won yet, Rico. Could we see 65 off 12? Well, keep the viewers interested.
Nicely bowled, and again, it's all about the line. It's all about getting the ball in the right place. And Asif, he's just taken over from where Zadran left off. It will certainly this match is now going to put a lot of pressure on the 2 teams that we're going to see next, Spain versus Italy. So Austria now, remember, they only played just the 1 yesterday. So in their second match, this one is sort of just chipped up in the air, but it will drop safe. So they're going to pick up some points and put them on the board. Okay, as well, another bat goes flying, and then the batsman follows as well.
I think
it's Demey here. He's got to be careful he doesn't injure himself.
Yeah, we call that a jackknifing is what it's called, when the bat gets stuck into the grass when you're running and it sort of comes back into you.
Yeah.
So I hope he's okay, but good aggressive running for 2 runs. But yeah, you're right as well. It's opened the group up, this result. Yeah. It really has opened the group up, and you can see there, he just got that bat stuck into the grass and it pitches there. But I'm glad to see him on his feet and he's okay.
And an edge, but it goes over the wicketkeeper like a flash. 4 runs. So it's a boundary to Ryan Klein. And he's taking his aggression and frustration out on the ball. But yeah, you're right. So Austria now, well, they look like they're the team that are chasing the pack. Italy and Spain need to get started, but whatever happens in that match, how about the one that's going to come up, Austria's second match today against Spain?
Well, Austria will go into that favourites, and if they go 2 wins today, anything can happen.
This is a nice shot. This is going all the way. That is big. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras, manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 más.
Yeah, lovely shot. Nice still base, still head, puts his hands through the ball. And, well, we said net run rate's important. Good to see Ryan Klein still going at it. I've got this for you as well, Rico.
Yeah, go on.
Netherlands play England later. Let's say England beat Netherlands. Then all of a sudden they've lost 2 in a row. And then they have Belgium who are red hot.
Yeah. Well bowled. Yeah, look.
All of a sudden.
It goes back to what we're talking about, you know, that we've seen results go a way that very few people would think so. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that in this championship week. Belgium, a lot of people, you know, when I was walking around the fan zone yesterday, a lot of people saw the way Belgium played in those 2 victories and saying, you know what, I think it could be an upset here. And that sort of vibe has followed all the way through. And the proof, if you like, is in the pudding here as well.
As he takes a guard outside off stump. And it doesn't matter. You know what I love about that? It doesn't matter where the batsman stands. If you can execute as a bowler, it's still a 1. It's still a 1.
Yeah, I mean, it could go any way, but you're absolutely right. That match.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. And some good news from Austria. And after the unfortunate abandonment of the second match of the day, we're back on deck and we're going to get going in the third match of the day. Match number 33. This is the story. Yes, Austrian Cricket Tigers back on the park, 6-2. They've been pretty good so far in this tournament after a bit of a shaky start. Vienna Danube without a win, though they do have a point from a no result. And unfortunately, theirs was the match that was lost to the weather on Friday. News from the toss, Vienna Danube winning the toss, electing to bat. Makes sense to me. I think we've seen teams batting first, putting some big runs, despite these conditions, which I would say is a little bit greasy, to say the least. So have a look at some of the top performers. Imran Asif now up to 361 runs in the series. Aki Vikbal and Mirza Hassan both over 200, having a really good time. Asif's also the leading wicket taker with 8. Although Vienna Danube haven't had as much success. They've had some guys hitting the ball well, like the batting of Amin. I think Malia's super important, the left hand. He's also the leading wicket taker so far. Vienna Danube, yeah, without a win in 5 matches. They'll be hoping to get on the board here. Conditions in Vienna, well, still, you know, drizzle falling. It's just a bit of a judgment call about when it gets too heavy to play and when we're able to get cricket on. We did kind of attempt to give the rain a chance to clear in the second match of the day, but it didn't really work out. That result, Indian Vienna 38 without loss after 2 overs. Those points will be split though. There'll be a point apiece. Vienna Danube though, and they'll be hoping to get off to a good start. Kabir Malia is opening the batting. It's out there with Shafil Yusuf's eye. And it's going to be Asan Yusuf to get us going. Starts with the ball. It does drop. It drops onto the bat of Malia, who drives it through the offside. And it'll be a boundary. So a great start for Vienna Danube. He's still there. See that? Just slight misty rain falling at the moment. Yeah, we've seen it's not easy conditions for anyone. The batters, bowlers, all the fielders, everyone has to try and make the best of it. Something slightly different for us and Yusuf to deal with the left-hand, right-hand combination. And so, 4, then a single. Want to welcome back everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed the classic match. I know just missed the ending, but you could see the writings on the wall for the Netherlands 11. They ended up being bowled out for 86 off 9.3 overs. That was a memorable win for Austria and the ECC 21 Championship week. They won that match by 48 runs. This one just sneaks in a little bit. This is the thing about Arsene Yusuf. He's very, very clever in the way he gets that ball to talk. He's capable of turning them, but doesn't really bother most of the time in this form of the game. Just loves to slide the ball into the right-hander. Wow, Yusuf Zayat doesn't really care. He takes it on. He smacks the ball to the leg side, 4 runs. And I think Yusuf Zayat, he's kind of clued in that this isn't going to turn away. He just takes a chance, a calculated risk to play it on length, and he whacks it away to the boundary. Second boundary of the over. This one hacked away into the leg side for 1. Well, this one breaks away. It's a caught and bowled opportunity, and it's been taken. So Malia's going to have to go again. That one just left him slightly, getting that left to right movement, that little curve in the air with the wind. And Arsene Yusuf, quick to backtrack, moonwalks back to the stumps and removes the Vienna Danube skipper. He'll be disappointed to fail here. Again, tried to pull it, but it slides on. He knew straight away, Kaiba. And he already started making his way back to the pavilion. End of the first over, 10 for 1. Having a look at the bat versus ball war between these two teams. Austrian Cricket Tigers, 12-run favourites against Vienna Danube. I suppose the interesting thing here is that the run scoring has still been right up there despite these greasy conditions. ACT averaging 140 with the bat. Both these teams kind of similar, I suppose, with the runs conceded in this series. Austrian Cricket Tigers, though, see that they're into their 9th match of the series here in match 33. They just have their final match on Tuesday in the final one of the day against Indian CC Vienna. Well, this will be a no ball first up from Aki Bikbal. He's off the short run today, sensibly. And the free hit coming up. It was about shoulder high, wasn't it? Yusuf Zayat knocks it away for 1. Amin gets to come in, face the free hit first ball. Well, it's a good old-fashioned backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball for Amin. A left-hander, so one left-hander replaces another for Danube. He cracks it pretty well. Yes. Oh, yeah, that'll do. They'll get 2. Ball pretty much stopped before it was touched anyway. See here, just some assistance. It's pretty lucky that didn't go back onto Adalafsal that bounced back over the boundary. That would have been an interesting one. Lucky Bikbal. I mean, he's hard as nails. Don't worry about that. He'll play whatever conditions. Loves his cricket. And he almost gets a wicket here. It slides through the hands of the fielder, and that's going to be 4. Amin belts this one. Have a look on the replay. It's a slight off cutter, I think. And he didn't really get the hands up. I don't think he saw a lot of it, to be honest. And I think he has a bit of time while he retrieves the ball to think of a suitable excuse for the captain, Aki Bikbal. Like I said, very, very tough conditions today. Anyway, happy we're back out there. This is some more work for the fielder. Does stop a piece of it. And Tariq, just a single. It means look good so far, hitting the ball hard. That's the key. Hello to Alex as well. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Dave B. Welcome back. Hello to Chris Smith. And welcoming everyone else. I'm going to get some live cricket on. There's the cutter again, and there it goes. Maximo! Yusuf Zayat been set up to the top to do a job, and he's doing it. That's the off cutter again. He sets himself. Just holds back on the shot slightly because it did come out a little bit slower. That off cutter's probably 20% slower than your stock delivery. ACT, let's not forget, first game of the day in similar conditions. They came out, whacked 152. Now, suppose, tasting the other side of it a little bit. Short top edge, hanging. Fielder can't get there on the full. Almost pulls off a remarkable run out. Had one stuff to aim at there. Adil Tariq. Good one-hand pick up and throw, but batter would have been out if it hit, but maybe he spotted the fact that it wasn't quite going to hit in the end. Last ball, the over. Well, thick edge, and that's going to be 4. Still, despite the rain, the outfield has been pretty slick. And that takes us to the end of the over. The score 30 without loss after 2. Having a look at the table. It's ACT 6-2. Like I said, this is their 9th match, so essentially they played more matches than anybody so far. They play one more against ICCV on Tuesday night. Vienna Danube, well, they just want to get a win from somewhere, don't they? I don't think we'll see them pushing up into the 4, but they can still push up into the middle with a good finish. And like I say, I've said a few times, Vienna Danube always seem like a good team out of luck to me. Maybe they can get some luck here, put on a big score in these conditions and defend it. ACT, though, they've been dangerous with the bat. They've been very, very hard to stop so far. Yusuf coming back for his second over, last of the power play. So, Yusuf Sai provided an extra spark up the top, hasn't he? For Vienna Danube. Abdul Rahman to calm. Shakat Saeed, and then we've got Atakula Wahidi behind the stumps. He's listed at 6. Third over. He loads up. It's a great backlift, and I think that's gone for 4. Just one bounce, 4 awkward retrievals from the wheat today. Let's just check this one out. Going, and yep, one bounce, 4 runs. It looks like Umar Tariq's drawn the short straw out there at deep mid-wicket because it does carry the risk of having to retrieve the ball from the wheat. Up in the air and runs away for 4. So yeah, I'm still just quite amazed at the high scoring nature of the competition at the moment, despite the kind of persistent drizzle we've had. Yesterday kind of held off for the most part. Friday with very similar conditions to this. Again, it'll just be a judgment call. Now, when it's playable, when it's not. Yusuf. Let's slow this down a bit. He does, and now, well, that's one way to get a bite. Now, I wouldn't say that it was off the bat, but I feel like the bat had something to do with this. I don't think Chowdhury knows what he's looking at. He looks one way, and the ball goes the other. Yeah, it's times like this I'm happy that we don't have the forward short leg. Otherwise, we might have had a third-degree manslaughter charge on our hands. Anyway. I think you're allowed 7 fielders in the circle, but both bats need to remain in the circle. That's something to remember as well. I mean, the left-hander on strike. Oh, good keeping that time by Chowdhury. That previous one, it's tough because when the batter moves in front of you as a keeper, in front of your eye line, you've got to kind of pick a side because you can't see through the batter. You can look one way or the other. Amin takes it on and he wins. Maximo! Great shot as he goes over long on and he gets 6. So Vienna Danube making the most out of this power play so far. And well there, we've done our best to try and protect the players as well as possible. Of course, we don't have the commentators' tent available anymore after that blew away during the week. There's a slightly slow one, but he picks it and he hits it. And I think that's gone for 4 as well. So Andy O'Connor having no problem in these conditions as he handles that one without too much of a fuss. And The end of a very productive power play for Vienna Danube. It's 49 for 1 after 3. Both these batters getting going. I know Malia would be disappointed to fail with the bat, but there's two batters there at the crease doing a good job. At the moment, they do retain that left-hand, right-hand combination with one left-hander replacing another. Hassan Youssef, a bit more expensive this time. I think maybe the fact he had to deal with the left-hander made things a little bit more complicated for him. As we'll head into the middle overs, 5 outfielders can be employed from this point forward. Yusuf Sai ready to face up. Maybe he's got some new gloves now. Anything you would like to ask, please throw it in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, always great to have your company. Rico's off today. Hopefully he's keeping warm somewhere. Is Imran Asif having a very good series, isn't he? Particularly with the bat, but also with the ball. He's a little bit expensive earlier, but he hasn't been the only one that's had that issue. These two making a statement of intent through the first 3. Keep your eye on the clock, but I think with slightly shorter runs, we've seen that the pace of the game hasn't been an issue for most of the team so far. Yusuf Sai, I don't think he'll care about the extra outfielders. Will take him on and he'll get this one into the week. That's a big hit. Maximo! Imran Asif, sometimes he's dishing him out and sometimes he's on the receiving end, and this is the latter as it's picked up. And I think they've just left that one alone. New balls, please. That was a biggie from Shafiullah. Hello to Claudia, who's watching from Florida. Nice to have you back. Where are you watching from in Florida, Claudia? Very, very good morning to you in that part of the world. Imran with the comeback ball. Oh, this one up in the air. Hasn't quite got it, but he gets lucky. Okay, Bikpal grabs it on the bounce. Results a single. I've been to Florida once, had a nice time. It's in Miami. Maybe let us know which part of Florida you're from. I know it's a big place. I'm in though. Story was the leading run scorer leading into this game for Vienna Danube. He certainly made a strong start here, 21 off 7. Already 4 of the balls out of the 70s faced have gone to the rope or over. As if going round the wicket, so I think kind of opens up that leg side for the left-hander. Unless it's bowled there. That's clever bowling. The footwork there from Amin, just going slightly away from the ball. Just have a look at his back foot here. A little bit away from the ball. It made it a bit harder to access that delivery. Probably some premeditated footwork, so you're not really reacting to the ball but being proactive, but that can work against you sometimes. Claudia saying some really thrilling matches in this series. Yeah, no doubt. Go back and check out match 25, which was a new record that was set. This one dragged down to long on for 1. So yeah, the rain, it kind of comes and goes. It's one of those frustrating kinds of days, and similar to what we had on Friday. Siddharth says that he's watching from Singapore. Good evening. Yeah, very good evening to you. I'm guessing it'll be around about 7:45 in the evening in Singapore. Claudia just north of Tampa in Florida. Good to know, Claudia. Welcome back. Predictably, Yusuf Sai has the same approach this time. Gets fresh air. It's a very front-on technique, isn't it? Sometimes I wonder what cricketers from 100 years ago would say if they could go on a time machine and have a look at what the game's become with these modern bats, and obviously boundaries getting smaller just across all formats. Once again, strike 2. Asif does well as he goes for the journey, but he does peg it back, only 8 off the over. 4 overs in, it's 57 for 1. Hello to Anvesh as well. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, Dave, with a bit of a tip for all the viewers. Watch Friday replay all day. You won't be disappointed. Yeah, Friday was next level entertainment, wasn't it? You see that run rate was climbing. We just pegged back a bit, and well done to Imran Asif for just coming back strongly. You know, we're just having a bit of conversation with some of the players about, you know, yeah, it is tough for the bowlers in this format, but what I will say is that the really good bowlers shine above the rest. And even cricket like franchise cricket, like the IPL, I know the IPL's been very, very high scoring this year, but yeah, the weight of a good bowler, can't underestimate it. Akib comes back for his second over, and he knocks over Amin. Well bowled. He just gets that on the off stump. Amin swings across the line, and that's a very, very good start to the fifth over. Amin's the second wicket to fall, 57 for 2. Nice little cameo though, 22 off 10. But it's ended by this delivery right on the money. Maybe a little bit of away seam from Akib. And that is the end of Mohammad Amin. Abdul Rahman comes to the crease at number 4. It's quickly hello to everyone. And yeah, Claudia saying that she watched it and screamed herself hoarse. Absolutely brilliant matches. Well, that's good to hear. Hello to Mohammed Jewel as well. Hello to Iti Bashadida. Of course, nice to see you, Iti. I know playing for Donnerstadt in this tournament. Doing a very good job as well. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Muzamil Omarkel. Can I see your messages? Yes, I can. I can see them. Iti Bashadida saying, who will win this tournament? Well, it's a typical question we get all the time. I know who you probably think is going to win the tournament. What do our viewers think? I mean, I'll say that all the top 4 will have a good chance on finals day. Oh, that's nailed him. I'm so glad he's wearing a helmet. Abdul Rahman, they're probably going to have to check him out. Let's just see where it hits him. Oh, you know, that's that part of the helmet. I'm glad it hits the helmet because that's at the back of their head where if it misses their helmet, you can be in a lot of trouble. And he's just shaking it off. He says he's fine. That'll be the one for the over. He's just shaking it off. Lucky their helmet must have taken the whole impact. Because we saw it recently with Miggy Machado in Portugal, and we've seen it before. It's a very dangerous place to be hit. Akib is called for a wide next ball. Yeah, it was a bit of a scary moment there because yeah, everyone will remember some incidents recently. Maybe a harsh wide call on reflection, but yeah, Akib, I think he was a bit shaken up by that as well. I think Akib got a bit of a scare. Well, if you're going to get nailed, you can always have the right to reply, and it might have knocked some timing into Rahman, who gets off the mark with a 6 over mid-off. Maximo, what a shot. Well, that's 2 big impacts we've seen in the last 3 balls. And, well, this format of the game just keeps on giving, doesn't it? Akib, he's used his bouncer. He used it effectively, I should add. This time, the cutter, and it's picked, and it hits with the movement. Maximo, back-to-back for Rahman. Well, things have taken a turn. Slightly slower ball from Iqbal. He fetches it, but a slight lack of speed allowed him to get in position and drag it. And Vienna Danube on 150 pace here. This is a very good showing on their return to action. Hello to Kevin as well. And yeah, well, I know we have involved that part of the world before. It's a little bit tough at the moment, Kevin. All right, skied. And this should be a wicket, but there's no easy catches. It's taken. And if you wanted one man under it today, I think it's Hassan Yusuf. He's been so solid. He's been doing some very good things in all conditions. And so, well, that's an innings that Abdul Rahman will remember, or maybe he won't. But he does crack 2 sixes in the 4 balls. So, I mean, it's pretty productive, I think, in the end. He goes for 12 off 4, and the score is 70 for 3. Look, credit to Rahman, though. Didn't take a backward step. He took on Iqbal And look, the main thing, I'm just glad he's all right. And well, kids, there's a very, very good example of why wearing a helmet is so important. And not just kids, actually, for that matter. No matter what age you are, get the headgear on. It's really saved Rahman. You can see he's able to have a laugh about it, probably because of the two big Maximos he smoked. But he wouldn't be laughing if he wasn't wearing the protective helmet. Last ball, the over still to come, and it's the... Well, it's not keeping today, actually. Zaid Mirkel playing as the bat. Batting 5. Last ball, Faki Bikbal. That explodes off the bat of Mirkel. Although, with the extra rain we've had, it pulls up in time. They get 2, and that's all they'll get. But still, confident start for Zaid, and that's the end of the 5th over. What entertainment we've had so far. 72 for 3 after 5. Having a look at where we'll be over the next few weeks, of course. This series will finish on Friday, which is only 5 days away. That'll be finals day. And look, as Eddie was saying, who do I think is going to win? I just think make the 4, and then it's a bit of a lottery on finals day, isn't it? Because you're going to have good opposition. But all 4 teams will be 2 matches away from the trophy. Bulgaria is the next tournament, and then Sweden in Stockholm. Each of these tournaments finish with an ECI weekend, which will be an international tri-series. So stay tuned. Plenty more locations this year on the European Cricket Network as we get ready for over number 6. Imran Asif is going to get a second over. Yeah, so your guess is as good as mine. Idi Bashadida is asking, where is Rico? Well, Rico's got the weekend off. He'll be back tomorrow, never fear. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, Iti, you're a very entertaining guy. When you are here playing, I'm sure you're welcome to jump in and we'll hear a little bit more from you. Dave saying, hey, Idi Bashar, great bowling. He's had a good series. Siddharth just noting the outfit, maybe a bit slower because of the extra rain that's fallen. It's a big leading edge. It might be gone. It is gone. Wow, you wouldn't read about it. He tries to hit it leg side, Yusuf Zai. He cracked it 28, but it's all over now. Fielder was well positioned, wasn't he, down there? Look at that. Not quite the back of the bat, but not far off. And that's pretty good technique in these circumstances to just try and get absolutely everything behind it. Grips it like a teddy bear. That's Takira Seif that takes the catch. So ACT just getting these key breakthroughs, and it's bringing the run rate back under control as well. A few lusty blows from Yusuf Zai, but he goes for 28, and the score is 72 for 4. Hello there, Marnus. Hopefully you are well, watching from Australia. Hello to Stephen Kelt, watching from the Netherlands as well. Yeah, it's probably the most surprising thing over the last couple of days is how far the ball has travelled off the bat, considering you would expect the ball gets a bit wet, gets a bit heavier, gets a bit waterlogged, but still we've seen really high scores. Just look at the first game of the day, 152 to 136 in conditions like this. .73 for 4 now, halfway through the 6th over. Been watching a bit of cricket from the Netherlands, Steve, of course. And Corey was commentating some of the 50 over stuff. You've had your own problems with weather there in the Netherlands. It goes up, but he goes high, not that far. Fielder makes good position, Akib, but he can't quite get there. Really good effort. It went so high they'll get 2. And Akib, oh, well, he's certainly a very, very mobile fielder. You can see he did all the hard work, didn't he? Look at this. He gets there. It's just the last step. Couldn't quite organise the dive quick enough. So they do get 2. Imran be feeling like he got the rough end of the stick there. Slides into the pad. This would have been down the leg side. Hello to Shrug, though. Hopefully you're well. He said he's been checking in and out during the rain break. Well, what do you think of the classic match? Austria knocking off the Netherlands 11. Did you have any feelings about that, Stephen Kelt? Netherlands 11 didn't quite make the final in 2021. They made up for it in 2022 when they were the champions. And so they are reigning champions right now, winning a memorable final over the England 11. So it was a little bit short, cracked pretty well. Fielder slides around Tariq and keeps it to 1. End of the over. Asif bowls a really good spell. Remember, he got banged for a 6 first up, but his whole spell only concedes 12. Also picks up a wicket, 6 overs deep. We are 76 for 4. Four overs to go then. Pretty disciplined bowling in these conditions. Just 1 wide, 1 no ball so far. Yeah, so Itty. Don't know exactly where Rico is. I hope he's somewhere inside though. It's probably not the easiest day to be outside. Again, credit to the players. These conditions not particularly comfortable for anyone. Adil Tariq's going to bowl over number 7. Well, that's straight up in the air. Well, not straight up, but it's up in the air, and it's taken. Nicely taken down there. And Adil Tariq, he has immediate success, and Imran Asif takes the catch. This is not an easy catch either. And Imran just comes in, gets everything behind it, takes the catch, and Vienna Danube, I should say, lose another wicket. That's 5 down now. The score is 76 for 5. So yeah, in these conditions, you can understand the players trying to keep warm however they can. I mean, the catching's been pretty good, to be honest, given the circumstances. ACT just found a way to take those key wickets and convert those chances. That's probably what their opponents haven't done particularly well so far today. Australian Cricket Tigers catching well in these conditions. That's the reason they find themselves now down to number 7, where Atiqullah Wahidi will be the new batter. Oh, this one goes straight through him. Chowdhury does well. Not an easy day for keepers either. Has to deal with an awkward second bounce. But does well to block it. Still will be 1 by, which will change the strike. Yeah, Eddie Bashar in the chat saying it's difficult to bowl when the ground's wet or when it's raining. T10 cricket is for batters, really. I've spoken like a true bowler, Eddie. But what I will say is that the good bowlers shine, and I would put you in that category. Wow, there you go, straight hit and going a long way. Maximo Waziri with the big straight bomb. And Vienna Danube fighting back. He's fairly deep in the crease. And he gave that both barrels and connected. That's a brilliant shot. Just the second ball he's faced as well. Yeah, credit to him. What can they get to? 128 pace still if they can just shake off the loss of the 5 wickets. Similar kind of ball, similar kind of shot, but different result. Doesn't connect. There's Shrug saying, he's going well, thank you. Hoping the rain doesn't disrupt things further. Yeah, you and me both. Again, you've got to hand it to the players. It's been a pretty tough couple of days, but they've fought on. Tough units. Right, goes inside out this time. And this is a pretty good shot as well. That's going to go all the way. Maximo Waziri. Well, this is very skillful, and it's clever because there's no deep cover out there. So he decides, look, I'm going to try and go a little bit inside out, see how he maneuvers his wrists as well, and just the kind of swing plane of the bat. 6 more to Danube. Rearguard action. In full swing. Tariq's gone for 12. Now this is pretty much straight up. Chowdhury's got an awkward one. He moonwalks back, the keeper, and he takes the catch. Very, very good catching, even with the gloves. I mean, that's not easy. Ahmed Chowdhury did very, very well to hold on to that one. So once again, ACT have the answers when they're asked the questions, don't they? He watches that one all the way and knew that the wind was taking a little bit to his left. He accounted for it. It's also the end of the 7th over. It's 89 for 6. Quite a few of the players we see in this series will be playing in the ECI. This is a T10 international tournament that'll be taking place next weekend. Austria, the host nation, Czech Republic and Hungary will be touring. We talked about the Austrian team a little bit this morning. Let's talk about the Czech Republic team. I know that Davitsi is in there. He's playing for Donnerstadt this tournament. Aaron Ashokin and Sudesh Wickramasekara, the beast, will be there for Czech Republic. He is such an imposing presence. You've got Sazi Buyan, who I think did some very good things in the ECC. Sengupta as a bowler, I rate quite highly. Paras Kari, we haven't seen too much of him in the ECS, but he's a very, very good batter. Riaz Afridi provides a bit of firepower with the ball and with the bat. And you've got some experience in there as well. Some good spin options. I mean, Tripuri Kanyalal, nice to see him getting a go. So, yeah, I'll touch on the Hungary team maybe a little bit later today. But, yeah, Czech Republic, very early in their season. But I think they'll love the opportunity to get together as a group. Anyway, new over. It's going to start with a wicket. And it's going to be a duck for Wahidi. And straight through. Again, the key here is just getting it on target, I think. Especially kind of got down into the middle order a little bit. This one certainly comes off the pitch a little bit into the batter. Just have a look at how, when it bounces, it just deviates off the seam a little bit left to right. You'll see it bounces, comes in just a little bit, and that's why it crashes into middle and off. That's probably why it's missed. So Wahidi, unfortunately, can't add to the total, and he gets a pat on the back anyway. Derek accompanies him back to the pavilion, 89 for 7. So now, I mean, you've kind of got the issue of running out of wickets as well. New batter coming out there is Norakan Abdrahimzai. And Umar Tariq, only man to ever take 2 hat-tricks in the same innings. He takes a wicket very, very first ball. This one's pretty close to the stumps as well. If he can pick it up and throw, might have had a chance. So picking it up wasn't a problem. He's just off balance, wasn't composed enough to be able to get the throw off. Manus saying Vienna Danube may make ACT work hard for this win. Yeah, I agree. I think they're a team that could really use the points. ACT, let's not forget, they lost 2 of their first 3 games the first time we saw them in the series. Didn't have an easy start at all. Towel comes out, but it does get past Umar Tariq. They will get a single. Yeah, let's not forget that start that they had. They did start with a win ACT, beating the Vienna Eagles. As we see, some of the spectators with a bit more protection. Yeah, but after that, they put up 111 against the Riders, but that got chased down. And then they put up 98 against Donnerstadt, and that got chased down. So they did lose 2 out of their first 3. Up and out of here. What a shot from Saeed. First ball, Maximo. There's a lot of fight in this Danube team. Don't you worry about that. And Tariq hadn't been hit yet. Well, now he has. First ball he faces, Shaukat Saeed, who we have seen batting a bit higher. Absolutely smoked that for 6. What a way to start. So, you'd be pretty sure he's going to try and do that again, Saeed. Well, he does. Doesn't get as much bat on it. Hanging in the air, but I don't think this will carry. It doesn't. I think about 2, but Saeed pretty quick to put up the stop sign. You've got to realise it's pretty difficult for the fielders to execute run-outs in these conditions as well. So you kind of got to play the conditions as well. I think Derek is enjoying the conditions this weekend in Vienna. Oh, well bowled. Tariq slips one through the gate again. That's 8 wickets lost now. Abdrahimzai tried to be defensive here, but the in movement was too good for him. He opens up the gate and Tariq drives right in. Once again, that little bit of left to right, the feet going nowhere, the stumps going over, and 8 wickets lost now for Vienna Danube. And we're not even out of the 8th over. 97 for 8. So 13 balls available in the innings. What can they get to? It's going to be Nasibullah Moralikel comes out there. Maria, just a bit of free batting advice there. Yeah, Well, I mean, I guess there's a responsibility to pass on your advice, but I don't know when you just got castled if you're quite ready for it. It was a pretty good ball. Oh, now a little pop up, but there's nobody home. Good sliding conditions for Umat. He's enjoying it out there. Into the over. Raquel will retain the strike as we get to the end of 8, and it's 98 for 8. 2 overs to come. See the run rate. Kind of makes sense. It would take a bit of a dip. They've lost 7 wickets in the last 4 overs. ACT creating chances. Most importantly, they're taking chances. They were 57 for 1 at one point, so they've lost 7 for 40 in a little bit of a run there. Probably more correctly, they've lost their last 6 wickets for just 27. So, I mean, they're trying to keep that run going. They're still trying to be attacking. This side smoked a big 6 already. Yeah, Eddie Bar, love your comments in the chat. Great chance to pick Eddie Bashadita's brain while he's in there at the moment. 9th over, all happens in the 9th. It might be all over in the 9th, actually, but not if Murali Kel has something to do with it as he plays this on net and he horns it out of the ground. Horns! Put him up, umpire. Manos arriba. I don't know if his eyes were open or closed, but it doesn't matter. 6 to start the 9th. And it brings up the 100 for Vienna Danube. What's a good score here? I mean, if you can get 120 and maybe get the top 3, no one else has had a bat, actually, except the top 2 today for ACT. That'll be a wide. I like the swing anyway, just practicing. It's like a ninja with his sword there. I love this, like a samurai. Well, top edge, that's flying. Nobody home there. That might have got all the way, you know. I think it has. Maximo! Well, it's backwards. It's a Maximo. It's a Baximo. And they're just kind of gathering nuts like a squirrel at the moment. Putting them away for later. 111 for 8 down to number 10. But Moralikel's come out at number 10 and whacked 2 sixes. And number 10, the bowler, Takia, seems nonplussed. I mean, they're 2 balls away from finishing this innings off, ACT. Wow, I mean, he's almost swung himself off his feet there. He's setting all kinds of bat speed records, Moralikel. Yeah, you gotta love the approach. Umpire's coming and having a bit of a conference here. Not quite sure what this is about. I think we're okay. Everyone's going back into position. Can this score keep climbing? Again, it's better length though. I think Takira Sif has read the room. Gets a little bit fuller. Eddie Bashadita. Expert comment says if Daniel can make 120, he thinks it's enough. Not sure. This is ball on bat. Might have been raindrop on bat. That was the sound. But field turned down rightly so, I think. Moralikel, he's swinging like a rusty gate, and I'm loving it. Try again. Yeah, well bowled though. Made him reach for it. I mean, they survived the over. I think that's actually a pretty good result because they were in dire danger of actually getting bowled out, don't forget. So they get 13 off the 9th, but it does finish with 4 dots, and it's the end of 9, 111 for 8. 3 bowlers taking 2 wickets, Umar Tariq, as well as Adil Tariq and Akib Iqbal. Singles for Hassan Yusuf and Imran Asif. Imran Asif, though, I think he bowled really well, considering his first ball got hit for 6, and then he only conceded 6 in his next 11 deliveries. So, 10th overtime. And always good to be able to bring back a bowler like Umar Tariq. He's already got 2. He's normally a good closer for the Tigers. This is pretty well bowled as well, up in the block hole. They drive it, they get 1. Probably hard to take on. Well, they've gone to the other end. There's nobody there, and they might get extras. They won't. That's actually really good backing up. I have no idea how there was a fielder there. Oh, I thought when this got thrown, we're looking at 6. And then they get 2. You've got to remember, even with a good throw, to gather it and get it onto the stumps today isn't going to be easy. So that's really smart stuff. Saeed, after a strong start, he's done a lot of watching lately. Kel's been swinging from the other end. So now it's saying, yeah, Kel might have wasted 4 balls. Yeah, but I mean, all things considered, I think they'll take the 13 because he did hit 2 before he missed 4. Well, this is hit and hit pretty well as well. Maximo! Well, that takes them to 119, so it will set 120 plus for ACT. They're going to have to work hard. Right now, they're finding it hard to displace these last couple of batters. Saeed with 15 off 4. Kel with 13 off 7. The tail is wagging. And Tariq just misses his length there. A little bit short of the Yorker. Lifted up and out of here. Tariq. Does he have the right stuff here? Slightly slower ball, sliced up in the air. Really not an easy catch, and it's dropped, and they'll get 2. Oh, he's one man, Hassan Yusuf, that's judged them right more often than not, but he was just caught under the ball there, wasn't he? Like a deer in the headlights. Needed 1 step further back. He said himself, but he was just a little bit too far in. And the result's 2 runs, so they get above the 120 now. They've got some momentum going into the second half here, Vienna Danube. 3 to come. Slow ball again, throws the bat at it. Won't carry to third man. Don't think they can really take a 2 here. Just 1, but that's fine. I mean, you've got 2 set batters, if that makes sense. Even though they're batting 8 and 10. These 2 have been brilliant in this partnership. They came together, it was 97 for 8. They've already put on 25. They've done it in just 11 balls. 2 to come. Swung and missed. Oh, and the keeper misses. Chowdhury really should have got it. And they'll get another run from nowhere. And so we'll see Saeed facing the last ball. You just love the hustle here from these players. Again, it's attritional, really. Same for both sides, though. Everyone's seatbelts on, windscreen wipers on. Last ball, here we go. Sliced in the air. Again, that's normally Iqbal territory. It is, and he takes the catch. Nice work by the captain. Tariq finishes with 3, but Vienna Danube finished with 123 on the board. They do lose 9 wickets along the way, but a very good rearguard action from the tail. Considering they were 8 down, they get 25 off the last 2 overs, and that carries them from 98 after 8 to 123 for 9. I think it's around about a par score based on what we've seen over the last week, and in particular over the last 2 or 3 days. Hakeem Iqbal just bring his side in, saying, all right, guys, okay, some things went our way, some things didn't, but let's go out there, play our game. And I think that if ACT just bat with no thought of a target, I think they're scoring at the 12 and over required. But I do think that Vienna Danube, they've opened up a can of worms, because don't forget ACT, we haven't seen anything except for their top 3 lately. In fact, we've only seen their openers batting today. And if they can create some chances and take them, then maybe this game is very much alive. Danube in the hunt for an upset. Hassan Yusuf came on, did a good caught and bowled early to get rid of Kaib Amalia, but he didn't find it particularly easy going. Hakeem Iqbal, again, was effective at times, but also got a pasting at times. Got to say, I like the work of Shafiullah Yousafzai at the top of the order. Like the way he kind of backed himself. That was an interesting one, just throwing the bat at the ball and then using their hands to just, now they were freed up just to say, yeah, I think there's a run there. And yeah, the left-hand, right-hand combination worked really nicely. Amin looked good while he was there again. Andy with a nice bit of fielding, left-handed as well. Eventually, the sideshow was over. Amin, he was castled by Hakeem Iqbal. And then this was a scary moment, wasn't it? Abdul Rahman caught one in their head. He said, look, I'm fine. He shook it off, and then he whacked 2 big 6s. And yeah, again, I'm sure they'll test him out again just to make sure he's good to continue. Hassan Yusuf, we judged that one right, didn't he? got a good pair of hands. ACT, they've fought better than most under these conditions. This is another one, I think, that you see. Just good technique, holding on to that. But, you know, credit to both sides, really. There's a little each way, wasn't there? The wickets continue to fall, though, through the middle period of the game. And we saw Nachigula Wahidi knocked over through the gate. He wasn't the only one. Andrew Himzai suffered the same fate. And then got a little bit of free coaching, middle stump out of the ground. And then Kamamalia saying, well, see, the thing is, that's what you should have done. And it would have gone for 6. And Andrew Himzai had the look of someone that had just been bowled for 1 about 1 minute before that conversation. Umar Tariq came out. We know he's a good closer. There's a bit of everything, though, wasn't it? Aki Bikbal finishing off with a catch, but that was not before a very useful 9th wicket partnership of 26 in the last 13 balls, which just gets them to, I think, a very competitive score. No one reaches 30, but it was a kind of team effort, wasn't it, with Jusufzai top scoring with 28 off 15, I should say. Muhammad Amin, 22 off 10. Even Rahman with a handy couple of big blows, 12 off 4, 13 for Waziri. But for me, all credit goes to Sharkat Saeed, 18 off 7, and Abdul Muralikal, who was able to come out and smack a quick fire, 13 off 8. 3 for 20, Umar Tariq takes the figures, but for me, Imran Asif is probably the best of the bowlers. Took 1 wicket, but only went for 12 in his 2. Also, we saw 2 for Adil Tariq and Akib Bal. And Hassan Youssef, he did take a wicket, but maybe a bit more expensive than he planned to be. We'll be back in around about 5 or 6 minutes with the reply. And it will be ACT in their 9th match of the 10 in the group stage, hoping to knock off 124. Will the big guns fire, or will we see something a bit different? Danube could use the first win of the series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Lovers, and welcome back to Austria. It is Sunday fun day. It probably is in inverted commas here for day 7 in this Fan Code European Cricket Series, but it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We've got a game on here, folks. We've got Austrian Cricket Tigers taking on Vienna Danube, and the story so far is that Vienna Danube, their skipper, Kaiba Malia, he won the toss and he elected to bat. And they have got a competitive score on the board. Despite losing 9 wickets along the way, they scored 123 off their 10 overs. So 124 will be the victory target for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Hello to everyone in the chat, including Itty, who's asking me who I think will win. I just think it's very hard to go against the Tigers when you consider that they just keep putting big runs on the board. They've got a very strong top 3. They've got other guys to back them up, even though we haven't really seen too much of them lately because we haven't needed to see them too much lately. I think they obviously, you see the run-ups have been a bit of an issue, but I suppose one of the issues here is that the bowlers have had to adapt. You know, you have to shorten your run. I mean, all teams have had to deal with it so far. So it is kind of frustrating, but we've seen Akib Iqbal coming in off a short run. We've seen a lot of spin employed. So yeah, I think that's the issue that all bowlers have had to deal with. It is, I suppose, the same for everyone. So yeah, I mean, I certainly probably think ACT are comfortable chasing this, but I wouldn't say that Vienna Danube are out of this by any means. I think I love the fight from the tail enders there. They got them 26 extra runs after they lost the 8th wicket. And now, I suppose the key is creating chances and taking chances. We know these guys are uber aggressive. The key for ACT, I think, is just bat like you're batting first. Every time they've been batting first, lately they put 150 plus on the board. They put some big runs on the board. And yeah, they've shown that they're pretty hard to stop. In fact, their last 4 innings batting first, 165, 156, 151, 152. And one before that was 140, in fact. So here we go. 124, the victory target, starts with a wide down the leg side. This is Abdul Miralikel, who's opening the bowling. He was brilliant, though, with the bat in the first half of this game. Came out at number 10, but he cracked 13 off 8 with 2 big maximos. So I mean, credit to him. I know he missed a few as well, but I think he can be very proud of his efforts. Showing a lot of fight. This one, he loses it and just keeps swinging past the keeper. That'll be 5 wides. That's the movement. We've seen it time and time again with the swing and the swing after the stumps. It was a great effort by Wahidi down the leg side, but he was never going to get anywhere near it. That wind pushing everything left to right. So, yeah, that hurts. Doesn't even count as a delivery. In fact, Miralikel's gone for 6. He hasn't even bowled a ball yet, legally. Well defended, I suppose, by Asif, who sees a full toss, doesn't really want to crack it. Yeah, Beanie's the order of the day. Mintz dressed up to the 9s. Welcoming everyone back, though. Yeah, Itty saying Vienna Danube have to do a great job fielding, otherwise it'll be tough for them to win, yeah, no doubt. It's well bowled, push and run. Good judge of a run there, Imran Asif. Yeah, I suppose, Itty, you also mentioned that 120 might be enough for Vienna Danube. Certainly gives them something to bowl at. I couldn't see them defending something under 100 or around about 100, but those extra runs at the end also give them a bit of momentum heading to the second half. Dave mentioning they'd have to get rid of the openers quickly. You'd think so. Well, there's a Noe first up. Keeper does well to get a finger on it. I think Miralikel's just trying to bowl a bit too fast here. I think he's just got to kind of sum up the situation, the conditions, say, look, you're not going to blast guys out in these conditions. So, yeah, I'd cut the run in half and I just concentrate on the accuracy. Oh. There's Hassan. Gets to the other end. Free hit coming up. And he does hit it. Not quite off the middle. Sliced away. It'll be 4. So this is turning out to be a very expensive first over. It's better delivery, I suppose. You can see he's actually kind of shaping to hit that to the leg side. He's a bit late on it, but that's what the modern batter does. As the drizzle continues, it's been pretty constant. Like I say, it's the same for both teams, isn't it? Vienna Danube. We're batting while ACT had to field in it now. The roles are reversed. Halfway through this first over now. Down leg side, it'll be another wide. Once again, maybe just driving for that extra pace, but I don't think it's all about the pace today. I think it's about trying to get it where you want it. Vivek asking about Amin's head wear. Well, he's wearing a beanie. He's keeping his head warm, Vivek. That's fine. Not giving him some sort of advantage. Probably the most interesting thing I've seen worn on the head is in the Czech Republic, where Pradeep Gangappa of the Prague Barbarians was wearing earmuffs while fielding. I don't know if it did a lot for his hearing. It was keeping his ears warm. This is European cricket, guys. Better ball from Muralikel. If he can get out of this over with just kind of 15 or so, I think he'll think that's a good result, considering he gave away 6 before he'd even started. But yeah, Vienna Danube, like I said, they're a good team. They seem to always be just close but not close enough here in the European Cricket Series. Looks like it will be the 15 we talked about. As the throw's airmailed in. Luckily there are 5 or 6 fielders backing up. Can't say I've seen that before, but it's the end of the first one. 15 without loss after 1. So, decent start. Could have been better, you would have thought, for ACT, but still they'll take it. They've got these 2 really big hitters. "69 matches since the Golden Ball." It would be nice if we had one at some point here in Austria. But yeah, who knows? This game here's a candidate, I think. Kind of middle of the road total. I say middle of the road just on the basis of how many big scores we've seen here at the Saban Cricket Ground. Second over about to commence. Be Shaffiullah Yousafzai, who did a good job opening the batting. Now he gets to open the bowling. Bowling to Imran Asif. Well, swivels on this, and it's cracked out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Asif, he got hammered first ball. Now he hammers the first ball of the second over. It's just a little bit short. It's not that short, to be honest. But he makes quick position, good footwork, and good fast hands. ECT up to 21 after just 7 balls. Anyway, needing to regroup. Well, there's a noise there. Oh, I love that. This one definitely, for me, catches a bit of the line. But I tell you what, I love this. The shocked reaction. I don't think I've seen higher eyebrows. Just look at this. Whoa. What are you talking about? Well, seeing is believing. That's a good call. That one certainly is a wide. Just remember that the interpretation of the wide here in the European Cricket Series is the whole ball has to be inside the tram line when it passes the popping crease, unless there's some kind of significant movement by the striker prior to the release of the ball. So that's why it's almost all inside, but wasn't quite all inside. It's good. It's good umpiring. That one is fine. You see, that was fully inside. A live wire back there, isn't he? That's Gula Wahidi with the gloves. You see, this one is completely inside. Not even a little bit of the ball touching, so that's why. That's a legal delivery. Hello to Mara Patel as well. And yeah, got to be disciplined with the ball, no doubt. This is a nice cut shot. This will test the outfield. Just get one that pulled up pretty quick. That's Amin. He's got the beanie on. It's a beanie or one of those kind of beanie with no top, like a really thick headband. But anyway, Mirza Hassan, the only ball he's faced so far was a big beamer. He wasn't able to get any bat on. He's a guy that deals in sixes, isn't he? Miss hits this, won't get a run. Sometimes we call Mirza the Hulk because he's just built for brute force. Yusuf side, again, good fight back. Close, this one is maybe just inside, probably an umpire's call. Let's have a look. On further review, I think bowler might be a little bit lucky to get away with that. Maybe the high eyebrows that he used up earlier in the over were a good tactic because the next 50-50 one goes his way. Anyway, yeah, the Danube probably feel like they could use a bit of luck. That's good delivery. Look at the way this shapes in, hits the seam and goes away. So Hassan kind of grounded at the moment. Shapes in, just goes away a lot actually. You can see why Mirza missed that. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and yeah, game on here, 24 without loss. We had a Danube, just the 1 point, and that came from a no result in match number 24 on Friday against Pack Riders, I should say. Indian CC Vienna, we saw their game washed out earlier today. We should see them a little bit later though. Looks like Muhammad Amin's going to bowl. He's going to dispense with the headgear. And bowl over number 3. Interestingly, they didn't go back to Abdul Muralikel, who bowled the first over. He leans on this, hanging in the air. This could plug, or it could roll on. It does a bit of both. I think that's fine. Although now he fumbles the ball, it's standing still. He does knock the rope, but I think it's after he touches the ball. Yeah. So he touches the ball first. I think you've got to give the benefit to the fielder here. For me, it's still kind of inconclusive because that's when you know he's touched the rope. So I think if there's doubt, the directive is you give the fielder the benefit of the doubt. So I think that's fair enough. Back to the action. And now it goes through. Oh, getting confirmation now. It was given 4. So, I don't know. I think it's a call that could have gone either way, I suppose. There is a shot where his foot does seem like it's touching the rope. But the rope hadn't really moved yet. Maybe I had a little bit of doubt, but they're the ones paid to make the big decisions, fair enough. Anyway, next one is cut, and it'll be a single. So, yeah. Mirza still yet to get off the mark. Marnus asking, will Aki Bikbal even need to bat again? Well, these two have been doing most of the work so far. They're the only two that have faced any deliveries for ACT so far. They're 12.5 overs in to their batting day. Good bounce. And Mirza's just off the boil here, isn't he? Got to say, I like the way Amin is operating here. He's shortened his run. He's not really trying to bowl too fast. He's still getting some pretty good lift down to this surface. But have a look at where he's bowling, where he's running up from. He's just kind of off 4 to 6 steps, and he's into it. Well, Mirza finally gets one in his zone, and he bangs it. Maximo! Well, Hulk in, Hulk smash. 6 off 6 now for Mirza. 6-time lucky. This one didn't really lift as much, did it? Lifted up and over wicket. 6 to the total. So they have fought well so far, Danube, but they haven't been able to provide the breakthrough. I think they'll need to get through these top 3 and probably more. That finds the fielder. This is off the inside part of the bat. And And this will be the end of the over. So 36 without loss after 3. Well, despite the 6 in the over, there were some good deliveries from Amin. But they're pretty much right on the money, 12 and over, which is more or less what they need over the 10. I want to say a quick hello to everyone once again in the chat. I know that we've got viewers all around the world, and if you'd like to, you can always send us a message at European Cricket. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. Could be on any topic you like. We'll probably get into some random questions a little bit later on. Yeah, the rain just eased off a little bit now. I wouldn't say it's comfortable, but it's sprinkling is how I'd put it. Khyber Malia is going to bowl now with his left arm orthodox. I think this could be a really important point in the game. If Malia can kind of do an Arsene Youssef kind of job, the regular Arsene Youssef that maybe just goes for like kind of 8 and over, and he could really put a bit of pressure on ACT, but they'll be after him. First one, not a great one. Slips out, and there's no slip from Mirza, who takes it out of the ground. Maximo! I'll give you the tip. Mirza's a big man, but that's over his shoulder. It's probably chest high. I don't know if the Boston Red Sox are watching, but they might want to invest in Mirza Ahsan, because that was a middle of the plate fastball, and he sent it over the center field fence for 6. He won't have to round the bases. No ball, +6. 7th heaven for ACT, who catch a break, and now Mirza gets a free hit. He'll want to crush this too. And he will. He lifts it up and out of the ground. Maximo! That one was a tower buster. I think Gunners is up there. Gunners, I hope you're okay there. Again, lifts it up, had the immunity cloak. 13 come off the first ball from Malia. I mean, that's what they need for the over. Well, Gunners is all right. Khyber needs to fight back here. Even if he can get out of this over with, say, only 20 conceded or something like that, it's probably a win from here. Full toss, miss-hit, but he places it down the ground. So he's not in danger of getting caught. Slade Meerkel doing the fielding. Yeah, that's another one. Might have disappeared. Got to find a way to get through this opening pair. Only lost 1 wicket in the first game of the day. ACT now 50 partnership coming up in 22 balls. Asif dances, picks out the fielder. He'll have an awkward stop, but he does well down there. Abdul Rahman bowls it back in. Good to see Abdul Rahman out there. You know, he took a knock on their helmet when he was batting, but good to see that he's up to fielding. Does a good job there. Wow. Well, this one was too slow for Mirza. It through his shot. It was very, very slow. Mirza's eyes lit up. Again, he can make the pace. Well, Mirza would have been run out here if they'd hit. He was slow to get going. End of the over, 53 without loss. I'm pretty sure I saw Mirza lick his lips twice while that ball was in the air on the way to him. And he couldn't put it away. Interesting strategy. In fact, I still want to go in the over, pardon me. Imran Asif to face it. He's able to elevate over cover point, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! What a finish to the over. It does go magical in the end. Malia fought back, but he bookends it with balls that leave the building, and it's the end of 4. 58 without loss. And once again, ACT openers doing the business. And now they're ahead of where they need to be on account of that very strong 4th over. Having said that, it's a kind of similar score to where Vienna Danube were at this stage. They were 57 for 1 at this stage, so they're only 1 run ahead on the comparison. What's the difference? Well, at this stage, ACT were able to kind of take those wickets, keep the line moving. Vienna Danube would have to fight their way to 123 with a big 9th wicket partnership. Amin gets another bowl. Bowled a good first one. Mirza absolutely crunches this, and that eats up the fielder. That's 4. And Slade Meerkel, well, Bit of a Sophie's choice situation here to get behind it because you never quite know what's going to happen. If he did get behind it, I'd be a little bit worried. If he's not wearing a box, put it that way. A very tough one to get behind the line of. Cuatro carreras, 25 each. There's that, knocks this to cover point, backward point. Now they throw away a run. Again, I think a lot of the communication was yelling at him to not throw it, and he thought that there was a run out on, so he just throws it blindly. Adan Waziri. Nice little moment. Mirza just taps the bowler on the back, saying that was well bowled. It was well bowled. Did come back into a little bit, forced him to just kind of knock it down semi-defensively. And then again, I think he's been pretty good here, you know. And Maya's saying maybe for the spinner, just mix it up a bit so the batter doesn't get too used to it. Yeah, it's true. I mean, he did that maybe went to the well one time too often with a tossed up ball, but it wasn't on the batter facing. Well bowled by Mehin. So yeah, 61 or 33, and these runs aren't going to make themselves. I mean, at the start of this inning, as I said, I favour the Tigers, only because their batting unit is just clicking all the time. It'd be hard to see it failing. But we know to expect the unexpected in the European Cricket Series. These fortunes can change pretty quickly. That's a really nice shot, though. Leans on this over the offside, and that's gone for 6. Maximo! Asif is just continuing to hit scores, isn't he? He lifted that one up. It wasn't a bad ball from Amin, really. But he absolutely crunches it. He's up over 30 again. Batted really well earlier today. Now a little bit short, overcorrection. Adios, pelota. Maximo! As ACT reached the end of the 5th over, and they are motoring. 75 without loss after 5. That over ends up costing 17 runs. Look, it wasn't the worst over, but even if you miss by a little bit, and you're going to have a tough time. Just having a look at the ECC groups. Of course, this is the Euros of cricket coming up. We're about 19 weeks away. And I know for all of you out there who've seen it before, you'll be excited about that. If you haven't seen it before, it is basically an international T10 tournament involving those, will be 31 nations in the end. They've been drawn into 6 groups of 5. Each group will just play for 3 days. There'll be a group final, and the winner of that group final gets to come back for the Championship Week, which starts on Monday, the 16th of October. Netherlands 11 will be waiting for them, so it'll be a 7-team Championship Week, and the winner of the Championship Week final raises the trophy. Time for a new over. Shaful Jusufzai is going to bowl it. Here's the sun, gets good Yorker, digs it out for 1. Again, and Danube just need a turning point, don't they, at this stage? The run rate required is dipped below 10 now. Just no one can stop the breakaway train. That is the ACT top order at the moment. Team that lost 2 out of their first 3 games, but yeah, they haven't lost since. This one pushes Imran Asif back. Only get a single. Yeah, first game of the day, Imran Asif batted very, very well. 79 not out off 38. So really, he hasn't been dismissed. So he has 117 unbeaten today. Mirza crunches this into the gap. That'll take some stopping. That's 4. Just threading the needle there, Mirza Hassan. You could hear the sound off the bat. It was hit well. The outfield slows it up a bit, but not quick enough for the fielders as they come together. They just didn't have a play on it. I mean, form's a funny thing. Confidence is a funny thing when you've got it. Just seems like such an easy game. And these two have it at the moment. That's really well bowled, though, by Jusufzai. Mirza, credit to him. He doesn't try and smash this. His shot selection is actually pretty good, and that's been a hallmark, actually, of both of these players. Yes, they can smash it, but they're also willing to kind of eat a dot or eat a 1 when it's not really in their zone to hit, and that's a really good example. So many batters would have tried to hit that for 6 anyway and probably get castled. This one does have a bit of length on it, and it's going to be 4. Again, that's just bludgeoned from Mirza Hassan. He moves to 35. Again, these two seem to be racing each other. It's been a funny feature of this partnership today that neither batter seems to be dominating it. They kind of keep handing the baton off to each other. And the result was 4 more. That one is right in his zone as well. Going, gone. Maximo. That's a full-scale weather alert. Hurricane Mirza is approaching the coastline, and it's hard to see them not winning from here. It's also the end of the over. 91 without loss after 6. So once again up over that 150 pace. They just continue to churn out the runs, don't they? Very, very good batting. Like I said, they've just been so consistent. I mean, if you look at, okay, since the first day of play, they've been averaging 153 with the bat. So if you take out the first day, which wasn't a terrible day, but they did drop 2 out of 3 games, they're averaging 153 per 10 overs. And so Rahman now getting a bowl. Bowling to Imran Asif. Now he bowls a no-y first ball, and that's going to go for 6. And yeah, I'm positive this is high. Have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I think you got to call that. Look at how he's playing that from above the waist. He's pretty much still got 1 foot back in the crease, so that's going to be no ball plus 6. Another 7 to start the over. Well, probably the only benefit for Vienna Danube is they might not be out there much longer. Free hit signalled late. Doesn't matter. Maybe it does. That's the express free hit version. Umpire was still cracking the lasso while the bowler was running in. Anyway, partnership worth 98. Earlier on the day, like I said, these two, they put on 132 in 9 overs. Right now, put 98 on in a tick over 6. This one driven past the ball, they'll get a single. Umana saying Akib Iqbal must be losing his marbles, not getting to bat. I don't think he minds watching at the moment. I think you're always happy for the guys above you. Shrug calling it, put a fork in it, it's done. It's hard to see a way back. Another full toss, and that's going to be hitting the gap and over the gap, doesn't matter. Maximo brings up the 100 and the 100 partnership for ACT. Just halfway through this 7th over. They move up to 105. And, well, they just haven't been able to create chances, and I suppose you can't take chances if you don't create them. But take nothing away from the batting of these two. They have been on, haven't they? And again, neither is dominating the partnership. They're kind of sharing it equally, but they're both absolutely smashing them. Another full toss, asking for it, going to get it. Maximo! 1-1-1 now. And that also brings up Mirza Hassan's 50. He wins the race, and he brings up his 50 off just 21 balls with his 6th 6. Of course, that's coming off his 66 this morning. So a good day at the office. He's kind of dominated through that square leg to long off region. All the runs coming through there by one scoring shot. And really, clock's ticking on this one in more ways than one. Probably better delivery. Can't elevate it. I'll get 1. Rahman, his over's gone magical. Now, credit to Vienna Danube. I think it's been really tough when you consider the opposition they've run into. I really love the way they fought back in their innings despite losing wickets at regular intervals in the second half to put 123 on the board, but things have gone off script here as this one is dropped and kicked away by Asif, and he reaches his 50 in style. Maximo, as the 7th over concedes 27. Imran Asif. And Imran Asif, well, once again, you can see that his fantastic series continues. His 5th half century of this ECS. And you can see how much it means to him. He just keeps going about his business, doesn't he? 7 overs in, it's 118 without loss. This game is on borrowed time now. They just need 6 more to win. They could do it in 1 ball. Just a reminder, next match coming up, match 34. Still 2 matches to go today. Another Vienna derby with Vienna CC here for the first time today, taking on Indian CC Vienna that we hardly saw earlier on. Only 2 overs of that game was played. Match 32. Good ball from Abdul Miralikel, and he seems to take a bit of pace off this. I think this is what he probably had to do earlier. As he ended up going for 15 in his first over. 14 plus a bye. And I think he just maybe tried to bowl a bit too fast with the new ball. Oh, that's quick. That sconed him. That was sharp. Well, maybe he should stick to bowling fast. He doesn't really know. It's gone to the shoulder, I think, of Mirza. Yeah, he just can't really react. He gets the head out the way, but it certainly cracks him in the left shoulder. Oh, I'm glad he's got the extra layer of clothing for protection. But that'll hurt in the morning. Miralikel, I mean, he's a fighter, isn't he? He came out at 10, batted well, fighting all the way to the death here. There's the slower ball, which is inside edged. Oh, I didn't see that coming. I don't think Mirza did either. He's just cruising, just kind of smashing the bowling everywhere. Then he gets one. It almost does him some physical harm. 5 to win now. I see balls like that. I'm pretty happy that I'm in the commentary box these days. Well bowled again by Miralikel. Like I say, I've loved the way he's gone about his work. Keeper does well to slide in and make the stop. Yeah, well, expect the unexpected, like we always say on the European Cricket Network. Miralikel, maybe the slightly older ball, helping him with his control. Edged and dropped. It was low down. You see Miralikel, he probably knows the game's a foregone conclusion, but he still would love the win against Mirza. It's a big, thick edge. Keeper was kind of heading the wrong way. Got it shin high and grasped it. And so, Miralikel, it's hard to bowl with a broken heart. Let's see if he can get through his over. He will. Well done. Really well done by Abdul Miralikel. Against all the odds, that over only goes for 1 and a leg by. So 2 off the 8th over. And this game will go to a 9th. It's 120 without loss. I think that's what cricket's all about sometimes. I think no matter what the situation, you're always in a battle. Miralikel, he was determined to make sure they weren't going to score the winning runs off his bowling. I think you look back to the first innings as well, when he came in at number 10, did whack a couple of sixes, which just kind of raised him to this total. Hasibullah Miralikel will bowl the 9th with 4 runs required. That's pretty well. Little step over move, will be a single. But yeah. Well, what do you think of that bouncer against Mirza? It was a slippery one. There's a bit kind of skiddy bounce in this pitch as well. We'll hurry you up. Well, it's a bit of a roundhouse windmill shot, and he gets put down again. Goes the fingers up there. That's Nurakan Abdurahimzai. Again, difficult one to take that way because it was always dropping on him. He wasn't camped under the ball. He's trying to take it about a chest higher, a bit lower. Mirza gets another slice of luck, but I think it's all academic here. I've got a feeling. I can hear the fat lady warming up in the background. Yazif cracks it away. And this will tie the game at 123. But like I say, credit to Vienna Danube. They've got a bit about them. I'm looking forward to seeing them again. Seeing if they can just get that first win. Mirza cracks this one for the winning runs because it will count as 4. And Austrian Cricket Tigers do it fairly easily in the end, although they're made to work a bit harder in the last few minutes. But they do it without losing a wicket. And still, after 2 completed innings, only 2 batters have faced for ACT today. The final score, Austrian Cricket Tigers 127 off 8.4, defeat Vienna Danube 123. Yeah, Marnus just giving some credit as well to Vienna Danube, in particular to the bowler, Abdul Morali Cow, in the second last over that we saw. He's bowling his heart out. And yeah, well, we saw both the Morali Cows bowling towards the end, but ACT, well, credit to them. They do continue their winning streak. Haven't lost since the first day. Well, the equipment wasn't quite working first up. The radar was broken. That's why we saw that first ball go to the boundary unassisted, but then soon it was normal service resuming. Didn't really seem to matter what speed the ball was coming in. It was coming out quickly. Carbon Malia, again, I like the idea, and they seem to get it right sometimes. And that was the thing. They got it right sometimes, didn't they, Vienna Danube? But ACT with some good decision making. They didn't go after everything. They were a bit selective about what they went after. When the ball was in their zone, particularly that kind of length, then they was hitting the ball really crisply. And like I said, confidence is key. And you've got a really confident opening pair. They're not even thinking about the possibility of getting out. They're just thinking about scoring runs, hitting the ball hard, hitting it in their zone. They're so powerful. The bad balls disappeared. And you know, the good ones, okay, sometimes they went as well, but they were also willing to kind of eat a dot or two. Imran Asif brought up his 50 just after Mirza Hassan. And once again, half centuries for both of the ACT opening batters. This was the winning run, so it's going to be the winning run regardless of whether that fielder fielded the ball or not. So 54 off 27, Imran Asif, and 59 off 28 for Mirza Hassan. They do it with 8 balls to spare. That's despite the efforts of some of the bowlers who tried to make them work a little bit harder for it. And that innings saw 12 Maximo, 6 apiece. Very democratic. Imran Asif with 2 4s and Mirza Hassan with 4. Abdul Moralikel, I mean, credit to him because his first over, he conceded 14 and his second over only 1. He also cracked Mirza upstairs. He was the best of the bowlers for me. Hasbullah Moralikel came on at the end, but couldn't quite contain them in the ninth. So, after 3 of the 5 scheduled matches today, we can see ACT, they're building and they are a hard nut to crack at the moment. 127 without loss of 8.4. And they defeat Vienna Danube, who were only able to manage 123. And credit to Vienna Danube, though. They're a team that we will see a little bit later in the day as well, because we know that we'll see them in the last game of the day against Vienna CC. Speaking of Vienna CC, they're up next. The next game will start in around about 28 minutes' time. And the news from the toss, Vienna CC winning the toss and electing to bat. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. You're watching ECN. We're back shortly with more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna. Great to have your company. Once again, day 7 action. And once again, we're heading out onto the park. 2 matches left in our Super Sunday of action. 34 matches in now, match 34. Here's the 2 teams. Vienna CC, we're seeing them for the first time today. They're holding a 2-3 record, taking on Indian CC Vienna. We got the briefest of glimpses of them earlier on today. They cracked 38 off the first 2 overs, but unfortunately match 32 had to be abandoned due to the rain escalating. And in this one, Vienna CC have won the toss, and they've elected to bat, so there's a fair chance to see the big D out there first up with MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker. Mark Simpson-Parker is leading the side, us on the roof behind the stumps. For Indian CC Vienna, regular captain Kunal Joshi is resting himself this game. Hachima will lead the team. Have a look at some of the top performers. Abdullah Pachan's having a really good series. 187 runs and 7 wickets for Vienna CC. Mark Simpson-Parker again, really key all-rounder. There he is on your screen right now. Seems to have been a bit of a batter's day despite the weather. And so looking forward to seeing what happens, particularly in this power play. I think it would kind of dictate the terms of this contest. Well, it's good to have a guest commentator. I did have Decent Arif with me yesterday. I do have a special guest that's going to join me very, very shortly. I've kind of alluded to it in the chat as well. He's a guy that a lot of people wanted to see on the field, but he looks pretty comfy here. Cam next to me in the commentary position. Please welcome to the commentary box. In fact, I'm going to go drum roll one more time because I think we're about to get the first ball from Ahmed Ghani. Bowling to Eckstone. Countdown complete. Game mode activated. Here we go with match 34. Big D cracks it. There's a fielder there. It'll just be a single. Yeah, please welcome the Austrian women's coach and Vienna CC regular captain and also Cricket Austria administrator, Quinton Norris. It's the big Q stick. Hello, Quinton. How are you today?
Hey, Vinny. Yeah, doing all right. Not too bad considering the weather.
Yeah, it's been a bit fickle, hasn't it, last couple of days. Got to say a big thank you to all the ground crew and everyone that's worked so hard to get the cricket on, as well as all the umpires, the players, and everyone really. This one comes into MSP, works the way to the fielder. Well, I've got the first question. I've asked the viewers for some questions, but I've got the first one. Why aren't we seeing you out there for Vienna CC? You've got a bit of a cult following. We saw you in the ECL as well, whacking bowlers for 6 at the Cardimer Oval. Why don't we have you out there at the moment in this series?
It's down to a bit of work, and then also just haven't been feeling 100% the last couple of days. So
Ghani, there's a false shot out of MSP. Again, a shaky start for the big all-rounder. Well, that's disappointing, but we're glad that you're here. I know you have taken up a new job, and you're obviously part of our Blue Crew as well, as recently as, I was going to say, Malta. Is it Malta your last trip?
Yeah, Malta.
Yeah, we had a great time in Malta together. So we are missing you on the tour, but I'm so happy to see you. Looking forward to spending 10 overs with you. Maybe I'll get your thoughts on, in particular, this Vienna CC lineup that you know so well. Here's Ghani. This has worked away, full toss. This will test the outfield. It'll pull up in time, I think. And with the turn, they decide it's just going to be a single. Yeah, Vienna CC didn't have an ideal start to the tournament, but seemed to be working their way into it slowly.
Yeah, not too bad. I think everybody's heads were a bit shaken after that game. CCC just never said die, and took it down in the 9th over when everyone thought they'd probably lost that game. Yeah,
126 you put on the board. That used to seem like a good score, but I mean, lately we've seen some incredibly high scoring. This is pitched up from Ghani, pretty well bowled. And big deep, just pushes it to the leg side. Yes, it's quite incredible with the scores being.
We were talking about like 110 being a decent score and people chasing that down last time.
Yeah, so.
But now seeing 130, 140s are, chaseable at the moment.
And, well, we actually had a new record set the other day as we see Eckstein going leg side again. This will test the outfield. This one might just go. Maybe not. Nice little bit of work down there from Ibrahim Zadran. Big D works, and well, he does have the turning circle of the Queen Mary, but he does manage to get back for 2 there, Eckstein. Good work from the field, a good hustle from the batters as well to get back for a couple. And also, it takes us to the end of the first over. The score is 4 without loss after 1. Just having a look at the bat versus ball wall. This is what happens when you tie 6 computers together. They're saying the Indian CC Vienna are favourites. How do you feel about that?
That's quite close.
It is quite close, isn't it? It's Vienna CC and Indian CC Vienna. I think what it does tell you is it's a bit of a toss-up game. I think whichever players perform better will probably get the result.
Yeah, I think if we go on last year, we had the better of them. The year before, they had the better of us. So it's kind of even Stevens, if I remember correctly. And
yeah,
if they get going at the top order, I think that's been key in most of the teams so far, the top order.
I was just going to throw in this. We had the highest chase ever on Friday night, match 25. Pack Riders chasing down the 164 target. I mean, that was a pretty special performance. But, yeah, incredible things happen here in Austria. You have a wide first up. You've got Mihachima up to the stumps to Saluja, who's bowled pretty well in this series so far. Okay, let's backtrack a little bit. ECL, what was it like to represent Austria as the champion club in the ECL, the Champions League of European cricket earlier this year?
Yeah, no, that was totally amazing. It was a great atmosphere. Of course, the group we were in, eventual winners came from our group.
Yeah,
Drew.
That's true.
And, we played some decent cricket.
Knocked away. MSP is having a slightly careful start. I mean, what you said is spot on, isn't it? Because if you are going to get knocked out of a tournament, then probably to get knocked out to the eventual winners isn't a bad way to go.
Yeah, not bad. And then, of course, Forfeiture as well. They were also pretty decent. And I think either one of those two teams could have gone on.
Yeah, that's true. It was a big surprise, actually. I want to grab a bit of the line. I think it's a wide. Saluja won't be that impressed, but I think it's a good call from the ump. Yeah, in that game, you knocked up 121 and Drew chased it in 8 overs. It was one of the most memorable games of the year, so at least you've got that. We had this Scottish crowd going around the boundary in their fancy dress. There were balls flying everywhere. It was a bit of chaos. It was very ECN, as you'd know. Oh, I think that's the same ball, so it's going to be a wide again. Saluja can't believe it, but that's consistent. Yeah, look, seeing is believing, and I know you'll be watching this, Wasif. I'm going to have it gives a little cheeky smile. He probably knows it. If you called one, you've got to call this one because it's literally the same ball. Just the outside edge of the ball hitting the line. And he wants to review it. Don't waste a review on that one, Wasif, because you'll lose it. Well, that's in and it's out. Well, there you go. Just like that. That's Daud Zadran that takes the catch. And so Saluja gets his man in the end. Mark Simpson Parker never really got going here. He's gone for 1, and it's 7 for 1.
Yeah, must have the jitters there. Must be the dad watching him in the crowd. Bit short, didn't quite get hold of it, and Dowd takes a good catch down the ground. And Mark out for a low score this time.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Hey, it's the way it goes. But here's a guy. I don't think it's a bad thing to get him in there early. I know you'd be disappointed to lose MSP there, but Arsene Arif, he's a very talented player. And we saw that a bit actually in that game against Drew, didn't we? And also fielded very well. Who do the wicket keeping in your absence for Vienna CC today. But what's it like having Arslan at the club?
Yeah, different character. So coming into the club, he's been the first season last year, added some good dynamic. Also then wasn't keeping in Khartoum.
Yeah.
Of course, big laughter is that he finally got some runs. He was caught out twice.
Yeah.
Featured in the highlights of the day as 2 good catches against him when batting.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Finally he scores some runs, and we lose to Drew, and that became kind of a thing that we lost that game because of him, because he finally scored some runs.
Well, still, I know it was a great experience. It's the highlight of a European club cricketer's career now, I suppose, to get that opportunity to get looked after. I reckon that's a wide as well, but it's the 3rd time lucky because he just didn't have the heart to raise his arms again. That to me is probably wider than the first 2.
I think so as well, but yeah, 3rd time's a charm. Get away with it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a break for Indian CC Vienna. Pitched up. This one is into the gap. Great bit of fielding. Great to see Daud Zadran back as well for Indian CC Vienna. I haven't seen too much of them in the series so far, just because of the draw. So they've had 2 matches. That's the least of any team before today, and then the match today was effectively a complete washout. So, yeah, I mean, obviously they're a very good side. They were finalists here 2 years ago. Vienna Afghan and Donnerstadt knocked them out and just missed the missed the finals last year narrowly. I like this from Saluja. He kind of gives the umpire permission to call this a wide. Puts a hand up saying, look, that's okay. You can call that one. Trying to call the shots here, but I mean, the one he did bring back to MSP was the one that got the wicket, right?
Yeah.
We've got some questions coming in already, Quinn. That one would have been all right. It's edged away anyway, running away, and I think it'll get to the rope. It does. So, Big D, not the way he planned it, but he does get his first boundary. The NSCC work up to 13 for 1. So, question from Shrug saying, Quinny, how do you think Austria will go in the T20 qualifiers in Scotland in July? The first game is against Jersey. And, of course, Shrug does live in Jersey.
Yeah, no, that will be... Yeah, of course, we are the lowest ranked team, so we do know that. But anything is possible. So we're going to go in with all guns blazing, just like everybody else.
Full toss, flat batted. And it's going to find the fielder, but Zadran can't hold on. That's going to be 4. Not easy catching conditions at the moment. Still that light mist falling. Saluja, I feel like he should have had his man here. It's a ball that probably should have been hit for 6, but Big D catches a break. It's also the end of the second over. The score is 17 for 1. Let's have a look at the table. And your club, Vienna CC, haven't really gone to plan so far, but 2 and 3 with a chance to kind of bring it up to 50-50 after this game. You did lose 3 of your first 4, but you did recover with a win against Snassi last time out in match 20. Indian CC Vienna, I mean, they're still undefeated. It's only Donnerstadt and Indian CC Vienna that are undefeated. They got a point from that game earlier today that was a washout. Garni comes back, starts with a wide in the third over. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a real test for the guys. I mean, probably underdogs going into that considering the rankings of the other nations. But do you feel that in the last 3-4 years that bridge has kind of slowly narrowed between a team like Austria and, say, you know, your Scotlands, your Netherlands, your those kind of teams? Wait for the answer in a second because this is hanging in the air. Zadran is going forward. And the other fielder goes back and he's caught it. Well, I don't even know how he's done that. Shaquille Zadran is the man that takes it. And I think even he is in complete shock about how he's caught that. I mean, I thought he was running the wrong way down a one-way street here. As down Zadran, seemed to be an easy catch for him. It was a proper hospital pass, but he takes it and he's just grasped it between his wrists and somewhere else that I won't mention on television. But it is a wicket, and guess who? Arslan Arif goes to a catch that will probably, it's a bit more Arslan than Clarslan, but it is out and it's 18 for 2.
Yeah, what can you say?
Well, I mean, really, how are you catching this? It's just the stride was perfect. And look at him. He actually takes a minute to register, takes like a second to register what's just happened. And then he's like, yeah, that's exactly what I meant to do. Well, how about that?
Yeah, just disbelief at the moment.
Vienna CC, regular captain here, nonplussed, I think, with that sticking. But yeah, well, you know, it's a good sign when Arslan goes cheaply. Maybe you might win the game, but Abdullah Akbarjan comes in. He's a guy that took a hat-trick, or 2 hat-tricks in the tournament here 2 years ago, right? Yeah,
he's key. He missed out on the ECL. He was travelling abroad, so I think he was quite key for us missing in the ECL.
Let me go back to my question. After this ball, assuming there's nothing like that happens again, as Garni comes in, and it's top edge, hanging, but there's no outfielder, so the infielders have to go back again. And it goes the distance. Maximo. Probably slightly wind assisted when it got up in the slipstream. So they're going to keep swinging. Big D's still there. We know that he's played some big innings on this ground. Gets them up to 25. Yeah, so how do you feel, you know, Austria going compared to some of those nations that are probably a bit closer to the top tier, if you like?
Well, we take on Jersey first, so that'll be quite interesting. Neil McRae used to coach us way back when. So
yeah, met Neil in Cartsma. Good Yorker here, dug out for no run.
And we recently played against them, so we kind of know what to expect from them. Of course, it'll be different. They're playing a lot of cricket, a lot of grass cricket training back home. So we need to just make sure that we execute our plans and stick to what we believe in.
Yeah, play your game, I suppose. That's the thing. Big boy, Big D looks guilty. and he's not going to get given. Camera 2, camera 4. I tell you why, Big D, you've had to read his retinas here. He looks straight at the umpire straight away. Look there, shoots around, takes half a step. Miyachima's convinced he would have peeled that loud either. There's two really good poker players, Big D and Mihachima, going face to face, but not out. Survives, benefit of the doubt, going to the batter. Last ball of power play coming up. Nice little glance from Big D again. This will test the outfield, but runs away for 4. So he is going to get a bit of luck. He's going to keep going. Let's get to the end of the third over. 29 for 2. Hey, speaking of, playing against the Netherlands, for example, we just had the classic game on today in the rain break, where it was Austria defeating the Netherlands back in 2021. We saw you in the dugout. I know it's not the same form of the game. It still must give you a lot of confidence to go up against players that have obviously had some success against some of the real top nations as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think in that tournament, if we're looking at bowling-wise, Viv Kingma, he was, on day one, he was flying, letting them go through. I think in the first 4 games, he wasn't hit for a boundary.
Yeah.
So it took adjustment, getting used to him. The likes also like Clayton Floyd, guys who played some international cricket. Musa, Ahmed, and these guys, it just really was good.
Change of pace, and down Zadran comes in. This gets cut away, and cut away well. That's going to be 4. So Abdul Akbarjan gets into his work. I mean, I know it's not ideal to lose those early batters, MSP going, Arsenal and Reef going, but I've got to say, Akbarjan has looked on in this series so far, timing the ball really well. He gets his first boundary.
Yeah, definitely. He adds a good dynamic. He's always up there with some of the top players over in the T10 competition, and always adds good value.
Dab back this time, no run. Yeah, a question from Dave in the chat saying you sound a bit South African. Are you guilty as charged? Tell us a little bit about where you've come from and how you ended up in Austria.
Yeah, guilty as charged. Let's hopefully one day we'll win a World Cup as a South African team. But
I will say,
who knows that?
Before we get on to your life story, I have a perverse pleasure in watching South Africa stumble at World Cups. There's always a crazy way you get knocked out. First it was the crazy rain issue in 1992 that led to the Duckworth-Lewis being developed. Then it was misreading Duckworth-Lewis and getting it tied, blocking it out when you needed one. The famous 1999 Donald Duck dropping the bat. As you see, a big swing and a miss from Akbarjan. And then the Netherlands in the T20 recently knocked over the South Africans as well. So I bet you didn't really know what to think about that.
Well, the latest one was interesting.
And this one knocked into the leg side.
Yeah, so the latest one was interesting because with the Netherlands winning, that meant they qualified for the next phase of the World Cup, so they didn't come down to the qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. It actually had repercussions for European cricket. This one is knocked down. It'll be the end of the over. Zadran keeps things quiet, just the boundary and not much else. 33 for 2 after 4. So, it's interesting that result had repercussions for European cricket, of course, with how it changed the qualifying setup and all that. So anyway, but you are originally from South Africa. You can probably still hear it in your voice. But how did you get to Austria? And for some of the viewers that might not be so familiar with the Quinton Norris story.
Well, no, first thing, just took the 2-year working holiday to England, travelled around there, and then from there just decided wanted to travel a bit more around. So ended up going to Sweden first, spending a couple of years in Sweden, and then over business trips and everything, living there, back to South Africa 1 year in Stellenbosch, early 2000s, and then came over to Austria about 2010, 2011, I think. Met the family, wife, and then settled down in Austria. So that's kind of the life story. Before then, playing cricket in Pietermaritzburg.
Wait for this, and it's Luthrup getting a bowl. Probably the catch of the tournament. Right now, he starts with a wide. Yeah, so obviously, South Africa, what was your Afrikaans like?
Well, Afrikaans is not too bad. At school, you had to have it as one of the languages. But grew up English, so a lot of our community was pretty English, even though people around you were Afrikaans.
Sure. Just wonder, because it's got some similarities with Dutch, right? That's so I've heard anyway.
Yeah, definitely it does.
Come back for a 2 here. Won't be an easy day to execute run-outs.
Good work from AB, coming back for the second.
Yeah, good hustle. Do have to hustle a little bit. I mean, not easy conditions for the players, of course. And did you get involved in cricket pretty much straight away once you were here in Austria? Or
Yeah,
was it something that took a little bit of time? Maybe this ball from Luthra. It's a good one. Drops into the block hole.
yeah. First it ended up being I was here, and then kind of was married first, and then after getting married, then got involved then pretty much with Vienna CC straight away.
Yeah, obviously, it's a great place here. This is a tight single, but they'll get there. Just got to watch himself here, Luthra, because just have a look at where his back foot lands. Yeah, you see, just getting a little bit wide. And if you get too wide, if you touch that sideline, then it will be a no ball. So he's got to be a bit careful about that. Anyway, Bajan, left-hander, will take over. Yeah, so this club and this ground, right, used to be a turnip field. Is that right? I learn a little bit more about it every time I come, and this is my 3rd trip here.
Yeah, we should almost get Andrew Simpson Parker, Mark's dad, onto the chat. He's lingering around.
Well, that's a little boot stomp job from Luthra. Not so sure about the technique, but he seems to get away with it. Has quite strong bones in his feet, obviously, taking that one on. Anyway, couple to come in the 5th. Down leg sides. Great keeping from Chima. I mean, you'd appreciate that. Chima, you know him pretty well. Seems to kind of have the 2nd keeping spot sewn up in the national team. And that was a brilliant bit of work, because that was fired down the leg side. Saved boundary, I think. That's where a ball drops in to the block hole. No run. And yeah, so more questions coming in for Quinny. But yeah, this ground, I love it every time we get back here. You know, there's improvements. Obviously, some of the facilities around the club have improved in the 12 months since we've been here. Maybe after this ball can let us know about what's been going on, as we see a single for Big D. He moves to 25. He survived the first half. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair. A score 40 for 2 after 5. Just quickly before we go back to that, let's have a look at where we'll be headed over the next few weeks. We've got 2 weeks here in Austria, then 2 weeks in Bulgaria, 2 weeks in Sweden. And it's really cool, actually, because at the end of these 2-week blocks, we have the Saturday and Sunday of ECI cricket. Austria will be hosting the Czech Republic and Hungary in a 9-match ECI series next weekend. We already did see Austria in some ECIs earlier in the year, taking on Malta in what became a 7-match series. Austria won that 5-2. They stay with us over the next few weeks and beyond on the European Cricket Network. So yeah, there seems to be a few improvements since we were here last, Quinny.
Yeah, got new some toilet facilities, and then it's trying to upgrade everything. But of course, it all comes with, as we all know, big costs, big expenses.
We'll say it, the upgrades have been appreciated by everyone as part of the Blue Crew, that's for sure. This will be just a single out there to Shaquille Zadran. I've got a question from Shrug. I'll change tack a little bit. So a question for Quinton. Who's the biggest name player you've played with or against? Anyone spring to mind?
Yeah, of course. Kevin Peterson. So
never heard of him.
Yeah, I know you haven't heard of him.
No, I'm just joking. So you played with Kevin Peterson, right?
Yeah, we grew up in the same age.
Low full toss, sliced away. Another foot stomp job. That seems to be the fashion at the moment. And Hadran makes the stop. Have a look at how far back he bowls this from, Saluja. Pretty much bowls it with his front foot in line with his stump. So we've seen that a little bit, just kind of changing the distance to try and disrupt the batter. But I'd say the foot stomp is a little, as someone who once tread on a cricket ball and snapped my ankle, always makes my eyes water. And anyway, Akbarjan, slightly slow start by his standards, 8 off 10. Here's the next ball from Wasif. Well bowled. Probably only get one here. Yeah, so KP, your same age group, and this is in South Africa, I take it, right?
Yeah, so back in South Africa, growing up, of course, playing same age group cricket. And then if you go on to the rugby side of things, we also had Butch James, so he was also around then. But yeah, we also played cricket together, so had quite a few guys in this
What was he
setup.
like then? Go on, before the kind of bright lights and all that. What was his kind of personality?
Not bad. You know,
Yeah.
I think if you know him, I think a lot of people have different, but we all have different ideas and everything of everybody that we meet.
Yeah.
And some people get on straight away with him, some don't. I think he's had to, fight really hard for what he had.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of been an easy move when you have to move countries as well. Little poke job from Big D. And yeah, I don't think he's really considering the second. Just one well fielded out there.
And if you think about it, is arrogance in a way. Can say arrogance, but back then people probably didn't like the style of play that he had playing for England. Now, what has changed 15 or 10 years on to now, what they call baseball?
That's actually
what
true.
has changed?
Yeah, probably the blonde tips. But anyway, this is gone. Akbarjan, he swings to the leg side, swings all around. It was bogged down there, wasn't he? And Saluja, well, he's had his ups and his downs in this game, but this is a highlight. Gets a big wicket. Vienna CC lose a third. Just a little bit off the pace at the moment, 45 for 3.
Yeah, some good bowling from the little maestro, let's say.
Yeah, I mean,
using all that experience.
Just takes the pace off slightly. Probably when he's on, he's hitting that a bit straighter, isn't he?
Yeah, it's nothing shot. Head's going. Yeah, you
He
can
knows
see it.
it.
He's already walking off that way to leg side.
Yeah, just a bad decision in the moment, but that's the way it goes. And it's the third wicket down, 45 for 3. Well, here's a guy that I always like watching. It's Ali Rahimi, who's coming out at number 5. He showed a bit of power the other day as well, hit the ball in his zones, packs a punch, and also does a bit of keeping sometimes, like Arsene Arif will be doing the keeping in this game. So I suppose maybe it's a little bit of a disadvantage for your guys, Vienna CC, if you have to look at it, that you haven't played since Thursday, because Indian CC Vienna haven't played a lot either, because they just had the washout today. Apart from that, I think we only saw them on Wednesday. Ali Rahimi forced to just block this one out, but he will get off the mark. Yeah, so it's a very interesting point you make about maybe KP was a bit ahead of his time in a way, because English cricketers, I suppose it's become 37% less stuffy, I would say, maybe over the last few years. They're a bit slow to catch on to the short format and kind of grab hold of it, but I think they're realising it's the way the game's moving,
Yeah, I think it all depends on who's there, and so probably at that stage you had guys that didn't adapt, let's say, to that process. Now you have more players that adapt to that and the way people are playing. I think a lot of countries around the world, players are playing freely and the way they play, and let them play the way they play.
Yeah, and for example, it's a high risk, high return kind of approach. Wait for this ball. Ranjit Singh comes in. It's a short one. Ali Rahimi just kind of gloves it away from the keeper. We'll get a run there. I think that's one for the over. And so, but I think sometimes they say attack is the best form of defence. I think when it comes off, I think that all the forms, even though that they're not necessarily directly related, but they do have an effect on each other. So, for example, look at how 50-over cricket, the scoring rates have gone up since 20-over cricket has become more prevalent. Batters are knowing what they can get away with and how often they get away with it. As we see Big D pin his ears back on this one. That's into the wheat. Maximo. Well, we've been waiting for it, haven't we? He gets into the 7th over and he gets into the 30s. This one just seams back a little bit onto the middle of Eckstein's bat and it disappears. Good shot.
Yeah, good shot. A little bit short from Ranjit, from Princey. Haven't actually seen him bowl, to be honest. So surprise call there from Chima.
Yeah, well, no Josh in the lineup, I suppose. I like the yellow gloves as well for Big D. Certainly colour coordinated. Looks like a big banana out there. He's hitting the ball well.
I'm sure his wife will love that comment.
He'll be trying to bend it in the second half of this game, no doubt. Well, this one's pitched up. The fielder looks at it and then has to look back because that's gone the same way. Maximo back-to-back. This needed a bit of an injection, I suppose. No man better than Big D to provide it.
Yeah, it's in his zone. That's going.
Yeah, well, Dave says if you got a pat on the back from Big D, you'd fall flat on your face. Well, he is powerful. Lovely guy as well.
Yeah.
9 children.
9 children all of a
Every
sudden.
time I add 2. I think he's got 5 actual children, but I have known to embellish. Yeah, he's a real family man as well. Part of the family here at NCC as well. Well, this
what is that?
would have been gone, This has been pulled, and it's right off the end of the bat. Have a look at it. And I think it carries back to Ranjit, you know. But he was not expecting it, saw it late. And I think that carries. Look at this, right off the end of the bat. He's early on it. And, yeah, the bowler, let's get a look at it here. Oh, maybe just died on him,
Just
but
short, I think.
didn't pick it up quickly. You can understand why. Eckstein on 39. Couple to come in the 7th.
Oh,
Well,
that's huge.
adios, because that one is not coming back. New balls, please. Eckstein into the 40s.
Ah, there we go.
That's reminiscent of you at Cardimer Oval there. That one's gone into the catering. That was right out of the screws, even if the last one wasn't. Look at him, he loves it as
Yeah.
well.
Him and Chima having a word, lovely.
He's saying, yeah, I watched you, now it's my turn.
Look at Chima's body language, you can see him laughing there. So
Chima's probably had a little snipe or two at him here, and Big D has figuratively sewn his mouth shut by pumping that ball about 100 metres with the wind. Send out the search party. New ball is in play. Short, that one's gone as well. It's up, it's gone with the wind. Maximo, and Big D brings up his 50 off just 20 deliveries. A bit slow to get going. Nothing slow about the last couple of balls, though. They have rocketed out of here. 51 off 20, 5 big Maximos and 3 4s. And, well, this innings needed something. Big D has stepped up, Quinny.
yeah, finally he's been saying he's just been struggling a little bit, but just once you get in, I think runs are there to be scored. So one good over, and hopefully that's the injection of pace we need now going forward for the remaining 4 overs.
End of the over as well, 71 for 3. I just want to talk through the ECI squads for next weekend. Talk us through the Austrian squad and some players we should watch out for. A lot of them playing, of course, in this series.
Yeah, of course. You know, there are a lot that are playing now, and let's see how it goes. Hopefully nobody gets injured going onto this. There are also guys in good form and everything, but looking forward to T20 and everything else.
Yeah, that's true. There's a good chance for the guys to get together. Just played off the back foot. Fielder comes around, does a really good job. And there's Ranjit out there. He'll stop it, won't be able to prevent the 2. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously you're the highest ranked team out of those 3 teams, but I know Czech Republic kind of knocked you off in the CE Cup before. And Hungary got really close to the ECC a couple of years ago. This one's in the air. It'll just be one Rahimi doing his job, I think, which is mainly to get Big T to the other end. So, I mean, I expect that to be a really competitive series.
Yeah, you know, T10, it shortens the gap. It really does matter what happens on the day. You know, Zishan played in the T20 here last year against us and managed to single-handedly beat us, pretty much. Going on to get a good 100, a lot of 6s, so he knows, you know, that the capability's there from all teams.
Yeah, of course. Well, this time he's chopped on, and the show's over. Gets a pat in the back from Chima on the way. And Zadran breaks through. Just a little bit of turn, maybe. Gets it onto the inside edge of the bat of Eckstein. Drags it on, but not before a very good contribution. He's left his team in pretty good shape here, Big D. He'll depart those the 4th wicket, 74 for 4. Well, I suppose, you know, all things considered, he does get 50 off 20 balls. It's up to somebody else now to kind of keep that pace going.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see who's coming in. Is it Kitab? I think, I'm not too sure. Can't see the number.
That's Kitab Amari. Yeah, he picked it from a long way away. Got to say, I love the uniforms as well. I can't remember if you had these ones last year already, but remember, they're an upgrade from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think we might have had them ready for it. Yeah, of course we have the ECL kits as well, which is...
ECL kit.
We have a couple wearing them.
Collector's item. Oh, that's out. Yeah, he swung all the way across this one. And Amari's going to have to go for a golden duck. Zadran with the double breakthrough, 74 for 5. Now, he's just thrown it up there, hasn't he? And just caught the batter on the crease. Just playing across the straight one.
Yeah.
And Zadran gets some success there. There's a golden Derek. He's been a new member of our team this year, but he's not a very welcome addition to departing batters.
No, poor Kitab. Yeah, playing against his old club, so yeah, never that easy coming back. So at least he still has a small smile on his face. Next in is Barry Hooper coming in.
Yeah, well, Barry, I know he plays his cricket, played a lot of cricket in the UK, but doesn't want to be causing that to be added to. We've had 11 hat-tricks this year.
Yeah, we keep seeing this, but nobody's
No
stepping
one's
up onto
broken
the,
through here in
the
Austria
board
yet.
yet. So let's see. Maybe it's Dowd's chance to edge his name into the history books. 2023
Well, that's
Hall of
something.
Fame.
That's something that you don't want to see, isn't it, Quinny? As a Vienna CC supporter.
No, I would. I have to try and be a little neutral at times.
No, you don't have to when you're on with me. Oh, he plays inside it. And this has been a really good over fighting back because Big D was taking the game away. But then, how quick this game can change. I think, you've played enough, you've seen enough now to know that. Barry misses, but survives. End of 8 overs at 74 for 5.
Yeah, good spell from Dowd, just 2 for 7 and 2 overs. So put the brakes back on. And let's see what we can try and get in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, maybe this is more normality because I really expected 100 to be a good score in these conditions.
Yeah, we were talking 100, 110. 110 you probably feel that you can defend, but this year it's just been a bit crazy recently.
It actually has. Up. It's been crazy. I mean, Friday is when the weather kind of turned, and I expected, maybe scores are going to come down. The run rates on the first 4 days, 10.3, 11.4, 11.8, 12.4. So I thought, okay, at that stage, I think the average was around about 11, 11.2. Wait for this new over. All happens in the ninth, as Rico would say. Rico would say hi, by the way.
Yeah, well, we know that. It does happen often.
Well, Chima, I don't know what he's thinking.
No, better have a word with him. What is he doing trying to go down with that gigantic football dive?
Well, yeah. It's
not good if he goes down injured doing this.
The World Diving Championships and then fumbles it anyway. Almost gives away 5 penalty runs for touching it with a glove that he's not wearing anymore. If you want to be super technical. All right, here's Hooper. Third time. Does get some bat on it. Gets to the other end. Yeah, so with around 11 and over, I thought, maybe 95, 100 is a good score on Friday. 14.5 and over on Friday, so 145 par. Crazy stuff, really. And then yesterday, 11.5, so a couple of low-scoring games in there, particularly the last one. Oh, no. Chima's gone the wrong way, and this is 4 buys. Again. I don't think he's nicked this. I don't know, maybe he did. Let's have a look. Okay, maybe he had a feather on it, but Chima's still... He was headed down the leg side thinking it was going to miss the legs, but maybe the swing just does him. Yeah. He couldn't believe it, but he was a long way away. Didn't have to play on that ball.
No.
Well, it all happens in the
lucky
8th.
Shot there for
that was lucky. Yeah, well, he'll take the runs, won't he, Ali? Ooh. This is close to a wide. It's called. It's a tough one for the umpire to call because you've got to try and get the point it passes the crease. It's hard to say.
As a batter, you want that.
Yeah, you don't always get it. It's yeah. All happens in the ninth, as we say. You just got to beg, borrow, steal your way to 100 here. You have won a game when you only scored 90 back on day 1. He jams this out and will get 1. It's pretty good length. This Harmeet Singh is a player I haven't seen too much of from ICCV, but he looks like he cracks the ball pretty well, can bat in the middle order. I actually like to see him maybe batting a bit higher. No Josh in the lineup today for Indian CC Vienna.
Yeah, they got some hitters out there, so you got Chima, Ranjit.
That's well bowled, good area. You see Barry, a bit short of cricket like most people are at this stage of the season in this hemisphere.
Yeah, it's also more tough when you're going T10 and, you're more, say, traditional, or you're more getting used to it. It does take some time. Some people just take to it out of the blue, others don't.
Nice ball the over then. Short, can't quite catch up with this one. End of the ninth, and the score's 82 for 5. Yeah, I mean, what is it like in the T10 format? I mean, is it fun? Do you feel more pressure? Do you feel less pressure? I mean, coming from longer forms of the game, what sort of adaptations do you need to make?
I think it, everything depends on each player. Some people take to it. Some people have taken longer to get used to it. I think the approach of no fear cricket is really... that helps wonders. If you look at just go, let's say, but they have like Donnerstadt who have won it back to back.
Yeah.
They pretty much have batting all the way down, and you have no fear.
Yeah.
So you're always in the game.
The depth is everything, isn't it, with the bat? I say like 1 or 2 players might win you matches, but they can't really win you tournaments. I think you need to get a lot of wins. while you're in a format
Nice
like this.
shot,
Anyway, this is a nice shot by Rahimi, and it will go for 4. So one thing I like about Ali is he kind of knows his zones, and he's very strong square of the wicket, behind the wicket. He gets a good swing on this, times it well, gets 4. Good start to the 10th over.
Yeah, exactly. That's also what you're talking about. If you know your strengths, play to them. As we said, Sadiq playing for Donnerstadt, he plays to the strengths and it works out.
Yeah. That's a nice shot through the covers as well, but he'll only get 1 this time. And Zadran cleans up. Luthra getting last over duties here. Maybe a couple of lusty blows could maybe get you to the 100. Suppose Hooper, 1 of 5, tells the story of his innings so far. You can see that Luthra, he's a handy windbreaker, but not easy conditions for anyone. Now Hooper goes for it anyway. He lofts it. The bowler's after it. Luthra, I don't think he's going to touch it. He doesn't. And it went so high, they'll go back for 2. Well, Barry's found a way to score. He's hit it straight up.
Yeah, there we go. 1 for the highlights reel, Saurabh. Nice. He's always on those highlights reels with some great stuff and some...
I mean, I was going to say, it helps that Luthra's running with the wind here.
It just keeps on going away from him.
The physics of it. I mean, that's similar to the one that got caught earlier. It was caught unconventionally, we'll say. 3 to come. That's got to be a no ball for back foot.
Yeah, that was close.
I mean, he's missed that by a long way with the line. Yeah, I mean, that one, I think, is pretty obvious. I know he's been flirting with it, but, I mean, he's a long way wide there. And I don't know if they will. Again, I think you could use the extra ball. That one's better. And this would have been a free hit if it was called. And it'll just be a single in the end. So you get to 91. Still a ball to go. Chima knocks over the stumps for no good reason.
Yeah, just wanting the umpire to get a bit of work out there.
Hello to Akib Iqbal. Hopefully you're well. We'll even let you get away with the all caps message, Akib.
Akib Iqbal's in the chat already.
He is in the chat. He says, Quinny, you should be playing.
Thanks, mate.
I love watching you play. I mean, I feel like, at your age, maybe you are a bit safer here, undercover. Probably the same age, though?
No, a little bit older than you.
Okay, close enough, though. Anyway, last ball of the innings coming up. He gets bowled, but he's given out. Again, I don't know about this. I think it might have been called. And now, well, they get a run. So, yeah, I mean, he got away with the first one. Doesn't get away with this one. Barry gets bowled. I think at that stage, you've probably got to call it no extra run because they're walking. Ali tries to run. I think that's no ball. I don't know if they'll allow the bye or not because I want to make sure they get the right batter on strike. Do they count the run or not? I mean, everyone's walking off.
I wouldn't count the run, but yeah. I would have Barry back on strike, but let's see. It is.
Yeah, look, credit. I mean, obviously they've been told to look out for it now. It looks like it'll be no ball plus a bye. And now, well, why not? Because Ali, he falls down and he hits it up and he gets 6. Maximo. Well, I mean, there's 8 runs from nowhere and he gets a little high 5. Everyone runs off. I've got that as 99 off 10 overs.
Yeah, so you got 110 and over, so that gives us a bit more.
I mean, even that one was, I don't know if he grounds his heel, but I mean, he's just got to work on that Luthra, doesn't he? Ali, great shot though to finish. Maximo time. This innings had a little bit of everything. And in the end, I suppose you've set 100 for ICCV, who batted really well earlier, but of course, going to be under pressure. You've got some very good bowling options at your disposal. And again, we see the good, the bad, the ugly, see a bit of everything. Very ECN innings. Vienna CC fighting their way to 99 for 5 off the 10 overs. Quiddy, stay with me. Let's go through the highlights and have a look at how things worked out. MSP just never really got out of first gear, unfortunately. Just one of those innings for him. Big D had a little bit of luck early, didn't he? But he would stick around, and he had a brief partnership with us and Arif. Big D
got lucky there.
Yeah, got a bit of lucky, but you make your own luck, I suppose. He went on with it. Arslan went to a catch that I still can't quite work out. Scientists will be working out for a long time how this stuck, but it was caught by Shakil Zadran, and that brought Akbarjan out there. But yeah, Big D, even that one, I mean, we'll never know, but just the reaction of Chima.
We should ask them.
Big D looked a little bit guilty to me. Akbarjan swung all around one. But, you know, kind of lurking in that 7.5 and over didn't seem like enough through the middle overs. They needed ejection, and Big D provided it with some lusty blows through the middle of the innings.
Yeah, Ranjit came on and yeah, Big D just took to him, so boosted our net score. So at least we have something now to go out there and try and defend.
Yeah, and look, one of these is absolutely boned as well. But then Big D, he chops onto Zadran, who ended up taking 2 on the spin. And that just kind of quietened things for a little while. But, you know, gets a good pat on the back from his teammates. And, well, the next one was LBW, a pretty easy decision for the umpire. I think Zadran, though, just got to maybe make a few little modifications to just the way he's delivering the ball. That was a bit of a lucky one as well. Miha was keeping on the other pitch. That ended up going for 4, small edge according to the umpire. Barry, I don't know where to put this on the wagon wheel. We need a 3-dimensional one because that one was pretty much straight up.
Straight up in the air.
It got him 2. And then Luthra in the 10th. We thought that was it, 91. They end up taking a run because there was a no ball called. Ali realised he got to the business end and then he whacked one out of the ground. So they go from 91 to 99. I suppose Luthra was a bit lucky not to get called earlier in the over or even on that last ball again. But gives you something to bowl at, Quinny. 99 for 5. Yes, X-Teen top scores, 51 off 21 for him. 23 not out for Rahimi. I like his innings. He's a guy who'll always give you everything. And well, Shrug has a good point. Ever since I questioned his power, he's been smacking them everywhere. Barry Hooper does a good job getting bowled last ball because somehow it results in 8 more runs. 99, is it enough?
Tell you after over number 1.
Very diplomatic. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Down Zadran. He did get a couple of wickets on the spin. 2 for 7 for him. 2 also for Saluja, who had a constant arm wrestle with the tram line. The other wicket went to Ghani as Vienna CC lost 5 in the 10 overs. Well, Quiddy, it's been great having you here. What are our chances of having you back after the break?
Yeah, probably a good chance of that
All
happening.
right. I think I can twist Quiddy into staying with me.
But let's go for a Vienna CC victory.
All right. Well, if you're here or if you're not, I'll be watching, and so will you. So will you if you're out there as well. Pretty sad to hear Mr. Maximo with Quinton Norris. We'll see you very shortly for the reply. 100 even for Indian CC Vienna to take out the points. You're watching the ECS. This is the European Cricket Network. And more action on the way from Austria after this break.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Vienna. We're at the Sabun Cricket Ground. Sunday is day 7 of this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Only 5 days away from the semi-finals and, of course, the final, which will be Friday afternoon, the 12th of May. 11 teams here in the ECS Austria this year. And, one thing about when you got the new ball, you need to look after it. And let's just say this isn't the best start for Vienna CC as the ball was ejected. Look, I won't name names, but Big D will be hoping to swing it around. There might be one dirty side already. Anyway, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me in the commentary box, we've got him back for the second innings by popular demand, Quinton Norris. And Quinton, 99, kind of begged, borrowed and stole 99 in the end. I know it's probably a little bit less than some of the scores we've seen so far, but I think it's enough runs to bowl at.
Yeah, it's something to bowl at. But after Bunty, the umpire, dropping the ball there, already making it
you
wet.
named him. I was.
I will name him.
All right.
We'll have a chat later. No, all good. It happens.
I want to say hello to Gil as well in the chat. Gil Shamshat Singh, who was just donating €2. Has also become a silver spanner, so thank you for supporting the network. He was playing for ICCV last year when we were here. Took 10 wickets in the series, including best of 3 for 16, remember, against Pakistan CC. So
Yeah, we should ask him where he is.
yeah,
Bill?
that's it. Well, I've already asked him.
Good man.
So let's see. Anyway, Big D's going to get us going. He's trying to bend it like a banana. Here we go, 100 to win for ICCV. And the first one is barely on the pitch. Doesn't move at all. Just gets it wrong. And the first one, Ranjit Singh out there opening the batting. And interestingly, they haven't gone for Cheema at the top of the order. They've gone for Ahmed Ghani as the non-striker.
Well, that's a good start. Wide ball, that's always a good start. So hold on to your hats.
Well, this is up and it's over cover, and that's going to be 4. That one does come in a bit, but it leaves even faster off the bat of Ranjit, the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, it's a nice shot.
What do you think about Cheema not opening? Because he did bat really well. We only had 2 overs in the second match today, but Cheema cracked 32 off 9.
Well, give Cheema the captaincy and then he changes it up. No, Ghani is also a very attacking batter, so he does bat sometimes up the order, and if he gets going, you know.
Yeah, I mean, not that Ghani's not capable. I just found it curious that he wouldn't be out there considering how well he hit the ball early on in the earlier game. This will be a single, so we'll see Ghani on strike now for the first time. Well, Steve McVeigh in the chat saying good to see the weather's improved. Yeah, well, it's been one of those days where it's been a little bit up and down, uncomfortable, I think, for everyone. But we started all 4 games so far, completed 3. So there's that, I guess. Well, this is a good old-fashioned hack across the line from Ghani. That one just misses. Big D gets that one a bit more online. He's such a great bowler to watch because he does swing the ball prodigiously, doesn't he? I mean, you've kept to him a lot. I mean, is that difficult to deal with when you're behind the stumps?
No, I think I'm quite used to it now. So, as you said, been playing with him for many years. So,
well, that's another one that threatens to come in. Oh, that's a great effort. I think that's 4, you know. MSP, he went around to the right. He stuck up the hand, goalkeeper style. He does save 2 runs, I suppose. This would have been 6, but have a look at this bang. Bouncing just inside the line and going across for 4. But, well, that was a stinger for Mark.
yeah, definitely. I think he'll probably look at that and he'll probably think he should have tried to hang on to it instead of trying to palm it down.
I guess the issue was if he held on to it, where was he going? Was he heading over the line? It's not an easy day to stop. But, yeah, anyway, Shamsha's come back. He said, like, he's not in Austria anymore. He's in Portugal. So if you're based in Portugal now, Shamsha, let us know where. And are you playing any cricket there? Let us know the area, and maybe I can suggest a club for you. Because we were in Portugal for the ECS not too long ago. Let's pull the over here. Well, it won't beat, because that one doesn't come in at all. If anything goes the other way. So up to 11 off this over. So, yeah, Portuguese cricket. That's something we follow here quite a lot on the European Cricket Network. And we talked about the ECC a little bit earlier and the fact that 31 countries will be involved this year. I know the plans are, Quinny, to expand it to include every country in ICC Europe. So this one gets up a bit from X-Teen and bottom edge pull for just 1, and it's the end of the first over. It's 12 without loss after one. Yeah, so that'd be something like 34, 35, maybe even 36. Some talk about maybe including Wales as a distinct country as well. They come into the England-Wales cricket ball, but I mean, that'd be an opportunity to see even more cricketers. 70 matches since the Golden Ball, and I'm going to put you on the spot here. We've had one Golden Ball in Austria. Can you remember the two teams playing? I'll give you a clue.
Back
it's from
then?
2021.
Yeah, back then it would have been Vienna Afghan, now Donnerstadt,
Yes.
ACT. And I remember Sahil Zadran with the ball fielding and a run out.
I'm going to give you a pass on it. I'll make a slight correction. As it was, I mean, when it went back, it was actually Salzburg that were the,
sorry,
the batting
it was,
team.
yeah,
Toby, sorry. Now,
Shabazz Hassan Yusuf
Yeah,
was playing for
you
them
can-
and Imran Asif.
but
yeah,
you can get your points back by telling you why I remember that one so well.
because you've been looking it up.
No, it was on a particular date.
Somebody's birthday.
It was on my
Somebody-
40th
And
birthday.
somebody baked you a cake.
That's true, and gee, it does give us a lift for the ground sometimes as well. That's Lisa, of course.
Yeah, doing some of my work when I'm not available.
Team effort here. Anyway, just 12 on the board so far. Akbarjan, he's pretty regular performer, but this one's going to go out of the ground at supersonic speed. Ghani's been sent to the top, and he's doing the job maximal as Indian Vienna hit 18.
Yeah, coming down the track and hitting it back straight over the head. Good shot there from Ghani and getting rid of the helmet.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that today. We've seen a few balls skidding on surprising batters. We've seen a couple of knocks upstairs already, but I suppose Akbarjan isn't one that you would imagine is going to get above the shoulders too much. Still risky. Oh, much better ball. Let's just see what the signal is here. I think there's a little edge on this. There's no signal from the umpire, so this is actually a chance. Hassan Arif just a little bit slow getting down there. Oh, opportunity missed.
Yeah, Abdullah's not looking too happy there, is he?
Yeah, I mean, probably a bit distracted by the fact that went past the stumps and almost bowled Ghani. But, yeah, you got to put that out of your head. Now, he gets a bit too short to Ranjit. Pretty good fielding. As Kitab Omari comes around and just picks it up cleanly. Yeah, it's one of those things as a keeper you'd know. You kind of have to put the batter's movements and actions and the stumps, put them all out of your head. And I think Hassan was a little bit distracted. Was the right length, though, I think, to Ghani. You got to get it up there in the block hole, back away, or show you the sticks.
Yeah, it was a good ball, good length.
Pitched up, does get some bat on this, takes off, probably shouldn't have. Hooper can't handle it cleanly. He's got that look of frustration, Barry, which we saw a little bit in the first half of this game as well. Dave asked about Northern Ireland. Well, Ireland compete as one nation at the ECC, so I think that's the way it should stay. I think it's a nice unifying thing. And yeah, that's the way Ireland run their cricket. They run it with both Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland under the one organising body. So that's why I think it's nice that it's done that way, and it should stay that way. Anyway, let's have a look at the standings. Kind of mid-table clash, isn't it? Having said that, Vienna, Indian CC Vienna only played the 3 matches. This is their 4th. One of them was a washout. Only 4 out of 11. It's pretty brutal, isn't it, this new format, with 7 teams getting the cut at the end of the group stage. What do you think about it, Quinny?
Yeah, totally. But you hear to play. We're getting more games than compared to last year, and more teams. You know, we had quite a few teams. I think 14 in total, probably, that really would have played as well. So
Yeah.
we had some teams still stuck waiting on the waiting list, let's say.
I think it's a really good thing to have more matches, more teams involved. No, last year we were only here for 1 week. And it seemed a bit of a shame considering the quality of cricket that we saw. We'll see, Donnerstadt made it back-to-back. They also won the Austrian T10 back in 2020, so it's actually their 3rd trophy on ECN. Back then in 2020 we had the Austrian T10, which ran over a couple of months, and also the ECS Austria, which is won by Pakistan CC. Here's Big D. Again, beats Ghani. It's a bit of a blind spot for Ahmed Ghani there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but just one comes out of the middle and that's going to fly over the rope. So, as you said, that's why he's up there, to try and take advantage of the power play. Yeah, talking about Donnerstadt, yeah, they've also been runners-up in the league twice in the last 2 years,
Yeah,
so missing
that's right.
out on ECL.
Yeah, and they would have qualified, right? 1 year that was cancelled. Anyway, this is a top edge. So surely someone's getting near this. Good luck. Almost. Astronaut Saeed kind of had to turn and could never like face the ball again, to be honest. And Aslan Arif, where was he? I mean, could he have made it? Probably not. I mean, it would have been a really tough effort for him to get there. Similar to one that did get caught by the other team's number 17, Shakil Zadran earlier, but goes down. I suppose maybe is a blessing in disguise. You got Chima lurking, probably ready to come in at number 3. He was absolutely smashing them earlier on today. This one is a pull shot, which is a bit late from the batter. Look at Akbarjan come in, try and make the play. I think this would have been out if he'd hit, you know. Ranjit was right on the back foot. He had to go around Big D. Well, that explains it. Oh, he would have been gone too. He jumps. Maybe he jumps because he knows that's missing this time, but that's a dangerous strategy.
Yeah, I hope he was doing that.
He saw the Big detour sign when Big D stood right in front of him. Had to take the long route. He wasn't going to go through him. Ghani back on strike. Wow, what an instep. That's great unselfish work from Big D and ends up deflecting it straight to a fielder. I tell you what, I mean, right now, I mean, obviously 10 and over is what they need. Done a good holding job. They seem to be having the same kind of issues that you guys were as far as kind of getting these boundaries to get up and ahead of the rate.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. The last games of balls flying everywhere, and this one it just seems to be struggling.
Big swing and a miss, and then a reckless throw from Arslan. Looked like it was his first time ever throwing a cricket ball, to be honest. But anyway, he's a guy you probably don't mind it being there at the moment because he's missing more than he's hitting. It's the end of the power play, 23 without loss. And as a comparison, Vienna CC went 29 for 2 after their power play. So certainly you must be buoyed with this start. It's the kind of total that if there's a big power play, say 40, 50 plus, it's kind of all over Red Rover. But right now, I mean, it's probably a fairly even contest.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, they have wickets in hand, which is to their advantage. Of course, if we get a few more, then as you said, Chima comes in. I think Dowd will come in.
Yeah.
So they have hitters going through, so just need to stop the boundaries. So I think it's evenly poised.
Probably Hamid Singh's another name I'd throw in there. I haven't seen too much of him. He looked good when I saw him. Anyway, Amit Javed gets the next over. It's lifted up. Mark Simpson-Parker goes back to the line. He drops it straight through the hands. I think it's gone for 6. And he's a guy, doesn't drop too many at all. He's one of the safest hands in Europe. But again, not an easy catching day. I think a slight misjudgment. It blows slightly left to right on him in the end. And yeah, you can see that's one that normally he'd be right behind. But he tried to take it kind of side on. It's probably an awkward way to take it, to be honest. Anyway, it's going to be Maximo 6 to Ranjit Singh. He's a man you don't want to drop. This next one comes into him and doesn't get any bat on it at all. Just nice to see Steve and Jamshid connecting because Steve lives in Portugal as well. So, I mean, that's one thing that's really nice about our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, is connecting people. And, well, I suppose we'll remember that, won't we? That Ranjit gets dropped on 7. Now, this one's in the air. And it's another catching opportunity for Mark Simpson-Parker. And this time he holds on. So it doesn't cost him too much in the end. Ranjit tried to go up and over, but he just went up in the end. And it's Jarman that breaks through with the wicket. And the first one falls for Indian CC Vienna, 29 for 1.
Yeah, that's more like it by Mark. He shouldn't have been dropping that first one. But, yeah, takes a harder one. And, oh, gee, look at Chima running in there. Yeah,
well, Chima is moving out there at supersonic speed.
It would be lovely if he got a first baller at that speed running in and then want to see his pace going out.
I'm just thinking maybe a reason that we didn't see him opening is because he did keep the 10 overs. Gives him a chance to kind of get a breather, gather his thoughts and before heading out there. But he hit the ball really crisply earlier on in, I suppose, difficult conditions for everyone. Here's Amir Javed. Chima's looked pretty organised with the bat so far in this series. Gets off the mark with a little flick down to long on. Yeah, Dave saying MSP's having a bad day, but the good news is he does come up with a catch, and we still got a bowl. I mean, MSP with a 5 for early in the series. And when he did bowl, he bowled really well.
Yeah, he didn't really want to bowl himself. I don't know why.
The bowled. Ghani's footwork takes him away. I mean, he's too young to start kind of managing himself. You know what I mean? I think he's a guy, he's a key player. No, he's grown up at the club, hasn't he? Maybe after this ball, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the history of MSP, and obviously his family heavily involved here as well. As this is big.
Smashed.
Yeah, he throws the hands at that time, and Garney, when he hits them, they go a long way. Maximo to finish the over. It's lurking just behind the red line at the moment, but still very much in the hunt. Indian CC Vienna 36 for 1 after 4. Let's have a look at the run rate graph, because this will kind of tell the story of where they're at in the chase. Just a little bit behind the red line, I think, at the moment.
It's a good start with the drop catch that went for 6, and then end of the over, another boundary.
Yeah.
Maximo, so
Yeah, I mean, that red line is the Vienna CC ultimate run rate. It's a little bit behind, but I mean, you can tell anything could happen from here. Yeah, so MSP, I mean, how long have you known him?
since I've been, yeah, good, what is it, at least 12, 13 years now?
Yeah.
13 years, I think.
So met him as a teenager?
Yes, I met him, yeah, so maybe it's 12 years, or 13, yeah, when he was a 13-year-old boy. So he was a bowler back then, pretty much low-order batter, not really batting as much.
Here he is, off the short run, as most fast bowlers have been today. It's just well done, partially blocked, and well, now they think of it too, but it's not there. Good fielding, good throw back in, good teamwork. Yeah, so I mean, it must be really nice, for example, having been involved in his development so much. I know that you guys batted together sometimes at the ECL, and that must have been a nice moment as well.
That was the nice moment. But going back, you know, he was always bowling. He had problems, you know, with the height and then front foot no balls.
Wow, this is up and it's away. It's gone with the wind. Maximo! Garney gets one right where he wants one. He puts it away.
Yeah, I think now is the time we need to get Garney out, because another few balls from Garney doing this, it will definitely take the game away from Vienna CC.
Yeah, of course. We can get him now. He'll be happy. I don't know if he's sponsored by Emirates. It's a good-looking cap he's wearing there at the moment. Anyway, Mark. Probably a good Yorker finishes Garney off here, I think. Almost. Just get one this time.
And then, you know, started batting a bit higher up as well, and he went off to Loughborough, came back, and the bowling over the years, bowling coaches and things seemed to go from the top and got a bit worse, and then started batting more.
This one is manoeuvred away by Chima. Clever hands. Had a little bit of length to work with. And he went behind square where there was a gap. Smart batting. Cuatro carreras in Vienna, getting back on track here in the 5th over.
Yeah, good wrist movement there. Just moving it around the corner.
Yeah, okay. I mean, his bowling's still very good. I think, to me, I just think he's... If you had to class him as a type of all-rounder, I really like his batting. I think technically he's very good. He's got power. You know, he's very smart. He's quick between the wickets. You don't really have to choose. This one is an edge, and Big D is going to have to chase it. He's not going to catch it. 4 runs to Chima. Gets a bit lucky this time. Brings up the 50 for Indian CC Vienna. We knew that even though Vienna CC have kind of held Indian CC Vienna so far, it'd be tough to keep doing it if they're not picking up wickets.
Yeah, true. We need a breakthrough pretty much in the next over, I would say. One of these two. Need them back in the pavilion.
One thing about Mark, I mean, he's a guy, he's born in Austria. He's got a family connection to cricket, but he's learned his cricket here, plays his cricket here. He's a good advocate for the game. He plays the game the right way as well. This one won't make it over the fielder. Akbarjan, love to have a ping, and it's become someone else's problem. This is the end of the 5th over. Score is 53 for 1. Look at Abdullah, look at this. He's in a good throwing position, launches it. Anyway, look, I know that we saw you at the ECC in 2021 in the footage we were just looking at. I mean, the ECC groups came out recently. You've been drawn in a group, Group D, with Ireland 11, as well as Hungary, Finland, and Turkey. What do you think about your opposition, and what do you think about your chances there in the Euros?
Well, we had Ireland last year, so we know they'll come with a very strong team.
Yeah.
Hungary, we know some of the guys quite well. Always interesting to play. Finland will be a new challenge, and Turkey as well.
Yeah, Turkey, an interesting one actually, as we see a slight false shot hanging in the air and dropped. Well, Akbarjan's been so good in the field so far that he hits this one, it just doesn't stick.
Having one first ball dropped by MSP in his first over, Amian. Second one by Abdullah AB dropping. These two guys normally don't drop, so...
Yeah, I mean, anyone is possible to drop today, to be honest.
Which is fair enough in the conditions, but doesn't help our cause.
I suppose, having played both cricket and baseball, one clear difference is your margin of error when you're catching a cricket ball, even with two hands, just very slight. If it's just out of the sweet spot, it can drop out. Well, this one takes off. And I suppose you compound that with the wind, subtly moving the ball around with a slightly greasy ball as well. So an interesting one. Might have just grabbed a bit of the line, but gets away with it. Amit probably deserves a bit of luck as well, doesn't he? Short. Fielder handles this. So, yeah, at the moment, I mean, obviously 60 after 6, they'd be on the required rate. Could be a big finish coming up here, but you just feel like you need to kind of break this partnership up. It still won't be easy with the guys to come, but I suppose you're trying to get something going. Maybe you can continue to pick up wickets and have a strong finish to this game. Yeah, a couple to come from Amir. And, well, Ghani does what Ghani does. Swings and misses. So, what I will say, Shamsha, is if you can message me at Mr. Maximo on Instagram. Shamsha's asking where he should play in Portugal. Let me know. I'll try and find your team in your area. Okay, I'll put you in contact with some of my people. Strike 2 for Jarvid, and it finishes the 6th over. It's 56 for 1. So, I mean, right now we've got a game on, Quinton.
Definitely. But we still need a wicket. I think if ICC, we don't get a wicket, I think they'll, take it down. But it's getting closer. 6 overs are up. Your prediction's wrong.
I did say come back.
You just said for commentating.
Yeah, I said if you come back
overs.
to commentary, I said it'll probably only take 6 overs. Tongue in cheek, saying that maybe Indian CZVN might smash you all over the place. Hasn't worked out that way. Yeah, right now 11 and over required. So, look, every ball, every over important here.
Yes, Johnny or Junaid Saeed comes in. Oh, just nice and gentle.
Pretty accurate first up. Yeah, accuracy is more important than speed, I think, on this pitch and in any condition probably, but especially here. I think some of the bowlers have tried to bowl too fast, been all over the place.
I would like to see now if he can get some movement away now. So he's normally bowling with a new ball and then moves around a bit, but let's see now with the older ball. Oh,
wow.
That's in the slot.
Yeah, that's going.
And
you
gone.
can hear. And he just gets a little bit too close to Ghani. If you're going to play with fire, you're going to get burnt. I mean, if you look at the balls that Ghani's hit, they've been this kind of line. I know you're there to aim at the stumps, and that probably would have hit the stumps. But, he hasn't been as strong when you take him a bit wider and he has to fetch it. So that's a big hit. Remember, they'd want to be about 70 to be on track after this 7th over is complete.
Yeah, going back to MSP and talking about, when he came back from Loughborough, we put him, as captain of this team. He was struggling with the bowling, and I just said, for the rest of the season, you're not bowling. You're just focusing on batting. And then we got him to bat in the top 4 and then up and opening. Yeah.
Doing a good job. There we go, slight adjustment in line there. It does the trick against Ghani. It's an interesting time, hasn't it?
And then the following year, we put him on 50% bowling, just to make sure we focus on the batting.
Yeah.
And helping out the clubs. You have a lot of all-rounders. And then the following year, the 3rd year, which was last year, back on 100% bowling.
Yep. All right. It's only been hit once. Now this one's a bit of a toe job, really. Akbarjan decides not to launch this one for once. Just a single. Yeah, okay, so you kind of got him to concentrate on his batting exclusively, and then you kind of slowly integrated the bowling back in. I think that's clever. I'm really impressed with how he's handled the bowling at the higher level as well. That's one thing I think where his technique stood up.
Yeah, definitely he's come on, not trying to bowl as quick anymore and just get the lining length going. And with the height as well, you do get, on the Astro, you get some bounce every now and then.
Yeah.
And unevenness, and it's the control. Doesn't always work out, but it's a lot better.
2 to come in this over. Chima, he's broken his bat in half. Well, get a load of this one. Well, there's some of it. It's not all of it anymore. Let's have a look at what's happened here.
I don't think that bat is broken. I think Chima shall continue batting with that bat.
I
let's
don't
have
think
a
I've
poll
seen
quickly.
one quite like this in all my time. And literally half of the blade of the bat is gone. And, gone too. So just have a look at this. Bang. That's something that you won't see very often. And there you go. Nice job picking up the pieces.
Running on with the new bat.
Wow. That was a proper broken bat special. That's baseball style, really. See a bat shatter like that. But Chima might be heartbroken. That might be an old favourite. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Oh no, could have a chance here, and he's going to be run out. It's Ahmed Ghani that's going to be gone. And there's no doubt here, he's gone by a couple of steps. Ghani takes on a 2 that just wasn't there, so something happening. Well, something unexpected happening, the broken bat, but then, broken down communication here really. Ghani, he saw it, he decided to take it on. Mayhawk, I think under his helmet gave him an "are you serious" kind of look, but he was serious. He took it on, bounce throw. Nice take low down by Arsene Arif. And Ghani runs himself out for 36 and again throws the game wide open, 66 for 2.
Yeah, we needed that. And how often does a run out come into play when you need something or when you're cruising in a way? Have something to aim at now, one end. Let's see if we can get a wicket and try and put more pressure on. Yeah, I hope the match referee's having a look at that bat because I don't think it was broken.
I tell you what, if you make runs with that, I'd be really impressed.
Yeah, that was a good pickup by Kitab and straight to Arslan, who
he's fielded very well in
no
this innings. Yeah, hasn't he, Kitab?
Yeah, things haven't gone his way. You know, he's trying hard, youngster, and sometimes things don't work out, batting, bowling, but fielding, yeah, in general, just enjoying it. I see they're having a look at the bat now, and definitely don't think it's broken.
I don't think all the super glue in the world is going to help that. I mean, I thought maybe his bat had been corked. You ever heard of those corked bats?
Yeah.
Anyway, well.
Yeah, we'd like to get Chima's thoughts on that. Oh, there we go. See, Mark giving Suraj a go with the ball. So we all about trying to give some chances to the whole team as well and see what can happen. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
let's see what Suraj can do.
Yeah, well, I mean, Suraj obviously very important member of our community. He's often in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. So let's get behind your fellow chatter. Yeah, Suraj, lovely guy as well. Nice to see him back on the park in the ECS. This is a little bit short. Sits up. And Chima kind of gets on top of it, gets one. He's been joined out there by Harmeet Singh. He's a guy I mentioned I hadn't seen before. Thought he batted really well in the first day of play that we saw ICCV. Let's see if he can get moving. The game's still in the balance here. Good start.
Yeah, good shape.
Really
From
confident
Suraj, good
start.
movement.
Suraj does have 1 over already. He took 1 for 16 when we saw him on day 1. Yeah, having a look at what's coming up. Vienna CC back-to-back. Vienna Danube, you've got the last game of the day. Vienna Danube can't take a trick. 6 games in, they got 5 losses and a washout. That's a game I'm sure you'd want to win, starting in around about 35 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think you would expect to at this stage and how things are going, but you never know. It just takes one game, and the boys from Khyber's team could just rock up, and they're struggling at the moment.
They are,
but that's the way it goes.
They've got impact players, don't they? I mean, you look at the top 3 there, they all hit the ball really well. Pitched up, goes with it, hangs in the air.
It's a chance there.
Mark Simpson Parker almost gets there. Now, he's going to horn it to the keeper's end. They will get 2. I mean, this game's just sneaking past, isn't it? And we're almost at the end of the 8th over. And so, feels like we're gonna get a finish. Yeah. Suraj doing a good job so far.
Yeah, knock on wood. Let's hope he continues. 2 or 3 balls to go. 2 balls to go.
Against 80 to be on track. Need to grab a boundary to get there. Low full toss, gets away with it though. Kind of just drops at the last moment on Harmeet. The regulation Akbarjan supersonic throw in. not too comfortable for Suraj, but he handles it.
No.
So this is where, look, you'd love to get out of this over with just 7 conceded if you're Suraj. He's conceded 6, but he's got Chima at the other end waiting for him. And he goes for it, kind of in the gap.
No.
Yeah, just the single. Akbajan does well. So that's a brilliant over from Suraj, just 7 conceded. And Indian CC Vienna are making life tough for themselves in this chase. 73 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, indeed. I think Suraj is going to be on that chat when he gets a chance and telling all the fellow chatters out there about his lovely bowling performance.
I mean,
over.
what you've done there is you've given yourself options now about who to bowl in the last 2 overs.
Well, you got Akbajan. He'll come back now as the 9th.
Then you've got MSP, or you've got Junaid Sayed or Suraj to come back and bowl the last over. Having a look, I mean, you guys are in almost identical positions after 8 overs because in the first innings, the NSCC were 74 for 5, 73 for 2. The wicket's not really relevant here. It's just can you go at the pace required. Akbajan, who's a seasoned performer in ECS cricket, he's going to bowl the most important over of the game. Quinny, I'm glad you joined me for such a good game. 27 off 12. Chima goes for it. Again, MSP is guarding that boundary. He's just pushed himself a little bit to the right. Makes sense with the way the wind's going here. I mean, most balls are kind of getting dragged a bit further to that leg side.
Yeah, it does seem interesting how the runs just got a lot less in this game than before.
And the thing with Akbajan, I'd imagine you can just smash him to the leg side with this wind. But he's just, I don't know, he's annoying. Kind of drops in the block hole like he does there. You think with that angle, it's a dangerous angle, but he seems to get away with it.
Yeah, we always talk about what does he bowl, and we always say he bowls left arm Akbajan. So
it is a bit different, isn't it? You know, it's not quick, but it's nagging.
Yeah, definitely.
10 balls to come in this game, 25 required. That one is kind of in the slot, and it's the gap, and it's 4. That's kind of what Chima was trying to do. This time he hits his spot, he moves into the 20s. A badly needed boundary for ICCV.
A little bit shorter. Yeah, a little bit shorter.
I know
than
that
the other two, I think.
The chat was very happy with the way Suraj bowled that 8th over. The question is now, will he get the 10th? Or would you maybe throw it at someone different? MSP's probably the man you'd back, but I mean, he's off the shorter run. Change of angle then for Akbajan. And this is launched into the sky, and that's out of here. Maximal. And I suppose the length there was fairly comfortable. Chima hits it straight and hits it true.
Good shot there from Chima, going straight back over. Yep. I did well there. He went straight with it. If he went across, I think it's going straight up. But yeah, good shot.
Nick Devonshire had a good question. I missed it, but I'll come back to it. That if Chima's, the broken half of Chima's bat had hit the stumps, would it have been out? Then yeah, he would have been out hit wicket if it wasn't the striker's hand. Any part of your equipment, whether it's still in contact with you or not. So sometimes you've seen batters dropping their bat back on the stumps, losing control. KP was out once, Kevin Peterson, wasn't he, when his helmet came off and went on the stumps. Anyway, couple to come here. Chima gets another one. It's all hands, it's out of here. Maximal. Low full toss. Then Chima, we had to wait 3.5 overs to see him, but he's made his presence felt as he moves up into the 30s, and he gets ICCV in the box seat.
Yeah, definitely. As we say, good old 9th. It seems to be our downfall at the moment.
All happens in the 9th. Well, I mean, it's not over yet.
Yeah, I think if this is, I think, yeah, 8 to defend in the last over, I think there's still a slight chance.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You get a dot, get a couple of dots there, the pressure builds up really quickly. We saw that last night, actually. And Chima, though, will be on strike, so get one here. So the right man on strike as far as ICCV are concerned. As we get to the end of the 9th, it's 92 for 2. I will say it now, that you got 8 bonus runs off the last ball of the innings when it looked like Barry Hooper got bowled. It was a no ball plus a bye, which was, while everyone was working out what happened, then a 6. So I suppose that alone has kept you in the game here, Quinny.
Yeah, no, definitely so. But, yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad on the wides. I was just pointing out that only 2 wides in 9 overs. I think this is the right move. Suraj bowled a good over, but I think, yeah, you just change it. You change it, and MSP is going to come back, bowl the last over. He is the captain. He's taking the responsibility. But like I said, he's got options. 8 required for victory. Chima, you'd be happy to see him at the other end at the moment. He'll be trying to launch it. He does it. He cracks it, and it could cause a run out.
Oh, wrong end, Ali.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe. But I suppose it didn't have the chance of conceding an overthrow by going that end. I suppose he does get a run. Great fielding.
Yeah.
It was absolutely crunched by Meherchima.
Yeah, you take it as long as there's no run, just as long as it doesn't come down the other end and then smokes it for 6 or something.
8 off
like
5. Oh, and just beats him for pace there. I think the idea is to kind of bounce the ball on the crease, kind of that Yorker length. I think it's a bit shorter where he wanted to be, but Chima loses his shape, and the pressure is on. 8 off 4. Walks and misses. Wow. It turns out to be a masterstroke to bring MSP back here, and just like that, things turning around. Don't forget, if scores are tied at 99-99, we'll go to a golden ball. Quinny just shakes his head nonchalantly like there's no chance of that. He has uber confidence in Simpson Parker here. I don't know if Rima's going to take a hat trick. Maybe that's a sign. Let's get back on the field here. 8 to win. And that's not a wide either. Oh, it is called. Oh, it's a rough call, I feel. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean...
maybe he's got it right. Ooh,
oh,
maybe
it's
not.
an umpire's call, I suppose. I mean, it did break away. It's a huge call. Oh, I felt that was fully inside anyway. 7 off 3. Clunks it. Now, do they go for 2? Maybe not, just because of the matchup, right? Because Meha just hasn't been able to deal with Mark Simpson Parker.
Yeah, but Maximo now wins them the game.
Yeah, that's true. And Hamid, he's only faced 4 balls, but he is a boundary hitter. And he launches it, and he wins the game for ICCV. Well, they changed the strike, they changed their luck. Kind of in the slot from Simpson Parker, and it disappears. The 100 comes up, and what a game of cricket, Quinny. I know it didn't go your team's way, but still, great entertainment as ICCV come up with a win off their second last ball.
Yeah, not bad. What did I say? Ball 9.1, Ali wrong end, go that way, and the man just come and hit a 6 to win them the game.
Yeah.
He could have been back in the hut, and interesting thing, so just game awareness, but no, good innings from Chima. Ghani got them going, and yeah, 9.5
It was a tough one. I mean, he had one stump to aim at the bowler's end. I suppose maybe could have run him out, but he didn't seem like the immediate threat, did he? I mean, I probably would have done the same thing at that stage. To go to the keeper where, you know, you can get the run out without risking overthrows. But, well, 99, it was close, but not close enough, unfortunately, for Vienna CC, who slipped to a 2-4 record. Indian CC Vienna keep their undefeated ECS alive. But it was a thriller in Vienna, wasn't it? As Big D early had a few control problems. And he also came up with a decent spell first up, conceding just 14 of his 2 overs. Akbarjan was expensive, though, at the other end. Ahmed I thought bowled really well. 1 for 16. Well. Had a couple dropped as well, didn't he? Mark Simpson Parker dropping that one back over the rope. I mean, that's ECS cricket. You'll have your best and your worst moments, won't you?
It happens. Just think, if umpire Siva didn't call the wide, we would have had a golden ball.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. Again.
More drama then.
Look, it is. And it was probably a 50-50 call. It was a tight finish. Steve McVeigh annoyed
there's the bat breaker again.
Yeah, again. I don't know.
Well, that kind of helped.
I'd be sending that one back to the factory, if I'm honest. Yeah, but the new one came out and did the job, didn't it?
Yeah.
I've got to say, I think Omari fielded really well. You know, caused a run out there. I mean, when so many things could have been different. You start micro-analysing in these close games, don't you? But Ghani was good while he lasted, but he was highly unpredictable. Akbarjan came on, though, and he held him a little bit, but they then also kind of got smashed around a bit. 19 runs came off the 9th over, including a run of 4.66, which meant that there were just 8 runs required off the last. That was a real tight one. It was called wide. Again, when they got the one, then again, it meant that it changed the strike, and it was a nice effort from Harmeet Singh. I mean, look, they know each other well. I know they're good friends as well off the field. So you just got to say, it was a tight one. And don't forget, there's more cricket coming up. And the last game of the day coming up in around about 25 minutes. Vienna CC desperate for the win, I'm sure. And Vienna and they would love to open their account in the wins column anyway. News from the toss, Vienna CC winning the toss and batting first. I'm sure MSP would be keen for some runs. Arsenal Reef as well missed out in that last game. Close but not close enough for Vienna CC. The hosts as Indian CC Vienna achieved the winning runs with just 1 ball to spare. And yeah, you're right. If that wide wasn't called, it probably is 99-99. But anyway, a lot of things could have been different. Chima came good when it mattered, didn't he? As he was able to crack 37 not out. Turned out to be the top scorer. Garni with 36 runs, yet with 13 early. Hamid with 11, including the winning runs. As far as the bowlers, look, credit to Amit Javed. 1 for 16, could have had more. Suraj Muhammad with a very important over, just 7 to keep the team in it. Junaid Saeed only conceded 10 off his over. But Big D didn't take a wicket, but only conceded 14. Well, Quinny, it's been my pleasure to have you here on the commentary.
Winnie.
I'm going to let you sit back and enjoy the last game. Hopefully the weather holds up and we can get the last game of the day in, because I know it's a little bit fickle at the moment. To all of you guys out there, please, thanks for your engagement with Quinny. I know it's been great to have him as my guest. Hopefully we see him out there on the field at some point in the future. But for now, it's been sounding here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. And we'll join you in 25 minutes with match 35. We'll see BCC batting first after winning the toss. You're watching ECN. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back once again to Vienna for the Fancode European Cricket Series Austria. It is day 7. It's the last match of the day. You know, some crazy things have been happening in last matches over the last couple of nights. Don't forget, we had the record chase achieved on Friday night in match number 25. We saw Pack Riders chase down a target of 164, breaking the record of battle owner Shaheen from Spain. Then last night, we had a real last over thriller. Looked like it might come down to the very last ball. Turned out to be the second last. We've had some close matches in the last game of the day, and maybe this won't be an exception because both these teams can really use the points. Vienna CC actually dropped to a 2-4 record after their own close encounter in match 34. Went down off the second last ball of the match to Indian CC Vienna. Vienna Danube without a win in 6 matches, though they do have a point because of the washout from match 24 against Pack Riders. Vienna Danube will be fielding first because Vienna CC skipper Mark Simpson-Parker won the toss. He's elected to bat. Looking at some of the top performers. Now, these are not updated today, but at the start of the day, Akbarjan, the leading scorer, Simpson-Parker with 119. Exteen 70, but you'd have to add up. He had his 50 that he scored in the last game. In fact, he scored 51 off 21 balls. So he has hit some form. Probably a couple of players that need to fire that didn't. Mark Simpson-Parker, of course, with the bat. He wasn't able to do too much back in their first match. Arslan Arisa, another one I'll probably mention. Now, conditions here, again, in the break, the rain, it was coming, it was going, it was heavier, it was lighter. In the end, the players do get out there. But the umpires will always be reassessing that situation to see, you know, what the conditions are, you know, what the danger level is for the players. I mean, the players obviously want to be out there. Not often European Cricket Series comes to town, so it be a bowler that I really enjoyed watching earlier. Abdul Murali brought the heat earlier. Here we go with match 35. Big D late on it, but he gets enough bat on it to get it over the cover. Probably 2. There's not many 2s for Big D. It's soft ball pitched in from Shafil Jusuf's side, who was maybe auditioning for the world's strongest underarm. I don't think he's placing in the top 10 for me. Big D comes back for 2. Well, Big D running a 2 is like a normal human being running a 3 in these conditions. Of course, he had to go into the wind on the second run. But they are on the board. Vienna CC scoring 99 in their first game. Didn't hold up. Big D. Huge inside it, and I mean huge. I mean, I don't know who was appealing for this one. Right, it was a thunderous inside edge that was heard around the Austrian countryside. No run. Murali Cow maybe criticised him for trying to bowl too fast earlier, especially in his first over. Seemed to have better control in his second over. That might have either broken the pad strap or maybe damaged the leg of Exteen here. It was inside edge, and you know, when you hit the ball at that angle, sometimes it can sneak around the pad. I mean, he's a pretty tough unit. I don't think he'll be going anywhere, but it might have damaged the strap. It might have kind of dislodged the strap. Murali Kell, I said, he was maybe trying to bowl too quick, but then second over, he roughed up Mirza Hassan. Not many bowlers can say they've done that in this series. There's Steve McVeigh saying, yeah, the weather looks okay. Yeah, well, Steve, like I said, it's been a bit variable here during the day. We just hope that there's no interruption to this game. I mean, obviously, if it gets a bit heavier, at the moment it's just sprinkling, I suppose, spitting. If it gets a bit heavier, then obviously the umpires will have to assess the situation and potentially halt the game. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Murali Kell with a comeback ball. Oh, he goes to the body of Big D. I think it flicks the shirt on the way through. It's one of the biggest shirts in the European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at it here. It just flicks the shirt on the way past. Big D. He's fun to watch, isn't he? He only knows one way. Shrug asking, how about getting Suraj on the comms with me this match? You know, what if I could find him? I still think he's down on the bench, supporting his team, just providing some support. He's very impressive in his over last time. I'll try and get him on before the end of the week. How about that, Shrug? It's a very good idea, though. Enjoyed having Quinton Norris on the chat as well, or in the commentary box yesterday, responding to you guys in the chat. Mirakel. 2 ... so far. Pitched up, and Big D gets some of it, but it's enough. Out of here, Maximo. Well, it's 6 rows back in the wheat, and the big man is in session. Miracle pitches up, and he pays the price, doesn't he? As with the wind, with that natural arc of Eckstein's swing, that one went a long way. First Maximo of game 35. Here's the comeback ball. This might be quicker. There it is. Oh, it's a bouncer, but he's waiting for it. He's clunked it though. Fielder goes back and almost grabs it. It was one hand to the other from Shafiullah Yousafzai, but he couldn't hold on. Vienna CC make it through the first over in the end. The score is 9 without loss. It was a tough one, wasn't it? Couldn't really organise himself to get around the ball, so he just went Statue of Liberty play, but it fell through. Having a look at the expected scores, 115 to 101, 14-run favourites, Vienna CC. Well, probably not surprising since Vienna Danube haven't registered any wins yet. They do have a point from the washout in match 24. Like I said, Vienna CC needs to find a big score. 125, that doesn't take into account the 99 they scored earlier, so that's probably knocked down a bit to around about the 120 mark. And their average runs for Vienna Danube. I mean, their biggest problem is they're conceding 15 and over with the ball. And if you're doing that, then you're making life really hard for yourself. Hasibullah Miracle is going to bowl over number 2. To wait for one. Big D gets the double figures. Mark Simpson Parker to face his first ball of the innings coming up. And just looking at the weather, yeah, I don't know. Seems to be, let's just say it's coming and it's going. The umpires will give it a chance to clear a little bit, but I've got my concerns. Anyway, I guess they're in the middle. They've got the best vantage point. Well, a little bit short and cracked. It's not too far from the fielder, but it's hit too well from Mark Simpson Parker. That's more like it from the skipper. This one just dragged down. He's probably bail high, but he's a very tall man, and it's easy for him to stay on top of that shot. Nice start to his innings. Mirakel's just got to pitch it up a little bit. Not easy to bowl to Mark Simpson Parker because he doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. He's very strong on the drive. He's powerful. He's an imposing figure at the crease. Mirakel, third ball of the over. Oh, and he knocks him over. He does pitch up and it works. Just slides in, and MSP, he's filthy with himself here. To be fair, it was just a very, very good delivery. It kind of tailed in at the last moment. He tried to jam down on the Yorker, but he wasn't able to. Might have grabbed a little bit of the pad on the way onto the stumps as well. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Tails in. Yeah, maybe. Might have just flicked that back pad. But one thing's for sure, the stumps have been disturbed. An excellent comeback from Miracle. And it's the end of Mark Simpson Parker, 14 for 1. Disappointment, but I mean, it's one thing to get yourself out, another thing to get knocked over by a good piece of bowling. I think that is the latter. I think it was a very, very good delivery. Slid in late. Just found a pathway through. Oh, wow. I just saw just a shot of the trees there, and it's looking a bit ominous. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully it doesn't get any worse. Hassan Arif is the new batter. Again, he can use some runs as well. He went to a catch that I would best describe as unorthodox in the first innings he played today. For the most part, he's been hitting the ball well. Miracle, though, I mean, if he can deliver that ball, that'll be a tough one to negotiate first up. Hassan Arif ready to go in the second over. Length on this one. Probably would have been a wide, you know, but Arif reaches it, gets off the mark. Yeah, Shrug said it was a great Yorker, Waka Yunus style. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good comparison there, the way it just tailed in. Dave saying MSP having a pretty bad day. Yeah. Should say more downs than ups so far. This is a wide that'll get away from the keeper. Arsenal Reef will call Big D through for an extra run, so that'll be 2 to the total. I suppose the issue for Vienna CC in the first game they played today against Indian CC Vienna is they found themselves kind of behind the 8 ball, going at around about 75 pace. That was until Big D gave them a push. A couple of big Maximos in the middle. It's funny, Moralikel has never really gone back to that Yorker, really attempted it since he knocked over MSP. I think that's where I'd be testing out the new batter. Well, Dave's asking, can I hear rain? Well, there's light rain falling at the moment. It's not too dissimilar to what we've had for most of the day. Arslan gets one that's angled in and he sends it away over backward square leg. Maximo! His first of the day. He'll hope it's not his last. Second of the innings. Riley Kell, yeah, just can't reproduce that pitched up delivery that shattered the stumps of Mark Simpson Park, and it finishes the over. The score is 23 for 1. Let's have a live look at the table. You can see Vienna Danube struggling, one of 2 teams without a win. Though they do have a point, like I said. For Vienna CC, they find themselves in the bottom half, 2 and 4, with only 4 matches to go. Look, their best case scenario, they win their last 4 matches, and they get up to a 6 and 4 record with a good net run rate. That could be enough to see them into the 4. You can see the umpires just having a word with the fielding captain, Kaiman Malia, at the moment. Maybe it's about the ball. Maybe it's a discussion about what's happening. And I think maybe Malia is saying, hey, you know, is this any worse than it has been? But you can see that it looks like they're coming off the field. Again, no one really thrilled about the decision, but the umpires, they're the sole judges of whether it's fit for play or not. And it's been a long day for everyone concerned. I mean, I think the decision's been made to halt play here. Yeah, so I'll keep you up to date with what's happening out there. But I mean, looks like you see the rain's coming down. It obviously has gotten a little bit heavier. So yeah, we're 2 overs into this one. It's 23 for 1. Let's have a look at this while we're waiting for an update. You can see that from Saturday we'll have a tri-series, international tri-series, ECN men's here in Austria. We got the Austrian national team. They'll be led by Razmal Shigawal. Some really good names in there. Mark Simpson Parker playing in this game. You've got Mehat Chimi, just saw him playing for ICCV. Abdullah Akbarjan in there as well, playing in this game for Vienna CC as well. So plenty of quality in there. Czech Republic, though, I went through their squad a little bit earlier. Let's talk about Hungary. And I have it on good authority. Vinod Ravindran might be leading them. Got Asanka Weligamage, who took one of the catches of the year in the ECC against Romania. Got Sendik Mahundis in there. He's a really good swing bowler. Again, some discussions. I mean, you can kind of see the rain coming down a bit stronger than before. Thing is, I mean, in particular, Vienna CC, they would want to go 4 for 4 from here, so they don't really want to drop a point to the rain. And obviously, time would tell whether they win this game or not, but they probably want the potential. Probably both teams want the potential of trying to get the 2 points. So that's maybe what the discussion is about. But I mean, the thing with the weather, you can't control it, can you? And it is steady, and it's fairly heavy at the moment, as you can probably tell from that picture. So yeah, you can see. I mean, Vienna Danube, they've stayed out there. I mean, again, they really want the opportunity to be able to register their first win. I mean, they had a point that they were awarded for the earlier game. I mean, they're not wanting washouts here. They're wanting wins, aren't they? So, yeah, does look like it has set in for now. And coincidentally, it's after 2 overs. Must be something about that time period where the weather gods have not been happy. They've opened up. Yeah, I mean, that live shot there kind of tells the story. So your match 35 at the moment is interrupted due to rain. Current score 23 for 1 after 2. And yeah, just waiting on a further update. So, well, again, we're all a little bit disappointed. I mean, looking forward to this clash. Two teams that could really use the points, like I said. But while we wait and see, and hopefully wait for the rain to clear, I'm sure if it stays any longer, we'll have the covers out there pretty quick, smart. But we are going to give you some cricket, and we're going to take you back in time once again. And yeah, this should be a really good match. We're going to take you back to the ECL in 2022. It's Group A Playoff 1. So this was on Super Thursday. This was a playoff between the top 3 ranked teams from the first 3 days. And Austrian Cricket Tigers, we saw them playing earlier today. They are playing in this match against Dreux, the team from France that ultimately would win the tournament a year later. Now, in this match, it was Dreux. Their captain, Mohamed Nisa, won the toss and elected to bat first. So this is going to be fun because you're going to see Hamza Niaz and Ahmed Nabi opening the bowling. Aqib Iqbal of the Austrian Cricket Tigers. He's going to open the bowling. Won't be easy with Hamza Niaz and Ahmed Nabi opening the batting. And so we are going to take you back to that classic match from ECL 22. Commentators for this game will be myself, and the first voice you hear will be that of Rico Fort. We'll let you know if there's any update in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or on our website, europeancricket.com. If there's any play that happens, you'll be the first to know. But for now, please enjoy this ECN Classic match.
Here today, so it's playoff time. Excited for this. And both these teams, well, are going to be fighting to get into that top 2 spot tomorrow for the double chance, all to play for. Welcome all our viewers around the world, especially those in Karratha, Australia. Hope you're all well out there and in India via Fancode and on the YouTube chat, and all our partners giving you these great pictures of the European Cricket Network. Sensational cricket yesterday. I'm excited for today as well. This will be an interesting contest here. Deep mid on, deep mid wicket in place. Iqbal, well, he's going to be bowling to the firing Niaz and Nabi. Here we go. Well, he's not going to be bowling, and a little bit of a false start. Not too much dew on the wicket today, but maybe a little bit slippery underfoot. Gives us a bit of time to preview this game a little bit more. Both these teams have had very high moments, also had a few low moments as well. Last time they played, it was low scoring. I don't expect to see that now. I think this might be a bit of a high scoring thriller. Well, that's going to be a wide. Fumbled by the keeper. They'll scamper through. If he hits, he could be gone. Oh, I reckon he might have been. That could have been a diamond duck. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see the replay here. Oh, he was. I reckon that's out if he hits. That would have been disastrous. It would have been the old traditional diamond duck. And for those who don't know, a diamond duck is when you run out without facing a ball. I don't think it gets worse than that. But anyway, that will get the scoring underway. A wide and a scamper through for a single on top of that. So Iqbal, usually he's quite reliable, just straying a little bit early. That one as well sort of cut into the leg side on his body. Just a little bit of nibble off the pitch. And a scamper through for a leg bite. So extras to start this match. Hope you're all well and excited for Super Thursday. We're going to be losing a couple of teams later today. And also, we're going to be sorting out who's going to get the double chance in the 1v2. And that's chipped into the leg side. Well, a more sedate start from Niaz. I mean, what we watched yesterday from these two against Dreux, against Tunbridge Wells, sorry. They chased down 87 in 19 balls. Absolutely extraordinary. 16 boundaries in 19 balls. I've never seen anything like it. This time, just knocked into the leg side for one. Well, didn't take too long. He's lofted that in the leg side. It's a chance. Oh, he's put him down, and it goes onto the rope for 4. Well, when it first came off the bat, I thought he got it more behind square, but in fact, it was just in front of square, and deep mid-wicket tracked around to it. Sort of hit the toe of the bat. I didn't think it was in danger, but he made good ground to his right, and he's put it down. Well, that could be massive in the context of this match, and that opens up proceedings off the bat. Boundary 4 for Nabby. And, well, what an opportunity that was. Small margins, this T10 format. Oh, that's short, and well, I know the fielder's not going to get to that one, and that is 6 runs. This is what Nabby does. He is an explosive batsman, extremely explosive. Yesterday, if you didn't get to see, he faced 7 balls and hit 6 sixes. That's what his innings was. You see there the old swivel pull for a maximum. Yeah, incredible hitting yesterday. 7 balls, he hit 6 sixes, and 3 years ago in the inaugural Champions League of cricket in Europe, he hit 100, all in boundaries. No 1s or 2s. He's a fierce competitor and a really good striker of the cricket ball. Oh, I tell you what, he might be a little bit disappointed he didn't catch up with that as well. Iqbal looks like he's rolling his fingers on it, trying to bowl some off-cutters in. Into the deck. I don't think he wants to go pace on, but just losing his line a little bit there. And what you sort of feel, Drew, off to a flyer. Sort of skews that away, and that will go out to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. Sort of in between deep mid-wicket and deep square leg, just hovering there. The other boundary rider is deep mid-on. Balwinder Singh out there doing the patrolling. Yeah, both these teams play a pretty similar brand of cricket. They take it on. These two and Tunbridge Wells will be fighting it out for the top 2 position for tomorrow. Well bowled. Well bowled. Ends with a nice away swing up. That will bring an end to the first, though. First over of the day. Day 4, 16 for none. So the French side take the chocolates in that first over. Great to have all our viewers on the viewer chat on YouTube. Please get your questions in tonight. If you want to know anything about European cricket or just tell us how you are, also welcome. And not surprised here to see spin coming in early. It's Ahsan Yusuf, the captain. He's been sensational really all tournament. He opens the batting as well, opens the bowling. Multifaceted cricketer, left arm off spin, good arm ball. And has a happy knack of picking up a wicket early in his spell. So can he do it again? Sort of feel that Nabby probably prefers pace on. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this. Bowled. Well, called it. He's that good. He is that good. He always gets a wicket early in his spell, like I said. And how fizzed up is he? This is good bowling. He gave it a little bit of air, actually. Nabby lifted his head, lost his shape, and there goes the off pole. He tried to absolutely welly that. You can see, look where his head position was, looking at the stars. That's how he plays, though. And that is a huge wicket. Spin to win again. A little bit of air, sort of held its line just. And, well, look at him. The captain does it again. I had a good chat with him before the game. He said he grew his inspiration of left arm off spin from Daniel Vittori. He copied him and watched all these YouTube videos. He's probably a good player to imitate. And that's the dangerous wicket. And the big wicket, Ahmed Nabi, he goes for 11 off 5. Giving a bit of advice to the new batsman coming in. And the new batsman coming in is Mohammad Nasir. He's also had a decent tournament with the bat. You can see how upset is Nabby, because when you're in form, you just want to be out there. You do not want to be sitting in the sheds. But he will be. Gives another batsman an opportunity, but yeah, clever bowling. And Yusuf, he's done this all tournament. He always gets wickets early in his spell, and he's very good at getting 2 wickets in an over. He's done that a few times. Well bowled and well played. Worked down to long on for a single. So Nisar off the mark. Niaz off the mark also. But the dangerous nabby gone. Start loses his runner. Dead ball. Signaled by the umpire. Oh, that is an absolute peach. Well, I just said he likes getting 2 wickets in his first over. He's done it again. This one just kept going straight, didn't turn at all, but he's doing them in flight. He's taking all the pace off the ball. This one just pitched on middle, continued its line and hit the top of leg. Yeah, just good bowling. It's a poor shot. He turns back thinking, what have I done there? But he's played all round it basically. No turn on offer for that one. Just clever with his flight. And, well, he's having an outstanding tournament, is Yusuf. And he leads by the front, does the captain. He's got the 2 big wickets of yesterday. And, well, he's put his side, the Austrian Cricket Tigers, in firm control of this match. Hamza Niaz, he's gone for 1. The hero from yesterday can't reproduce that sort of level again. Yeah, brings in the other captain, Tabish Bhatti. I had a good chat with him as well. He also bowls left arm off spin. And a top order batsman. So both captains in these teams have a lot of responsibility. But it is the captain, Hassan Yusuf. He's grabbing this game by the scruff of its neck at the moment. He's got 2 for 1. 3 more to come. Wouldn't count him out getting a 3rd here. Slow outside off, and that is clever bowling. So what he's done, he's come in and he's just taken all the pace off the ball, and something that Drew obviously excel at. That's cut away viciously. That's going to be 4. That gets Bhatia off the mark. Nice shot. Another slow delivery, but a little bit more width this time. Sits back and cuts it for 4. A bit of relief there for Drew after losing the 2 big wickets this over. Gives the batting lineup someone else the opportunity to step up and stand up for his team. Oh, it's hit back to him. Oh, he's dropped it. Well, I think he'll be disappointed with that. It was hit firmly enough, but it was straight to him. He got 2 hands to it and it burst through. You can see he's disappointed. Yeah, hit firmly, but yeah, he just burst through those 2 hands. Could have had 3 in the over. He'll be disappointed for a moment, but an exceptional over from the captain. Brings it in, 22 for 2 after 2. We have a look at the table. Well, these 2 teams finished in the top 3, meaning they are now in a round robin with Tunbridge Wells fighting it off to get the top 2 spot tomorrow for Finals Day Friday. Respectfully defends into the offside. So Iqbal didn't have the best of it in the first over, went for 15, but now he's got 2 new batsmen at the crease to go to, and I like that the captain's kept him on. I think it would have been an easy decision just to bowl someone else, but no, keep on the young fella, back him in with the new ball. Oh, he's hit that hard. Nice shot. And I reckon that might be all the way for 6. I think it landed on the rope on the full. And they're going to have to check this, but I think it's landed right on the rope. Nice shot. Gets a nice half volley. Still got to put it away. Look at that swagger after he hits it. He knows. So Bhatti taking up the challenge now after losing his 2 key men early. Gives me a good opportunity while we check if this is a 4 or a 6 to welcome back co-commentator, good friend, and Gibraltar travelling last night, Vinny Sandu.
International traveller.
Yep.
I guess I always am. I was just out the back. Looking forward to watching Nabi and Hamza Niaz crack them all around the park again. After, hold on a second. What's going on? Where'd they go?
Yeah, it happens. They had a good first over, Vinny, but unfortunately Yusuf, the captain, got them both early.
There they are. That's cricket, isn't it? In a nutshell. Tell you what, great opportunity though, seriously. I mean, Nisa, he impressed yesterday with 60 not out. See, 6 signalled there. Certainly saw that one because it landed near me. Bhatti as well, I think it's important. He's able to push on at a decent clip here. Iqbal, touching his first wicket. Yes, it's pulled away, simple catch, and another wicket goes. And so Bhatti will go no further, 6 and out. And so Drew, you couldn't have more of a contrast to their batting performance yesterday. So far anyway, we're not out of the power play yet. A third wicket goes, 28 for 3. I know, Corey, you're always saying lose 3 wickets in the power play, you're in big trouble in the match.
Yeah, you are, and he just didn't get enough on it. It got a little bit big on him, and he sort of just skews it away to backward square leg. You'd be disappointed with that, so that ball was probably there to go.
Yeah, it probably was. And it's just this, it's the micro timing, isn't it? It just didn't quite get the middle of the bat on the ball. It's unfortunate for the captain. He has to go for 11. Scores 28 for 3. Very good morning to everyone on the live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And thanks to all the well wishes I've had from everybody who congratulating me for hopping countries yesterday. Did 3 matches up here in Spain, then did the 2 finals up in Gibraltar. Oh, what a night of cricket it was last night as well. We had a last ball finish, and we had a second last ball finish, which looked like it could have been the last ball finish except for an error. So big night for the Calpe Giants. I don't think they'll be enjoying themselves this morning, put it that way. As we see, pretty good delivery from Iqbal. Ahmedzai coming out at number 5.
Like it.
Yeah,
aggressive.
Like it too. Yeah.
Well, you sort of feel, Vinny, that if Drew are to continue on in this run and win this Group A, they just need other people to stand up, and it's a good opportunity for that middle and lower order here. They're going to get some time at the crease, you imagine. Well,
this one takes it on, and adios pelota. That's been stopped by the trees at the top of the hill. Or timber. Ahmedzai is the long ball. Exhibit A, that shot right there.
Yeah, he just follows the fashion with that top order. He loves to get on with it. He got every piece of that into the trees.
I'll give you a little bit of a tip. When it hits the trees, it's a massive hit. And Ahmedzai, second ball only. Akib Iqbal's got one more delivery. Does he try it on again, hope to force a mistake, or does he pitch up to Ahmedzai? Last ball of the power play. Good length, just nips back a bit. The end of the power play. Look, it's not the worst as far as runs are concerned. They've got 34 runs, but those 3 wickets are concerned for Drew. They are 34 for 3. All right, so tell me now, maybe we're viewing this in the context of yesterday. You're on with me.
Oh, hello.
You're on with me during that amazing chase against Tunbridge Wells, the English champions. No one went near Tunbridge Wells really, realistically, in the first couple of days. And yeah, I mean, is that the sort of thing you can reproduce, or what's Drew's mindset this morning?
No, that's once in a lifetime what we saw yesterday. It's pretty hard to repeat that. What they need to do is be able to rotate the strike in between the boundaries as well. I know they can hit 6s and 4s, but they've got to be able to make 1s and 2s. They do get too many dot balls sometimes. So that's cut into the offside and cut hard, and that's a prime example of you need to hit the gap there and at least get a single. You don't want those dots to creep up. And I think it's a great opportunity for this middle order and this lower order to step up. It can't always be the top 3. So it's flicked into the leg side. Vinny, you think with Yusuf, I mean, he's been outstanding all tournament. Do you see him off here? Do you not let him get another wicket? He's their best bowler.
I think, yeah, you're not going looking for trouble. I mean, if you get something you can hit, I think you still got to go for it. We see there, I think, yeah, I sometimes call it 20% more careful, which is that, okay, I'm not going to entirely change my mindset. I don't want to get too defensive because you can't afford to. And that, to be honest, that's not the way they play anyway. But those 50-50s, maybe just hold him back a little bit. Here he is. goes for this. And this is well placed. It's going to be 4. Cuatro carreras. Nisa. Well, he is a danger man. One thing you would say about the openers is they didn't reproduce the heroics of yesterday, but they got out of the way pretty quickly, and there's still plenty of time for Drew to put a good score on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. He's hit that really hard between deep mid-on and mid-wicket. Good shot, found a pocket of space, and that skipped along the turf beautifully for 4.
Come back ball from Yusuf. He just makes that slight adjustment with the length. He's a really clever bowler. It's all about control, isn't it, for the left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah, good batting as well. I mean, hits the boundary, then rotates the strike. Yusuf's got 1 ball left. I'd be seeing him off. I think he's very talented.
Don't think Ahmedzai's got the message. Well, maybe he has. He just works this one away for 1. So end of it. A really good spell of bowling by Yusuf. He'll finish with 2 for 14. He was excited, probably a bit high, even though he was a long way back. And he's very emotional. Good character. And that is the end of 4. And a very good morning to all of you, no matter where you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Well, I've got the get up on. You know why? It is Super Thursday. So it's a big day of cricket. We have 5 matches, and the top 3, they're not really at risk, but they're playing for the double chance, which could be huge tomorrow, especially as we can see in one game, everything can change. And then for the bottom 3, we'll see them in a series of eliminators today as well. So that will be games 2 and 4. Let's have a look at some of the players in these Group A, I should say, that have been contributing this week. Swing and a miss as Sahil Zadran comes on. I've got to talk a little bit about Musa Mahmood. I thought his individual effort yesterday, 83 not out, was excellent. Ahmed Nabi, though, highest run scorer now at the moment. After that, why not? But Tariq of ACT, well, he wasn't the Austrian squad last year, but wasn't used very much by the Austrians. This is flicked away, but I want to thank everyone behind the scenes for putting those together. Stats gun. Certainly, we're getting to know a lot of players, and there's been some outstanding individual efforts this week, but also some outstanding individual moments, such as that catch from Hamid Shah from Svanholm, and that's gone viral. And you can see why. Had some, mate. This week has all been all about the one-handed catches. There's been quite a few remarkable ones. Here's Zadran. Good delivery.
That's well bowled, Vinny. Just on that 4th stump line. Bit of a test match line, that. A little bit of shape away, a little nip away. It's good bowling.
Yeah, that's good bowling. It's a good area. It's just a genuine ball that beats the bat. Stephen thinks in the Netherlands. He's asking in the chat about the weather. Is it good enough to play cricket in February? And how good is it? A little bit short.
Fielding.
He's picked out the fielder, hasn't he? That's nice work by Takir Asif. Yeah, so I can tell you that typically between kind of 17 and 20 maximums, and yeah, a bit more cloud cover than we used to. Overcast conditions at the moment, but
still
it's been
cool
really
in
nice.
the morning, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it sort of
cool
warms
mornings.
up later.
Yeah. The main thing is the rain stayed away. Pitches up. Hit nicely. It'll pick out Akib Iqbal. Down at long off. Yeah, but it's called the Costa del Sol for a reason. There's plenty of sunshine at most times of the year, actually, Corey.
Yeah, we're very lucky and thankful to be able to play this time of year, T10 tournament. Vinny, Ahmedzai, he's 9 off 7. He likes pace on the ball. He is going to try hit this so hard. There's been a few dot balls in it, just a single. He's going to try hit this to the moon.
Pretty good at predicting the future. He does, and he will. Oh, he'll find the fielder who has to throw it away. That was a great bit of fielding by Akib Iqbal. He was just out of options there. You've got to think really quick in these situations if you're on the boundary. I mean, for me, it was a great effort. Did he have a chance to throw that to another fielder?
I don't think so.
I think he's already on the way down. I just thought he got to take one step. I think that's actually what he tries to do. He tries to throw it a bit sideways. But still, excellent effort there from Iqbal. He just has to say, look, I'm going to save the Maximo and keep it to whatever they run. As we get to end of another over, that's 5 down, 45 for 3.
Yeah, it's sensational fielding. He saves 5 runs for his team. And you look at the scorecard there. Well, these two, they're in now. Both faced 8 deliveries. You sort of feel one of these two need to bat through and hit something substantial here.
Imran Asif comes on to bowl over number 6. Slips as he bowls it. But the batter is equal to the task. It's cracked over cover. Ahmedzai, well, maybe he's the man to get Drew to something manageable here. He cracks that one 4 more runs.
Well, you just see that these Drew batsmen, they like it when it's pace on. Anytime it's a slower ball, off cutter, leg cutter, spin, they struggle a bit more. That was a pace on delivery, and he absolutely smoked it.
Yeah. Dangerous to give length to him. Goes hit straight, but it's big trouble. Big trouble. And it's a simple take. Well, lightning strikes twice for Aqib Iqbal. This time he takes it and meditatively has a moment with himself. But unfortunately for Ahmadzai, the show is over. He's got to go for a score of 14, and the score is 49 for 4.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed, didn't get the elevation he wanted. It's a pretty big wicket at this stage in the match, Vinny. That's the 4th down. Good fielding, though. Made that look a little bit easier than it was, I reckon. Yeah,
well, he made early position, I think, and judged the height of the ball really well, and just used his knees to kind of cushion the impact. Aqib Iqbal's a good cricketer. So is Ahmadzai. I'm sure we haven't seen the last of him. Drew just having a bit of trouble handling the explosives so far this morning. Such a dynamic batting lineup, but this is just a team where I think they might have one of the highest variations in what you can expect from them with the bat of any side we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. You don't know what you're going to get. Just depends on the morning. I mean, they're not going to repeat what they did yesterday. There's no way.
We'll have to talk a bit more about yesterday.
It's once in a lifetime.
Tunbridge Wells scored, bowled out for 86. I think it's 87 actually. Come back to that in a second. Imran Azif with the early wicket. Here's Wahid Abdul. Pushes, but oh no. And it's going to be gone. Wahid Abdul sacrifices himself. Well, this is an absolute schmozzle. And Wahid Abdul, originally he pushes and he calls yes because he thinks he gets it past Imran Azif, who puts the big size 12 out, and he stops it, and that just caused some utter confusion. And it was smart cricket from Azif. He knew he didn't have to throw it at this stage. He knows he can race him back, and in the end, Abdul sees what's going on, and they make the decision to cross. So, yeah, Abdul is the man that goes unselfish from him. That's just one of those things. Imran Azif creates another piece of cricket, which results in the dismissal of a Drew batter, and it's 49 for 5.
Yeah, well, we call that the old barbecue, and I think at the last moment he realises his mistake and sacrificed himself, which is the right decision, but he'll be disappointed because he can play himself.
These things happen in cricket. I mean, a lot of things actually they did right there. So when your partner calls, I mean, it's Wahid Abdul's call, then you respond and you run, and that's what the other batter did there, Nisa. So he did the right thing. It's just that Abdul's original call was bad, and then Abdul does the right thing to say, well, look, someone's out. I'm going to make sure it's me. I'm not going to sacrifice the number 3 at this stage. He's their last great hope to put any sort of score on the board. Faces up now. It's going to be a dot ball. It's joined out there by Mohammad Chowdhury now.
Yeah, this is probably where Drew have struggled compared to the other teams. They're heavily reliant on that top 4, aren't they? And, well, they're almost got an end open now to the Austrian Cricket Tigers. He loses his footing in that delivery. You sort of feel, Drew, they have to muster themselves up to 100 mark. I mean, it is Super Thursday. There's a little bit more pressure on the team chasing.
Yeah, true.
Also, net run rates might come into today.
Yeah, absolutely. If all these teams in the top 3 win one and lose one, it will be just the net run rate that separates them. Pitched up, worked away. So we're talking a bit about yesterday when Drew chased 88 in 3.1 overs. That's only 19 balls. The 50 partnership came up in 10 balls. That's a record for a 50 partnership. 50 in 10 balls. And what else can I tell you about that? Our highest power play ever, 82. And that beat the previous record of 77, which was set in the ECS in Romania last year. The highest ever run rate for completed innings, 27.79 runs and over. Unbelievable stuff. And Viking Bay in there. He's watching from England, saying at Tunbridge Wells, busy taking notes at the moment. If they're awake, that is. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. The score is 51 for 5.
I dare say they wouldn't have been going out last night, but let's have a look at the bowling scorecard here. And, well, everyone chipping in quite a lot. And you like the economy rates there, Vinny. Ahsan Yusuf, though, he turned this game on its head in that 2nd over.
Yeah, certainly did. A solid performance so far. Now, well, 6 over check-in with Nisa there and the way they bat. I mean, can they get that 2 ball takes them to 99. So that 100 I think it's what they'd be aspiring to. Whether they'll get there or not, I don't know. Nisa hasn't quite hit his straps yet. It's 9 off 10. But this is Chowdhury facing up as Umar Tariq comes on, and I'd like to see Tariq here. Like I said, he's a player that was in the Austrian squad for the ECC. Didn't really feature too much on the field in that tournament, but I like what he's brought to the table for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. This is cracked away, and the fielder, he won't quite get there. In fact, it'll get through him. So, a bit of luck for Chowdhury. He hits it pretty well. He challenged the fielder. And this time, that boundary's a little bit further out as well today, I'd say. It looks like it's back to that regulation 50 metres. It certainly was small enough to result in 4 runs. It's got to be a difficult patch of the ground, considering the issues we've had in that area earlier this week.
Yeah, unfortunate for the fielder there, Adil Tariq. He sort of went to take the catch at first, then pulled out, and well, probably should have stopped it.
Oh, this one's in the air, but it's higher than it is long. It's Zadran underneath the ball, and he takes the catch. And, well, unfortunate for Chowdhury, who took it on. It was probably the kind of length to play that shot too, but just not quite getting it in the middle of the bat. So Chowdhury falls on his sword. He's the 6th wicket to fall. Drew a 55 for 6.
They're in desperate strife here, Vinny. Well, they just keep losing wickets at the awkward moment. Every time they get a little bit of momentum, they seem to lose a wicket. And this one off the toe of the bat. I mean, it's not the biggest boundaries in the world, but it just needed a couple more metres.
Yeah. Now, don't think it was a bad shot. I mean, I think it was on. It just didn't execute it. Didn't hit the middle of the bat. I mean, that's the nature of the game, isn't it? So Sahil Zadran, very safe pair of hands. Chowdhury is able to get 1 boundary during his brief stay at the crease. But he's got to go as the 6th wicket, 55 for 6. And Drew, normally they love batting first in the morning, but this is what we're talking about. We're talking about high risk, high return. It's high variance is how I'd call it with Drew. If you're going to do something like be able to hit 88 in 19 balls, there's the other side of the coin, and we're seeing a bit of it today, aren't we? Where it's just not going right for them. I mean, you look at yesterday's game against Tunbridge Wells. Hamza Niaz was almost caught at deep square leg first ball.
Yep.
Chris Williams almost pulled off a remarkable catch at mid-off, which ended up going all the way to the boundary for 4. So, I mean, if those things happen, maybe it's a different story. This is a full toss, hit back. It's very straight there. I know you're a big fan of the straight fielder. Aqib Iqbal is in that position. Because I think batters always are conditioned to think that straight is a safe shot, because there's never a fielder there. So if you bring that fielder really straight, or even sometimes have a fielder straight behind the bowler, it can be just a bit unsettling.
Well, players these days are so good at hitting the pockets, and that's a big pocket of the ground, and their deep mid-off is very, very straight.
This is in the air, it's another miss hit, and it's going to be another catch. It's Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed batted. Well, he had the hands in the right space that time. And the collapse continues as Drew lose a 7th. And this time it's the key man, Mohammad Nisa, the number 3. He has to depart for only 9, and it's 56 for 7.
Well, that's a big, big wicket, because that is the last top order player dismissed. Just doesn't get enough. It's a game of margins. 2 wickets in this over have been caught maybe 2 metres inside the rope. But yeah, you sort of feel, Vinny, the net run rate might come into it today, because you're going to have 3 teams play each other in the top half. And if they go 1 and 1 each, if everyone beats each other, then you might have net run rate come into it. So they've got to be careful. Mohammad Nisa departs 9 off 11.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. It's also about the margins today. Think of this as a double header, and you just got to perform as well as you can. Well, exciting moment for Alexander Hakuk, who in his 2nd ECL, he is going to be batting, I believe, for the first time.
Really?
So the young Frenchman, 22 years old, native European player. I'll call him a specialist fielder. He's coming out here at number 9, and he caught really well yesterday. Still haven't seen him fumble one. If I was bowling, I'd be trying to break his hands. Because that's
violent.
That's probably a bit violent at this time of the morning. But it is Alexander. He's going to face up first time to Umar Tariq.
Oh, shot.
That's all right.
I'll tell you what, he should have been at the top of the order. He's absolutely boned that through mid-off.
What a good shot that is. And look, don't get me wrong. I think that he's in this side, typically for his fielding. He'll retain the strike with that. End of 7 overs, 57 for 7. And got to tell you about the format today. So those matches in green there, they are for teams between the top three. Okay, so ACT finished first on the table against Drua here, the third. And those three green matches, they're just for seeding tomorrow. So 2 of those 3 teams will take the double chance tomorrow, depending on how they go today. But then we have those red matches. The eliminators, the losers of those matches will be out. Helsinki Titans versus Star CC from Luxembourg. And then the winner of that match will take on Svanholm later in the day. They will take seed number 4 in the finals tomorrow. Alexander Hakuk, though, I know he works very hard on his batting and his bowling as well. So, you know, there will come the time where they call on him to do something. So let's see if he can play a little role here in the last 3 overs of this innings.
So local-born Frenchman.
He is.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yep.
Good to see. We've seen a few around Europe, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. See some good ones too. I'm going to see if doesn't quite get in line with this one. Plays and misses. Egan in the chat saying the ground looks beautiful. And hello to Desirage. And Desirage was talking about the boundaries. Yeah, that boundary at points today, now it's back, I think, where it should have been on Monday. So had an issue with a burst pipe, which rendered that part of the ground unplayable. So it was approximately like 36 metres on the first day, but now back to that, the regulation 50. Oh, Hakuk goes after him. Gets no bat on it. So at least, I think, gets some bat on ball. Doesn't have to get carried away. Does have Shazeb Mohammed with him. You just see Drua just lost their way in this chase, this first innings today.
Yeah, they've lost wickets in clumps. Wouldn't mind seeing the French cut from the Frenchman, though.
Almost pulled it off there. And once again, just an instant replay. Hakuk. Just a little thing there. I think these balls are missing leg stump, so if he was able to get across a bit further rather than stepping out with that left foot, that front foot, then you'd probably get a wide for these if you miss it. I know it maybe opens up the LBW, but at this stage of the game, I think to play the percentages, I'm sure he'll be able to look at that now and maybe make some subtle adjustments to his technique. He hits this one pretty well. It'll just be one though, and it's all quiet on the range at the moment, isn't it, Corey?
Yeah, this game's sort of in a little bit of an odd position at the moment because Drew need to get on with it a bit, but they've only got 3 wickets left. Been pretty impressed with the Austrian Cricket Tigers fielding. They've fielded really well these overs.
Shazeb Mohammed, he won't be another victim because he doesn't quite get this one out of the infield. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, I wonder if Tunbridge Wells are sitting at home at the moment, still at the hotel, taking notes on this as well.
Maybe. And the other thing is, sometimes in a tournament, you need to kick up the rear end.
Yeah, it does happen.
Get you going. I mean, ACT had that shocker in match 10 against Tunbridge Wells themselves.
Yep.
And since then, they've been pretty ruthless, especially in the field, hunting as a pack. Last ball of the 8th over, Hakuk. Get something on this. Get one here. So 8 overs over now, and it's 60 for 7.
Well, might as well ask you before we get all the way through Super Thursday and Finals Friday, who are you tipping at the moment?
Oh.
Who for you do you think is going to leave Group A and be welcomed back to Finals week?
I still think Tunbridge Wells have to be overwhelming favourites based on what we've seen. You got to think that they didn't play O'Riordan in that match yesterday. They batted Williams at 5 instead of at the top of the order. It's not a foregone conclusion by any means. I think yesterday showed that anything's possible, but I'm still favouring Tunbridge Wells to get through. But I think they know as well now, it's not going to be a walkover. I mean, anything can happen in this format of the game. Oh, return chance, not held. There's Umer Tariq, returns the attack in the 9th.
Bit of self-preservation, if anything, Vinny. Sort of timed well enough back to him. But unfortunately, couldn't hold on to it.
See, just couldn't react to it in time. Got a piece of it. Now we need the middle of the hands. Full toss. Well, this will disappear. Maximo! Now the height is certainly debatable here as well. We see it on the replay. But, geez, he put it away. Put it away really well. I mean, he does crouch down a bit. It's in standing position. He's a little bit forward. I think that's why umpire Nilkesh Patel said to the bowler, he can get away with that one. But he didn't really get away with it because it cost him 6. It was a good shot. you're never expecting those deliveries. So I know it looks like they should be put away easily, but they're just on you a bit quicker than you expect.
Yeah, when it's that high, it's not so difficult. When it's a little bit lower, that sort of knee height, it's quite hard to get it fully away. But good shot. It was close to a no ball, but just under waist height. Well, they need a bit more of that to get that total up to something competitive. 8 balls remain in this innings, Vinny. Can they get to, let's say, 90?
Yeah, they take anything at this stage, really, with 7 wickets down. Better length this time. They run hard, but they'll just get one.
Yeah, so just ticking it over. I mean, it's good work from the lower order. They wouldn't have been expecting to bat in this match. I mean, when you're coming in at 11, 10, 9, 8, you don't expect to be involved really in a T10.
Yeah, that's right. That's where I'd be hiding. I would say, though, after this ball, observation about the contest between these two teams. As this is in the air, and this one will be out. It's a good catch. Bit of mayo on it from Hassan Yusuf, but he does take the catch. He's having an outstanding start to Super Thursday. And it's Drew in even more trouble now. Hakuk goes for 4, and it's 68 for 8.
There was a bit of mayo on that. That was in the air for a long time. He made sure he got his little dive in at the end. He was pretty happy with himself as well, but good catch. He got there in the end. Another wicket. And yeah, there you go. Just a little bit of the swan dive at the end, Vinny.
Yeah, well, and it does seem that Australian Cricket Tigers on top at this stage, and they certainly are, don't get me wrong. But this looks like a bit of a reverse so far of the last contest between these teams, where ACT batted first, fell in a heap, scored 74, and kept Drew to 58. So, you know, it's... I don't judge a game too early. ACT, again, they're a similar high variance kind of a side. They have big hitters, they're going to go for it. The roles reversed compared to that clash in match 4. That was on Monday afternoon. Wicket goes to Umar Tariq, who has 3 for 14 now. Excellent figures for the young man.
He's got 2 balls to bag himself a 5 for. We had a 5 for this week?
No, we haven't had a 5 for this season yet.
We had a 4 for?
Including Gibraltar. I think we have had a 4 for. I think Qureshi for Helsinki on the first day. I had Qureshi. Oh, this will help.
Oh.
And Ahmad Zahir, he actually hit the ball really well yesterday. He finds himself batting at 10, but he says, no problem. I'll just remind you that I can strike Maximos, and that was a really good shot first up.
Tell you what, he might be one of the best number 10s in the world because he's just come out and absolutely moosed that over mid-wicket. What's he doing at 10?
I'm surprised.
Fair
I don't
shot.
think anyone was expecting that, especially Umar Tariq.
I'm a bit in shock, actually. I wasn't expecting that at all. Nice shot. He's got a smile on his face, of course. One more ball this over. I dare say we're going to see a bit more of the same.
Swing again. He does. Just the inside of the bat on this one. We'll retain the strike, which I don't think is a bad thing. At the end of 9 overs, it's 75 for 8.
Well, that lofty blow from Zahir gives them a little bit of life. You sort of feel if they can get 15. Let's say they get 15 off this last over. Get to that 90 mark, and then they have a good power play, pick up 1 or 2, keep them at under 8s or 9s. Game on. They have to get to 90. They have to find a way. And have a really good power play, Drew. They are a good bowling team as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I mean, they are a good bowling team.
They are.
Look what they did yesterday, holding Tunbridge Wells down to something in the 80s. So, certainly think that the French, they're going to be firing in the field. They're going to be fizzed up, as you say. There's a lot on the line. He sets the tone for their whole finals campaign. Zadran back to bowl over number 10. It's good field positioning, I think, having the third man in place, especially against the lower order. They tend to squeeze a few away there. That time it's only a single.
Absolutely. What the Australian Cricket Tigers do differently from the other teams, they keep a third man in place and keep backward square leg in the ring. So that means you've got 45 and backward square in the ring, and they keep third back. No other team does this, and they just reap the benefits of that because it's a single instead of a 4.
He goes for it. Now this one doesn't have what it takes. It does. Maximo! That's a good shot as Shahzad Mohammed gets in on the act. Well, look, it's been an ugly 80 for Drew, but it's still 80, and they still have some more balls to gather a few more runs here on the first innings of day 4.
Well, that's a vital 6, Vinny. I said they need to get to 90. That makes me believe in them a little bit more, breathe some life into this game. 4 balls to go, 8 runs for me, and game back on.
something to bowl at, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, talking about that field, kind of like, especially to the lower order that probably aren't as good at pulling and hooking, to have that third man, because a lot of balls squeeze down there on the ground. If you have a deep square leg back and he's just watching balls fly over his head, he's not that useful to you. You're probably banking on a top edge or something like that. So I also think that those top edges, if you're in the circle at square leg, you can still make a play on them if they're high enough. It's a very close call. This could go either way. Umpire says it's fine.
Oh, I feel like that was tight. That's one of the ones you want to go your way if you're the batting team, but probably
This felt like a genuine 50-50 to me, and I see it on the replay. But it was maybe 0.1% of the ball caught the line. Not sure. Fair enough call from the umpire.
good comeback from Zadran.
It has been. 2 balls to come. Swing and a miss. Yeah, I think he's just found the length. Mohamed's been uncomfortable with that. It's just slightly shorter. Still trying to drive it, but it's just not the length to be able to go down the ground easily.
Well, I tell you what, after he got hit over his head for 6, he's picked up a yard as well. No fast bowler likes that, because those last 3 balls were a lot quicker. You can hear him grunting through the effects mic.
Sahil Zadran does that. When he made 0 and 1 with the bat, he came out and he bowled 20% faster.
Yeah, like
absolutely. It. All right, last ball. Get your skates on. Oh, so a little top edge, and well, I think he stopped this. They're going to get several. I'm going to go with 2. Will they try for 3? We'll probably have a look at this boundary stop. And I think that'll be 2. They will check it because he does touch the rope down here, but they slow it down about here. I think he's fine. This will be a great view of it. Yeah, no problem at all. Touches the rope, but the ball's long gone. So that will be 2 to finish this innings. And like I said, it was not a pretty innings by any way, shape or form. In fact, they don't even score as many in 10 overs as they scored yesterday in 3.1 overs. But what they do have is 84 on the board. I often say, Corey, at the ECS level, when it's in the 80s, I call it the Grady 80s, because normally great games of cricket. At this level, you'd expect to get a few more, but still, Durt will be in the game, and they've got some big guns coming out with the ball. As you see, good little effort from the middle and lower order just to get them to something that is passable.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Thank you, and welcome back to Austria. And it is unfortunate, and I do rejoin you with some bad news, that match number 35 has been abandoned between Vienna CC. We're taking on Vienna Danube in the last match of the day. So, as you can see there, the rain really set in. Obviously, it was a pest all day, to be honest, the rain. But in the end, after 2 overs, coincidentally, it's the same amount of time that elapsed in the second game of the day when the conditions became unplayable. So that is the result. It will be abandoned. That means that the points will be split. I think neither team wanted that result, to be honest, but it's just one of those things. Well, Big D made a good start, 10 off 7, but unfortunately he was stranded. This is what's coming up tomorrow, though. We'll start week 2, and we'll start it with a bang. Rico will be back with me. I hope he's been productive over the weekend. Hope he's had a bit of time to rest as well. As we'll start with match 36, Snassi back on deck. They desperately need a win, but they get 3 opportunities tomorrow. Indian CC Vienna, of course, involved in and a washout earlier on today, but they did finish their day with a win. They'll be on. Vienna Eagles, they'll be back. And how about Karambir Singh with his back-to-back centuries? They'll play twice. Graz Cricket Academy play twice as well. So plenty to watch out for tomorrow. Yeah, big day for the Eagles. They've got 3 games as well. It all starts at the same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India, day 8, and really, it's going to be a race to the finish now. Just 4 more days of round-robin matches before 7 teams get the chop, and the top 4 get to play for the trophy on Friday. So on behalf of everyone here, the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, I want to remind you can smash the subscribe button. We're heading for 350,000 subscribers. And so tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Go to our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to get the latest, the scores, the fixtures, the standings, all the stats as well, not just of this tournament, but the tournaments in the near future as well, including the ECIs this weekend. You can check out the squads there and the fixtures as well. But this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back. Rico will be back as well tomorrow morning to take you into a new week of action. Hopefully the weather improves, but I hope you have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more Fan Code European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with